Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for tuning into our telethon today. For the next 6 hours, you are going to get a tour of Skycrest United Methodist Church, the challenges that we face, and the connections that we make.
That's a 6-hour tour.
Yes, so just sit right back and you'll hear a tale.
A tale of a fateful ship?
No, Joe. A tale of a church working together to elevate its mission of connecting to God, each other, and the world.
Good, because with a tour twice as long as Gilligan's Island was supposed to be, we all know how that story ended. I didn't want to go through that.
In all seriousness, over the next 6 hours, you will see the challenges we are facing with the aging facilities. Our church has been here for over 50 years, and to continue for another 50, we need to come together as a church family and repair what can be repaired and replace what needs to be replaced.
Yes, this telethon is designed to highlight the things that are going really well here. So you'll hear throughout this telethon about the ways that we are connecting to God, to each other, and to the world.
You'll also experience some of the best talent that Skycrest has to offer. From music to baking demonstrations and yoga, and even some comedy skits that'll make you laugh, I promise. You'll get to know your fellow church members and staff members just a little bit better.
Each hour, we will feature a specific area that needs upgrading, repairing, or replacing.
And finally, we'll be closing each hour with a devotion and a time for prayer.
Now, most importantly, there's some information you need to know, and that is, how do you give?
First, you can visit www.skycrest.net/telethon and give online.
That's right. Another way that you can give is to bring a check or cash directly up to the church today. We are here to receive your donations live between 3 p.m. and 9 p.m. And if you do, we have got a Skycrest coffee mug as a free gift for you while supplies last.
And then the third way that you can give is by calling in and pledging your support. And a pledge can be anything. It can be your promise to bring in $25 on Sunday or spread out a larger gift over the next couple of months. It doesn't matter. What's important is that you call in and let us know your plan to give so that we can adjust our giving thermometer and reach our goal in a real-time situation. Now, remember that all gifts are being kept anonymous. So when you call in to make your gift, we aren't going to announce that during the telethon. However, if you are a regular giver for Skycrest, it will be included on your giving statement. And if you're not a giver, a regular giver at Skycrest, but you would like a receipt, we can handle that for you as well.
So enjoy the next 6 hours of fun, faith, and fundraising.
Wait. I thought we were saying fun, faith, and fixing our facilities.
We all agreed that was frivolous.
Oh,
so
boy. Have fun.
Fixing our facilities is too long. Fun, faith, and fundraising. Let's go ahead and turn it to our first talent segment for this telethon. This is a friend of ours named Kathy, and she's going to be playing the fiddle for us. So enjoy.
Hi, I'm Kathy Gashevsky, and I sing with a choir at Skycrest and have been for about 3 years, and I love it, and we're always looking for new members, so if you are interested, please feel free to join us. I'm joined by my friend Linda Lee and Ray Miller, and we are part of a jam band that meets every Wednesday morning on the trail in Dunedin in front of Al Fresco restaurant, and usually we're 11 to 1, but sometimes we're 10 to 12, so we go by the weather. But anyway, we're going to share a couple tunes that we play on the jam. We always have a little more instrumentation, but today we just have us three. We three. We're going to start with an old-timey tune called Spotted Pony. also like to do another one that's an old time tune. That's what we play on the trail a lot. Lots of old time tunes, and this one is from a long time ago, but you'll recognize it. It's called Red Wing.
It's a G2.
Well, that was wonderful. I really enjoyed that. I love some good old-fashioned fiddle music. Sounded great. Thank you, Kathy, and your friends for that wonderful performance. It looks like we are already at $1,400 towards our goal, so thank you guys so much. We are really looking forward to it. One of the things we're going to be doing throughout this telethon is an art auction. Now, I don't think you all knew this, but Skycrest is a treasure trove of priceless art. And we want you to have the ability to have some of this art in your home too. So you have two options here. I'm about to show you a couple pieces of art over the next few minutes. We're going to bid on them one at a time. You're going to call in 727-446-2218, and you're going to say, you know what, I love that piece of art so much, I will bid up to X amount of dollars. And that's going to be your maximum bid. And whoever bids the most gets the piece of art. And here's the fun part. You can either come and get your piece of art and put it in your own house, or you can tell us where to hang that piece of art for an entire year. That is not one of the pieces of art you're going to be bidding on. We are not that lucky here. However, I'm going to bring up our first piece of art. Now, this is in the style of screen print on wood, and it says, "Good morning, this is God. I will be handling all your problems today." Now, this is lovely, and it is something that would go really well in a rustic kitchen, or maybe in a man cave that has some dark wood paneling. It'd go great in a gardening shed. It would go great anywhere. So if you would like this piece of art, give us a call at 727-446-2218. And actually, I think I messed up. For the art auctions, we're asking you to say that in the comments on Facebook, YouTube, or our website. So if you are interested in this piece of art, say it in a comment, give us your maximum bid in the comment, and we will make sure we get this piece of art to you, or you can tell us where you'd like to hang it. John, we have somebody on comments, right? So we can know who's going to win this auction. So our stage and production manager, John, is going to handle this for us. So this is our first piece of art. If you are interested in this piece, then in the comments of Facebook, YouTube, or our website, type in wood art and then your maximum bid. And it can be anything. It could be a $10 bid. It could be a $10,000 bid. That'd be great. This piece of art, Ginger's over here nodding, this piece of art is worth $10,000. So here we go. Wood art. That's the first piece up for auction today. So if you are interested in this one, type that in your comments. And now let's see our second piece of art that we will be auctioning off in this first art auction segment. Now this one I know everybody wants. It might be a little difficult to see here, but this is a beautiful thing of a seaside little cottage. It's a front porch with a little chair and some potted plants and some ocean and boats in the back. And now this is beautiful. You know where this came from? This came from a roadside motel that everybody forgot about, found its way into our church somehow. I don't really know where this came from, but it's beautiful. So if this would be great in a nautical themed bathroom, a nautical themed kitchen, or a bedroom even. It is very peaceful and serene. It's got a beautiful blue matte border around it, and it's framed with like that distressed white wood look. So it is also very beautiful. So if you would like, call on in and bid on this one. You can say, or not call on in, I'm sorry, go on Facebook, YouTube, or the website and bid on this one. Person who bids the most on the seaside art. We'll call it seaside art. Whoever bids the most on the seaside art will get the seaside art. So we have our two pieces of art for this portion of the auction. The wood art, whoops, wrong way, this way, and the seaside art. Place your bids and we will let you know who won, as you'll know as soon as I know. I have 6 minutes left? Oh, great. My little sheet doesn't have the time. It just has the length. So we have 6 minutes left. Let's go ahead. What's going on our Facebook and YouTube? John's going to run and check. So I want to just take a moment and let you all know that throughout the show today, it's 6 hours. I mean, it really is a long telethon, and we're very excited for it. Come on, y'all. Start bidding on these arts. They're good arts. So throughout this telethon today, we're going to be having a lot of fun. There's some things that we're going to be even asking for audience participation in. So be ready for that. Again, I'm just going to reiterate our beautiful art pieces here so that you can bid on them, because that's what a fundraising telethon is supposed to be about. So you could even, I tell you what, give us on this seaside art, type in your comments, $10 bid. Let's start the auction at $10. Who wants to bid $10? I'm sure someone is ready to bid $10 on this seaside art, okay? We've got, anybody got $10 on there for this artwork? Now remember, you don't have to hang this in your home, although we'd rather have it there than here. I mean, although that would be a great place for it. Instead, you could bid on the piece and make it hang up in Pastor Emily's office. She'd love it. This is one of her favorite pieces of art in the whole church. You could also bid on it in order to have it hang up in the choir room. Maybe the choir folks would love to look at this every week during rehearsal. So go ahead, place your bid. $4? No, 4 minutes. I've got the worst teleprompter here. So place your bid. Do we have any bids yet? Come on now, folks. There's got to be a bid out there somewhere for this beautiful piece of art. Or you can actually pay us to keep it. That's what we can do. If you love this piece of art so much, you bid on it and we will keep it here. Otherwise, we won't. Here's that wood art again, that beautiful piece of wood art. Good morning, this is God. I will be handling all your problems today, okay? So again, what a versatile piece of art, and I think you should bid on this. What do you say? What? $25 on the seaside picture. Wonderful, finally, that's great. $25 on the seaside. So let's hear, anybody got $30 on seaside? And let's start the bidding at maybe $10 on Good Morning. So we got $10. Ginger's going to bid $10 on Good Morning. We got $10 from the Peanut Gallery here on Good Morning, and we've got $25 on the seaside. We're looking for $15 on the wood art and $30 on the seaside art. Do we have any takers out there for those The other thing that's really neat about this telethon is we have multiple people in multiple rooms handling these different segments. And that's all thanks to Sam Johnson, our wonderful tech guy. So if you see him around church, please let him know how much he's appreciated. John, how much longer do we have on the auction? 3 minutes? And where do we stand on our 2 minutes? And well, all right, so we got 2 more minutes to bid on this, folks. Seaside Art and Wood Art. John's going to go check and see if we had any more bidders. I hope we do. We can have bitters, we can have sours, we can have savories. It doesn't have to just be bitter. It can be any type of flavor, really. We like everything. What? You can up your bid. Ginger, 20 on the Wood Art. She's outbidding herself. This is great, folks. This is how fundraisers should work, because we're all here for the common goal. All right, so I believe, unless I hear otherwise, 25 what? 25 for the Wood Art. Ginger just got outbid. We got a bidding war going. All right, here we go. Wood Art at $25. Going once. $30 to Ginger. $30 to Ginger. Now, again, because this is in the Facebook and YouTube comments, we're going to have to check later to verify. But as of right now, Ginger is winning with $30 on the Wood Art. And whoever bid, what? 30 for Seaside and 30 on the Wood Art. Seaside for the pastor's office is $30 and $30 for the Wood Art from Ginger. We're not really sure where that's going to go. We will verify that in the comments because they are not as quickly updated as a live segment would be. So keep bidding, and we're going to go ahead and close the bidding now. It's 3:19 p.m. Bidding is closed. We will check back and see who has bid the highest on these 2 art pieces and let you know. Up next, you're going to hear from some ladies in the church that have the United Methodist Women's Group. I always love the UMW because when they have a meeting, I usually get free lunch. So Sam, are we ready for the UMW video? We are. Let's go and see what they have to say.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Maria Escobalas. I'm the president of the United Methodist Women unit in our Skycrest United Methodist Church. The UMW began in 1869. There were 8 women that actually organized it. It was the Women's Foreign Missionary Society. It was organized in Boston. It was in response to a lack of women's health care in India. They were a foreign missionary society. There was little service to women at that time in history due to the prejudice and limitations of cultural attitudes in the church and society. In 1973, after many years of other women's groups getting together, the UMW became the Women's Mission Organization of the United Methodist Church. UMW, which means United Methodist Women, is not just about service, it's about worship. It helps governments see the world the way we see the world because it will positively impact the lives of women, children, and youth. UMW is organized with an executive committee / a board, subgroups or circles, which allows members to focus on special mission interests, special / mission interests in smaller groups. Skycrest UMC has 4 circles of which you will learn about now. I will need to just show you in our 150th year celebration. At the present, UMW has 800,000 members, and remember I said they started with just 8. And we celebrated our 150th anniversary in 2019. And now I leave you with my circle leaders.
I'm Shirley Cobb, and I'd like to share news about Martha's Circle. Martha's Circle is a small group of women who enjoy getting together each Monday from about 10 a.m. to work on different sewing projects throughout the year. We fellowship with each other while we are contributing to the needs of God's people, as Romans 12:13 tells us we should do. Even back in 2020, when COVID forced us to stay at home, we were busy making masks for the children at the Methodist Mission centers in our local area. Our biggest project throughout the year is making ditty bags, or personal bags for women, men, and children. All church members help us to fill the bags. This is a sample of what would go into the children's bags. The bag, there's a couple of bags in front of those. We also sew lap robes and bibs for, or better known as adult bibs. Those we take to a small nursing home to share with the residents, letting them choose which items they like. Right now, we're making sheets for the Child Development Center children to use on their cots when they're taking their naps, and this is a sample of those. At noon, we put everything away, get out our lunch bags, enjoy fellowship together. We'd love to have you join us.
I'm Doris, chair of the Mary Lydia Circle. The Mary Lydia ladies are the matriarchs of Skycrest United Methodist Women. This is probably the oldest circle here. These ladies have served many years in various capacities. At one time, they were the largest circle. Their primary focus was supporting the Skycrest Child Development Center, and they helped with youth activities as well. Since COVID, we've been unable to meet. Our last meeting was February 6, 2020. The average age of our group is probably the mid-90s. Sadly, this year, two of our most long-standing members, Isla St. John, 102, and Grace Dan, 101, graduated to God's Circle. We mourn our loss. Because of COVID, the future of our circle remains with God.
Hi, I'm Joanne French, and I am chairperson for Rebecca Circle. We meet the third Wednesday of each month at 10 o'clock in Fellowship Hall. Rebecca Circle is a Women of Faith study group focusing on growing in prayer as well as Bible understanding. We are currently finishing up on our study from Adam Hamilton's book, Unafraid, which covers living with courage and hope in uncertain times. We, as a circle, support Clothes for Kids, as well as the projects of United Methodist Women, through our service and financial contributions whenever possible. Our circle is responsible for hosting 2 or 3 of the unit luncheons during the year. We have 18 members in Rebecca Circle, and we would love to have you join us. United Methodist Women is a great way to get acquainted with other ladies and become involved in Skycrest related activities. I might add that one of UMW's largest fundraisers has been our annual fashion show luncheon each spring, and the men prepare the lunch and our youth serve. We even have our very own house comedian. Watch for the date. You won't want to miss it. Our next Rebecca Circle meeting, due to a schedule conflict, rather than the third Wednesday, will be held October the 27th at 10 o'clock. Hope to see you there.
Why did each of you join UMW and when?
I joined UMW because prior to this time I had worked, so that I just couldn't get involved. But I joined UMW because I wanted to meet some of the people in the church. I mean, I would go to church on Sunday and then leave, but I didn't really know anyone. So, and it's probably been about 20 years now that I've participated, but that's the main reason that I joined.
I joined 20 years ago when my neighbor, Doris Nash, invited me to come and drive her since she was an elderly lady and wasn't able to drive herself. And even after she went home, at that time I was a snowbird, and when I went home, she became unable to live alone and went to live with her daughter, but several of the UMW women sent me notes encouraging me to be sure that I came back and continued with the group.
And you still play taxi driver to quite a few people, right?
Well, a few.
Well, I joined, it was called Women's Society of Christian Service at that time. It was in 1962. I was living in Virginia Beach, Virginia, and I've kept up all these years. I don't remember how many years that is, but it's a lot. But I've been in many churches since then, and I've always been in the United Methodist Women's Group, so it was only natural when I came here to join the group, because it is a wonderful way to get acquainted with people, and also the service that we do in various areas.
Okay.
I joined UMW when I came to Skycrest United Methodist Church. Joanne Ramsey was very good at working with me and making me feel at home. As a result, I did join. I'm part of Rebecca Circle. I feel that as a woman nowadays, it's just impossible not to have your faith and a group of ladies that support you, your ideas. I can always pick on them too. I enjoy.
And the office manager.
And the office manager. I enjoy being around this group at Skycrest UMC, and I've gone on to be on. I'm now on the Florida conference as the Spanish coordinator, and I'm part of the Mission U language task force for next year's Mission U. And all I can say, it just feels like it gives you the idea that you can move forward and continue to contribute to other people's lives, and it helps you to get to know more people. I'm an elderly woman now. I enjoy elderly. Ever since I went back to school to study gerontology, which is the study of aging. I have a master's degree in gerontology. And my kids would always pick on me, "Mom, I'm so glad you chose to do administrative work, because if you were doing service at a hospital, a nursing home, you'd bring all the old people here to live with us." So I just, everywhere I go, I see older people and I enjoy them very much. Whether they're in their 60s, they're still a baby in their 60s. But from 75 on, you see all these people that are still out there. Some people write us off when we become 65 because we're supposed to be retirees. No, that's when another life starts. And if you become part of a group of women like we have here at Skycrest, it makes it all worthwhile. It gives more meaning to your life, and you know that the Lord is with you all day long.
Are you ready?
My name is Kay Dahlstrom, and I'm a member of Ruth Circle at Skycrest United Methodist Church. We meet in room 108 here in the Education Building every fourth Tuesday of the month at 3 p.m. We are a group of women who come together for God's Word and fellowship. If you are interested in joining us, please stop by on October 26th at 3 p.m. and meet with us. Or if you want to have more questions answered, call the church office and you can ask for me. I can return your call. I only work on Wednesdays, but there will be other Ruth Circle people working during the week. So we hope to answer your questions and look forward to seeing you. Thank you.
And can you tell me a little bit about the circle names, and do we know where they came from?
Well, Rebecca came from the Bible, definitely.
Okay.
And Martha came from the Bible.
Okay.
And I don't know where Mary Lydia came from.
But wouldn't Lydia?
Maybe Mary and
Mary and Lydia.
And
maybe.
Lydia was
could
in the
be.
Bible.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. It's Joe from Skycrest United Methodist Church.
And this is Denise from the same church.
And for the next few minutes, we're going to be talking to you about a couple of the major improvements that need to be going on or that have already started around our church properties. This next few minutes is going to be focused on our roofs, or roofs as some people say. How do you say it? Roofs?
I say roofs.
Is it roofs?
I hope not.
Like hooves? No, roofs.
Roofs.
All right, Denise, first of all, let's start with how many properties do we have at Skycrest?
That we have roofs on? Well,
Yes.
there's 3. So the one we're focusing on right now is the parsonage.
Yeah.
And the parsonage is in the middle of being replaced. The parsonage roof is a tile roof, and unfortunately we had to replace with the tile roof because of HOA restrictions.
And is that, I don't know anything about roofs because I have an apartment complex that handles all that for me. So what is the difference between a tile roof and
A shingle roof?
a shingle roof?
Okay. So the tile roof is, first of all, it's an original roof, and it's been there 51 years. So the tile roof lasts a lot longer.
Yeah.
Shingle roofs last approximately 15, 20, 25 if you're lucky, and shingles are a lot cheaper. So it's costing us a little bit more.
Gotcha. Okay. And you said it's already started out there.
Yes.
How far along are they?
They have taken the tile off, and of course we're dealing with the delay in getting the tile replaced, but it's in a dry stay where it's protected from water.
Oh.
So it's sealed, everything's in the middle of it, and we'll get the tile in a few weeks.
So thankfully, nobody is living in the parsonage right now.
Correct. It wouldn't matter.
Okay. It wouldn't matter. Okay.
So.
That's good to know. All right. So at the parsonage, we're in the middle of the repairs. I think we were saying, because we sent out information before about what the quote was.
Right.
And since we sent out that information, we had a little stumbling block along the way.
Right. We did have, when you sign these contracts, you always sign what they hope it will be unless they find other little issues.
Right.
So they did find a little issue. It was an additional 1760s, making the total $37,515.
Yeah, for one roof.
One
roof. Wow. And now I want to keep, and I'm sure that, we're obviously pre-recording this, but I'm sure that throughout the day, as you're listening to me talk and MC this telethon, you're going to hear me say, if it was just this project alone, we could have, it's fine. 35,000. That's why we have a capital improvements fund and a reserve. Right. But now let's pivot to one of our other big projects.
Another roof?
Another roof. The roof under which we are standing right now. Tell us a little bit about the main education building roof.
Okay. So this one is a little interesting because it's a concrete roof, which I didn't know anything about. Still don't know a whole lot about, but this one is unfortunately more expensive. So it's $84,840. So, and it is, the building that we're standing in, there's 3 different sections to this building and 3 totally separate roofs. So one of them is the $84,840 that's being replaced, well, it's already being replaced. So that one was quite interesting because they had to hire a crane, and it had to go and lift off the 7-ton units, 3 7-ton units of the air conditioner for them to do some work, lift the crane up, put this pan underneath it, and then lower the ACs back on.
Wow.
So,
and for that time, we didn't have any AC down in the school, right?
During the time that they were being lifted, correct.
Right. So it wasn't long, but
no, it was a 4-day ordeal trying to get the roof done.
Yeah.
But luckily, the AC was a day and not even a full day.
Right, not even a full day.
Several hours.
But it was definitely, it's a lot more work than I thought was, in my mind, it's just, okay, replace a roof. And then when you first told me we're going to have a crane come out here to lift ACs off the building, I'm thinking, holy cow, okay, well, I guess I'm glad I didn't try to do it myself, because we would have had a problem. Okay, so this roof was, you said $84,000?
$840.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
Right.
And this roof covers from the Nimbus doors down in the preschool,
Right.
all the way up until roughly a little further than where we're standing now?
Correct.
Into the offices?
It goes into the front part of the offices, but not the back.
Naturally.
Offices.
Naturally. Why have one roof cover the whole building? I mean, that'd be ridiculous. So tell us about the smaller roof portion. Where's the smaller roof? I guess it's just the office section.
Right, and it's only a couple of the offices, or
Okay.
a few of the offices.
So that's a much smaller roof.
Right.
And it's still in relatively
Right.
good shape. Okay.
We don't know of problems on that one yet.
Gotcha. Okay. So then let's now pivot over to our fellowship hall roof, which is our modern worship space. Now, those of you who come to our fellowship hall, come to our modern worship, you'll probably have seen evidence of some water leaks from the roof in ceiling tiles that we're constantly replacing, constantly drying out the areas above it. But it's an old roof. How old is the roof?
Oh, I don't know that one.
Very old. Essentially, we haven't had repairs done. We haven't had a new roof put on there in as long as we can find records for it. So take that for what it's worth, but that roof definitely needs our attention next. Again, even with this roof, it would have put a major dent in our capital improvements, but we would have been able to absorb that cost if it was a standalone issue. Right? But you take 84 plus, how much was the other one, 35?
35.
Now we're at a lot. Okay, now both of those together, it would have been a lot. What is our price tag for a new fellowship hall roof?
The estimate we have right now is $59,795.
And you know what I'm going to say? If it was just that roof alone, we would have been able to handle it no problem. As a matter of fact, if it was that roof and the parsonage roof, we would have been able to handle it no problem. But when all of these projects are happening at once, and when we can't elevate anything within the building until the skeletons of the building are solid, we really have to pay attention to these items like the roofs. They're not as flashy as new lights or a new sound system or a new church bus. But without those roofs that work and that protect us from the rain, what good is any of the other things that we can do inside, right? So we need your help, folks. Now's the time to help us out. We have a challenge going on this hour. You've already heard me going on and on about it. It's probably listed on your screen right now. You know what the challenge is, so please call in and make your contributions, right?
We would greatly appreciate it.
We really would. Denise, is there anything else you would like to tell us about these roofs?
No,
I feel
enough of the
I feel like you could be a roofer in about another 6 months or so. All right, well, thank you all for watching, and enjoy the next however many hours. How old are you?
6.
You're 6? Wow. What's your favorite food? You like popcorn? Do you like broccoli?
Candy.
Do you like staring off in that direction, doing nothing? Yeah, and talk to me about your hair here. You got some nice hair. Yeah?
Daddy haircut.
Do you have to brush it like that, or do you just get out of bed and it looks like that?
Just like that.
It's just like that? Wow, okay. And what about your hair? It's very pretty too.
I'll break it down a bed and it looks like this.
Really? You don't have to brush it or do anything?
No.
Wow, I have to do so much work on my hair. Yeah, I have to put like gel in it. You don't put gel in your hair? No? Well, you're probably a little young for gel.
I don't put gel in my hair.
No?
You put a headband in
And
your hair?
with my shoes.
Look at your shoes. Wow.
It's glued.
It's, yeah.
And what? Well, how did that happen?
I fell down. Watch this.
You fell down. Where?
I'm a quick cloud.
Oh, wow. Does it hurt?
No.
No? You're brave, aren't you? Yeah.
I'm a big boy.
Yes, you are definitely a big boy. So how old are you?
4.
4, and how old are you?
3.
3, and are you two really good friends? Yeah?
You hang out at school?
Yeah, okay. What's your favorite colors?
Red.
Red?
My favorite color is blue.
Blue. Can you find them on the floor? Where's red? Which one's red? That one, yeah, and which one's blue? Lots to choose from. Yeah, that's blue. Good job. Okay. All right, so let's see. What is your favorite Bible story?
Do you remember any that we learned from chapel?
The birds.
The birds? What about them?
White bird, the Bible.
Okay. What about you?
The red Bible.
Whose picture is this?
The animals.
Animals, yeah, on a boat.
Yeah.
And there's an old guy. Yeah, and who's that? Who's the old guy? Do you know what his name is? Those are the fish, yeah. And what are these? Yeah. And they're all on a boat. Why are all the animals on a boat?
I did that yesterday too.
One on the boat.
Yeah, but why are they on a boat? Do you know why they're on a boat?
Two elephants, two rats, and 2 lions.
Yeah, 2 lions and 2 giraffes. There's 2 monkeys. Can you? What's a monkey say? What does a monkey sound like? Yeah, is that what a monkey sounds like? Ooh, ooh, ah, ah.
Good job.
Yeah. Do you speak monkey?
Yeah.
Tell me something in monkey. What does that mean?
That means
How do you say hello in monkey? Any ideas? How does a monkey say hello? What do you think? If you were a monkey, how would you say hello? What about if you were a zebra, how would you say hello?
hello.
That sounds just like a monkey.
Sam, what about you? If you were a zebra, how would you say hello?
Hello.
Yeah.
And you would wave?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. If you were a lion, how would you say hello?
Hello. This happens.
Would you say, "Rah!" like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so what's your favorite food?
Carrots.
Carrots are your favorite?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, what's your favorite?
Chickens.
Chickens? You like to eat chickens?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Like
You like-
chicken nuggets?
For juice. And what kind of juice?
Carrot.
You like carrots? That's your favorite food? You like carrots more than pizza?
Green. Yeah.
Green juice?
Pizza.
You like pizza? I do too.
Me too.
Can you guess what my favorite food is? Just guess what my favorite food is.
Carrots.
Carrots? No, it's not carrots. What do you think? You don't know? My favorite food is the best food in the whole wide world. Popcorn.
Popcorn. I love popcorn.
Yeah? Do you like popcorn?
Yeah.
You do too?
No.
But it's not your favorite food?
No.
Why?
That's why I love pizza.
But I thought you said carrots are your favorite food.
Pizza.
What about pizza with carrots on it?
I'll pizza too.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What do you put on your pizza?
This potato frosting.
Potato frosting.
Awesome potato with their
Pasta?
pizza.
Pasta on pizza?
Yeah.
That could be kind of
That's
I
interesting.
feel like pasta with cheese on it.
Pasta with cheese on it. That sounds really good.
And I love black with salad on it.
You love what?
Black with salad on it.
Black with salad on it.
Never had that before.
Never.
And Mommy likes colors on my salad. And chicken.
Yeah?
Abby likes colors.
Yeah?
I like.
Who's Aubrey?
I like colors on my pizza.
You like color? Who's Aubrey?
Me.
You're Aubrey? How do you spell Aubrey? Do you know?
A.
Yeah, anything else? Nope, just A. Okay. What's your name? Sam?
No.
No.
Well, and Samuel.
How do you spell that?
Well, Samuel.
Perfect.
Good job. Does your name start with a S? Awesome.
I'm not sure he knows what his name
I
is.
don't think so.
And I see you have, well, who's on your shirt? Elsa! Oh my goodness, I love Elsa! Can I just say something crazy?
I got Spider-Man.
You got Spider-Man? That's cool. What's Elsa's song? What does she sing?
No.
You don't want to sing?
You don't want to sing? What does Spider-Man sing? Yeah, that's
Great
right. That's a good
job.
job. Spider-Man, Spider-Man does.
He goes like this.
Yeah. How does he shoot his webs? 3 fingers, 2 fingers. You can't sing Elsa's song? What if I sing it with you? Will you sing it if I sing it with you? Come on, Aubrey. Sing it with me. You ready? Let it go. Let it go. Did you get it? Yeah, you got it. Okay, shoot the web. There you go. Yeah. All right. Why do you like Spider-Man? Does he look cool?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is he a good guy or a bad guy?
Good guy.
Yeah. Why is he a good guy?
Maybe be Spider-Man good guy.
Yeah. Does he help people?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I have no.
What are you doing over here? What is going on? Yeah. Your mouth is down there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Ah! Why do you like Elsa? Why is she your favorite? No? Do you know who my favorite is? Olaf.
He loves warm hugs.
I like Spider-Man. I like Batman.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, do you like Batman too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Johnny likes Spider-Man too.
Who's Johnny?
Johnny's in my class.
Well, is Johnny here?
Yeah.
He's in your classroom over there?
No, she's over on the left.
She.
Johnny's a
she.
girl.
Johnny's a girl. Okay. Good to know.
I'm a big boy guy.
Yeah? Okay, so why is Elsa your favorite? What does she do that makes her so cool? Shakes her head back and forth?
Yeah.
Good Elsa.
No? What? Have you seen Frozen?
No, he's a big boy guy.
Oh.
Yeah.
Big boys can watch Frozen too.
Yeah.
And we sing a couple songs for chapel. Do you guys remember those? Faith is good at the song.
Hello, I like to say Jumbo,
Yeah.
Jumbo, Jumbo.
You say Jumbo, Jumbo, I say hello. Remember that song? And then it says, stomp like a rhino. Strong. And we also sing this song, Hey Faith, somebody about we sing this song that goes, which book is the very best?
The Bible.
The Bible. The Bible. Which book is the very best? The Bible. No?
What's your
Just
name?
me.
Avery.
Avery. My name's Joe.
My name's Faith.
Your name's Faith. That's a cool name. You
My
both
name's
have really
Faith.
cool
We
names.
met you before.
You met me before. Where did we meet? On the playground? No? I think we met on the playground when I was eating my lunch.
Sometimes we see you guys on the playground.
No? Where did we meet?
Before I saw you,
Okay.
and I said hello.
Yeah, did I say hello back? Oh. Okay. I usually try to say hello back. Right? That's, you know. So next time you see me, say hi again, and I'll make sure I say hello back. Okay?
Hi.
Hi! And how old?
Done at school so far today.
Go circle playing. And And you walked down the hallway before, and I said hello.
Yeah.
Me and Isabella was playing blocks, and then Faith was playing doctor because now we got new toys.
You got new toys. What kind?
We got shaky toy blocks. They got colors in them.
Wow.
Wow.
And we got things like 2 doctor kits.
2 doctor kits.
And we
Wow.
got a bus up in there.
So if I get sick, should I come down here and you can take care of me with the doctor kits?
Yeah.
They're all real.
They're not real?
No.
Oh, so you're not a doctor?
No, they're just fake. They're toys. We're little. Yeah.
Oh.
You could be a doctor though if you had a little time.
Yeah.
What do you want to be when you grow up? Oh, thank you. What do you want to be when you grow up, Faith? Do you know?
What do you want to be when you...
I want to be a doctor puppy.
A doctor puppy?
Like to take care of pets.
Oh, yeah. Do you like puppies? Hi. Am I getting a hug? Oh, thank you so much. Do you have a puppy? Do you have a puppy? No?
I have a cat. I have cats and a dog.
Yeah.
What? I had 5 cats before, but 4 died.
Oh.
I'm sorry to
So now you
hear
have 4 cats?
Late.
Oh.
But I don't have 4. I don't have 4 cats. I have 3 cats. Meowsers, Meow Meow, or Anna.
Wait. Your cat's name is what?
Now you can call her Meowsers, Anna, or Meow Meow.
So you can call them Meowsers,
Meowsers is
Meow Meow, or what?
Anna.
Anna.
No.
That doesn't sound anything like that.
Meow Meow, Anna.
So wait, what's your name again?
Avery.
Avery. So I could call you Avery, or Ave, or Pinocchio.
No.
No? Why not?
No, her name is Avery.
So how does your cat have 3 names?
I need to tell you something. My cat's named Sunshine, and the other one's named Sassy, and the other one's named Patches. She's not a very nice cat.
No, Patches isn't a very nice cat? Why?
Because sometimes he scratched me on my arm.
No. Wow. Did it hurt?
One day he scratched me on his arm when I tried to pet him.
Yeah.
On my arm.
Yeah. Do you still try to pet him?
No.
That's probably a good idea.
You said you had a dog too, right?
Maybe it went away.
Yeah. What's your dog's name?
Coco. I still have my scratch.
Yeah, where'd that come from?
Coco
I
Baby?
got down.
Where'd you fall down?
On the ground.
Oh,
Grass.
that's good.
In the grass? Well, that's not so bad.
Well, it hurt really bad.
It looks like it hurt.
And I
Wow.
cried.
Yeah. I bet you were brave though.
Patches scratched me.
Patches did that,
Yeah. Wow. So how old are you guys?
I'm 4. I'm 4.
You're 4.
Well, hi. They gave me this mic and they told me I'm supposed to speak into it. And I'm so excited to tell you that we are so close to 10,000. We're just this far away from $10,000. Pick up the phone. That's the only thing I know in sign language. Pick up the phone, make a pledge, $5, $10, $200, whatever you want to give. But we're almost at 10,000 folks. When they asked me if I wanted to do a devotion, I said, sure. And then it's like, what do I say? I thought about it and I thought about it. And the first thing that came into my mind and kept popping up in my mind was my mother. I was raised in a very strict household, very loving, but very firm. We weren't ever taught platitudes. We weren't taught, my mother and father didn't run around citing scripture all day long. But what they did, the little things that they told us, were just little things that stuck with you forever and ever. When we were going to sleep, we didn't get bedtime stories like Little Red Riding Hood or Snow White or any of those. We did get those, I'm sure, because I told my children the same things that my parents told me. But they would tell us little snippets of things, and the first thing that I learned from tiny up, oh my goodness, my hand does different things on the screen, is be kind. And if anyone ever comes to Skycrest Church, you will find those two words are practiced every minute of every day. Be kind. That's the whole theme of the Bible. What does he say? Do unto others. Make sure you treat others the way you want Christ had taught us, like the way Christ received us and loved us. We're supposed to love everyone that way. You don't understand until you come here that this love pours over you. I came here as an organist, and you don't usually join the church you play in, but I did, because love is here. Going to bed, going back to the stories about my parents, she would recite poetry. It would be Invictus, out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from soul to soul. I sang whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. I think I got a little bit wrong, but that's the gist. She told us that we just had to be kind. We had to live our life the way Christ wanted us to, because he was watching. And then there are so many different things, and I have all this down here, and I don't really know exactly how much all to say. But we were told every night to thank God for all the things around us. And there's one thing that my mother left me with that has stuck with me, and I hope it sticks with you. There are actually two things. There is so much good in the worst of us and so much bad in the best of us that it little behooveth any of us to talk about the rest of us. So if you have something to say about someone, say it kindly. Say it kindly. Think about, would you want to hear that? Would you want to be told, there's something on your teeth? Yes. Would you want to be told, hey, you're looking old? No, but we all are, because we all age. There's one thing that I'm going to leave you with. Be the reason that today someone believes in the goodness of people. Thank you. Have a great day. Here comes Joe.
Well, thank you for that, Ginger. Ginger is one of the first people that I met here, and she is easily one of my favorite people here. But don't tell anybody I said that, because we're not supposed to have favorites, yada, yada, yada. But she really is just such a blessing to me, to the choir, and to the church. The current tally right now, we are at $9,860, folks. We almost reached 10,000 in that first hour. We almost made it. So again, if you can, just call in and donate. We really appreciate that. Let me give you a quick update here. There are 3 different ways, if you're just tuning in, 3 different ways you can contribute. You can go online to skycrest.net/telethon. You'll see a button that says donate. You can donate with a card right online. It's very secure. You can bring in person cash or a check. And if you do bring your gift in person, you will receive a complimentary Skycrest coffee mug like this one. And it's not great for just coffee. It's great for tea. It's great for water. It's great as a pen holder if you don't drink coffee. So make sure you bring in your gift if you would like to receive a Skycrest coffee mug, because that is amazing. The other way you can give is by calling in and pledging a gift. So basically what you would do is you would call in. We have phone operators standing by, and you would pledge your gift. And you could pledge, okay, I'm going to bring in $50 Sunday morning. Great. We'll make a note of that. We'll type it in. It'll update on our goal. We get that much closer and closer. You could call in and say, hey, I'd like to give $500, but I need to break it down over a few months here or a few weeks. That's fine too. You give $500 as long as you are pledging to give to our capital improvements fund between now and December 31st. It'll count towards our goal to completely replenish the amount we've spent on our capital improvements done so far. We would need about $100,000. Now, our goal is a minimum of $50,000. We'd like to just replenish half of that, and we would be thrilled. If we could replenish all of it, hey, don't stop giving when we hit $50,000, okay? We would love for it to keep going. It's great that we have no debt as a church. That is a blessing, and we would like to continue that. That is very important, to be financially sound as a church. That way we can continue helping the community. We can continue our wonderful food pantry. We continue our missions work, all because we are not burdened by large amounts of debt because of the generosity of our community and our members. So if you haven't yet, please call in 727-446-2218, and one of the phone operators will pick up the phone and help you make your contribution. Again, if you are a regular giver at Skycrest, you will receive this as part of your giving statement, but all gifts are anonymous, so we won't be reading your name out. Scripture tells us don't let your right hand know what your left hand is doing when you're doing something nice. We're not asking you to give for accolades. We're not asking you to give for praise or for special thanks. We're asking you to give out of the goodness of your heart to support the missions of the church. So we will be keeping all names confidential when you give. So yeah, just call in and give us, let's check and see what our update is. 9860 still, folks. We're still at 9860. Also, if you are watching on Facebook, we know that there's some technical issues. So just either check out skycrest.net/watch, or you can head over to our YouTube channel, which is youtube.com/Skycrest United Methodist Church. I believe it's all spelled out. Last thing I want to do is let you know what challenge is coming up for this hour. We've had a generous donor who, again, is remaining anonymous. There's a tissue. We have a generous donor who is going to say that they are going to match up to $5,000 in this next hour. That's right. If we can generate $5,000, we have somebody matching. We have somebody that will match up to $5,000. So in this next hour, our goal is to raise $5,000, because then essentially we will have raised $10,000 in an hour. This is a wonderful generosity, but I know that I can't do a $5,000 donation myself, but I could do a $25 donation. That helps us get to our goal. In just a minute, okay, yes, I hear that. Oh my, okay, let me fact check this really quickly here. First of all, we're still at 9860, so make sure that we get that in. But I think we're getting some breaking news. I'm not really sure what's happening. I do know we're trying to get Ginger set up right now on site. Ginger, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Ginger, I don't know if our people on the screen if our audience can see yet what's happening. Can they see? I don't know. Oh, the audience can see what's going on here. Ginger, where did you go, Ginger?
I'm right here. I don't know where are you?
Oh, okay. Well, I'm in our news broadcasting room in Clearwater here.
Oh, okay.
And there sure are a lot of men in that room with you. Ginger, what on earth is happening?
We're just having a nice little meeting.
Yeah, and you're involved in the meeting?
Yes.
Oh, well, that's very progressive of them.
That's kind of what we do in church. We all meet together and pool all of our ideas.
Yeah.
And things.
Okay. So what's the general feel in the room there? Is it excitement or what's going on?
Actually, it's always cold. It's
What?
always cold here. There does seem to be excitement. I don't know. There's a little bit of smiling going on, but I really can't tell what's going on.
Just a little bit of smiling?
Yeah, one person's smiling and one isn't.
Yeah. Did you say one person is smelly?
Smiling.
Okay.
Smiling.
Oh, okay.
Oh, my
well,
goodness.
Welcome
to Skycrest, folks.
Well, you know how personal hygiene was then. I mean, it probably is a little smelly too, right?
Well, I don't have a sense of smell, so I guess it could be.
Oh, it probably is. Yeah. Yeah. But it looks like something very important is going on. How are these men working together? Are they getting along, or what's happening?
I can't really tell. They're kind of spaced out because we have to stay 6 feet distance now,
Oh, really? Oh, yeah. Wow. So what pandemic is striking these folks? It's a little, that's a little fortuitous.
Well, I don't know. They have some kind of uniforms on.
Oh, okay.
So they might be trash collectors. I'm not sure. You see, I'm not sure what they're doing.
We can tell. But now you mentioned their uniforms. They are wearing some pretty interesting things. It looks like they're wearing wigs. These men are wearing white wigs.
Well, they don't look very judicial, but
no, I don't.
You know, they could be clowns. They don't look like clowns. They might be judges.
Some people would agree that they are clowns, or at least their successors are.
Okay.
So let me ask you this, though, Ginger.
Don't go there.
Most people want to know, apparently one man did most of the work, and he did most of the writing. Is that true? Is that what you're hearing?
It could have been. I mean, there were a whole group of them there, and I know they all signed it.
Yes, they did.
They signed it.
Finally, they did finally sign it?
They finally did sign it.
Wow, and you got to see it.
I'm sorry?
And you got to see them signing it.
I got to see them sign it. I'm not quite that old, but you're getting there.
Ginger,
yes,
our reporter on the scene, what did they sign?
Well, hold on. The Declaration of Independence, maybe?
Yes, that's what they signed. So for those watching at home, Ginger is sitting in front of a green screen and had no idea what photo was behind her. So this whole time we have been interviewing her, she had no clue, and that's what's going to be happening throughout the day today. Ginger, thank you so much for being our first person there. Now, how does it feel to witness such a momentous moment?
Very, very momentous. Let me tell you, looking at the crowd here, it is quite interesting.
Yeah, they're all men.
And not knowing what you're doing when Joe asks you to do something, that's quite interesting. So always say yes. And meet us on Sunday mornings and Wednesday afternoons for choir and sing.
Well,
that's
you
what
tell
we
those
do.
founding fathers that they should be singing away.
Well,
because
they
just created a new country.
Now that you said smelly, they were a little bit smelly.
They were a little smelly, yeah. So, Ginger, really quick before we let you go, do me one favor while you're in Philadelphia.
Yeah, I don't like Philly.
Oh, don't say that. We could have people wanting to give
I know, but
Philly.
I'm from Johnstown.
Well, look.
And we played Philly, and we weren't good friends then.
Ginger.
Yes.
This is a direct order from the news desk. Before you leave Philly, make sure
we love Philly.
Ginger, will you let me say? Make sure you get a Philly cheesesteak. You got to get a Philly cheesesteak.
I will get a Philly cheesesteak.
All right, Ginger. Well, thank you so much, and be safe on your way back, okay?
Thank you very much.
All right, next up we have another art auction. For this, our production assistant, John, is going to bring me 2 pieces of art that we are going to auction off. Now, let me give you... I wish we had a camera that just faced like the tech side of things. Let me give you a little update, first of all, about where we are in our goal. So we started the hour with 98.60, and we are currently sitting at 10,360. So we did get a good donation in there. So again, it's matching up to $5,000 for whatever we bring in the 4 to 5 o'clock hour. I'm going to write this down so I don't forget. So we're matching up to $5,000 in this next hour. About this art auction, John, go ahead and bring up here. What are we getting here? Oh, these are 2 of my favorites, and they're very lightweight. So during this art auction, I'm going to show you 2 pieces of artwork. You are going to, in your comments on either Facebook, YouTube, or our website, you are going to type in your maximum bid. And with this maximum bid on each of these pieces of artwork, you can outbid. We had a whole bidding war going on this first one. So during this art auction, I'm going to show you 1 piece of art at a time, tell you a little bit about that, give you a chance to bid on it. You can either come and collect your art if you are the winner, or you can choose where we must hang this beautiful art around our church, with the exception of the worship spaces. We won't be hanging any art in the worship spaces, but other than that, you will be able to. So let's get started. We just had another $1,000 come in. That's great. Here is our first piece of artwork. This is, it appears to be oil on canvas. I do not see the artist's name, but this one's actually very pretty. It's very calming. And there's a river scene here with some trees. It is original. It is oil on canvas. I wish I knew who painted this because it is quite beautiful. You'll see the, sorry about that, you'll see the green colors and the mountains in the background with the blue water here. So it is a beautiful, beautiful painting. Let's go ahead and start the bidding. I would say at like 20 bucks maybe. Our other two pieces of art went for about 30, so let's start the bidding on this one at $20. We'll call this one the lake scene. So go ahead in those comments on YouTube, Facebook, or the website. Go ahead and type in lake scene and your bid. So this one is the lake scene, and I'm just going to set it right up there. Hopefully it'll stay while I bring up the next piece. This is a beautiful piece that has been a focal point of our church for years. And when I say focal point, I mean it has been hanging up in a back room on the second floor of our sanctuary where nobody ever goes for at least the past 5 years. So this one is straight out of our vault. Who knows how old it is, but it appears to be Jesus and a couple of disciples walking down a path. This does not feel original. It feels like it's a screen print, but that's okay. It's beautiful anyway. So if you would like to bid on this, we're going to call it the Jesus portrait. And we can start this one also at $20. So we've got two different portraits here. We're going to start the bidding at $20 on our lake scene or on our Jesus portrait. We've got 2 minutes left, I believe, to continue the bidding. We've got 2 minutes left, so go ahead. I've lost my little timesheet here. But go ahead and call in with your bid starting at $20. Do we have any bidders yet? Anybody know of any bidders? No bidder. Ginger does not like these two. Ginger already won one of them, and I don't think Mark's going to let her take home more than one. So let's see here. What bids do we have coming in? Well, we got 6 more minutes left. Okay. So nobody is giving me bidding updates, so let's go ahead and talk about these two pieces of art. This one, the lake scene, would be great in a study or in a library. It probably would even be wonderful. I think you know what? You know who would love this? The Sky Kids group. They would absolutely love this. This is such a kid-friendly piece of art. I'm pretty sure Carrie wants this in the Sky Kids room. So if you called in right now, or if you typed in the comments right now and bid on this painting, you would get it. If you wanted to have it hung up in the Sky Kids room, you could do that. This one over here, this one of Jesus, I don't know. I kind of get the feeling of like a dining room. If you have like a buffet in your dining room, not like a buffet like not Cracker Barrel, Golden Corral, but you know, if you had like one of those buffet pieces of furniture, you could hang this right above that in your dining room. I think that would make a beautiful addition. I think John's going to go and get me any updates on the bidding that we have. So either one of these pieces, starting at $20 each, the original oil on canvas of a lake scene, or the still pretty but not really original Jesus walking down a pathway. And it looks like we have no bidders yet. Come on, y'all. You got to bid on this beautiful art. We don't want it. I'm sure you do. I mean, it's not that we don't want it. We just want to give you the opportunity of having one of these beautiful masterpieces in your own home, because they've been in our home for for long enough. So these are the art pieces. We're going to go ahead and I tell you what, whoever bids on these, whoever wins it, I will give you a dozen cookies as well. I will throw in a dozen cookies for the winner of this. Somebody write that down or I will forget that I'm going to give a dozen cookies. I did just get a bid come in on my computer. Sam, when are we going to have the art auction camera set up? 4:45. Great, because this is very difficult. So we did have a bid come in. An anonymous person donated $5 for the one on my right, the lake scene. We have okay, that's under the auction start, but that's fine. $5. Every bit helps. Nothing is too small for God to work with, right? And that's what the whole thing is for today. So we have a starting bid of $5 for the lake scene. And again, you can come and pick it up and take it home with you and hang it wherever, either one of these, and hang it wherever you want, or you can have it hung in one of our rooms here for an entire year. So just make sure you call in, and the winner of either one of these pieces will get a free dozen cookies that I will bake myself just for you. All right. Well, also with this excuse me, my glasses are sliding down. With this telethon today, we are going to have a chance to embarrass some people and have a little bit of fun. Because if I ever start rambling like I'm doing right now again, I'm going to be pulling random people on stage and make them ramble with me. And all of a sudden, John ran out of the room. And I'm not even kidding. He just left the room. And also, I just want to give you, while we're waiting on these final bids to come in, I want to let you all know that we have an entire team of people helping right now. We have 4 people answering phone calls. We've got Pastor Emily and Carrie out in the entryway here welcoming people as they bring their gifts in person. We've got a whole tech team with Paul and Sam and John helping run the production here. So we really, it takes a village to do this, and we've been planning it for months. So we hope you enjoy the content. You don't have to watch 6 hours, but you'll get bonus points if you do. John, do we have any final bids? If nobody buys this picture of Jesus here, we just have to keep auctioning it off for the whole day. So 35, who? Jeannie. Aw, Jeannie, our bookkeeper. $35 for the lake scene. Do I hear 40? $40 for the lake scene. I don't think anybody's going to, I think $30 for the lake scene might be it. It might be Jeannie getting $30 for the lake scene portrait and a free dozen cookies from me. A free dozen, not a 3 dozen. A free 1 dozen cookies from Joe. If I don't hear any more, going once, going twice. All right, so the lake scene is sold to Jeannie for $30. We will have to verify that. Don't get your hopes up, Jeannie. There might be some, because of the lag, there might be a few people that come in with a bid a little bit later, but it is a beautiful portrait. Actually, funny story, this painting has been hanging in the bookkeeper office. So Jeannie is probably just emotionally attached to it. That's what it is. So we have this beautiful painting that'll go to Jeannie. Last up is this painting of Jesus. Now, y'all got to give Jesus more love than a lakeside, okay? This is a painting of Jesus. Come on, y'all. Come on. Let's bid on, let's get this painting of Jesus. And we are at $11,460 so far. So that's great. Your bid on this painting will help us get to $11,461. Even if you just bid $1. Y'all, just $1. You know what? Do I have cash? Y'all put me down. What do I have? I got $20. Anybody got change? All right. I'm being cut off now, which is a good thing. Let's see what's going on in Costa
Hey everybody, my name is Caitlin Reynolds and I am one of the mission leaders here at Skycrest United Methodist Church, and more specifically, I am in charge of our Costa Rica mission project. Our church has been partnering with Will Bailey and CRMP now since 2017. We went for 3 years in a row and had to take 2 years off because of COVID, and we did our virtual trip last year, or this summer, but I'm excited to let you guys know that we are going to be going back to Costa Rica in 2022. So enjoy the presentation and get excited about this year's trip. So the first question we get a lot is, who can go to Costa Rica? Anybody can go to Costa Rica, honestly. Any age, any ability is welcome, and they will have a job for you to do there. The thing that is so amazing about the CRMP team is that you have to have zero knowledge of any sort of construction background or ability, and they will be able to help you find a job, and you will feel like you are actually helping and making a difference as well. So what does the work week look like? Saturdays are our travel day. We travel from Saturday to Saturday, and we usually take the church bus to Orlando and fly out of their airport there because they have nonstop flights straight to San Jose, Costa Rica. On Sunday, we usually go to church at the local churches there and then travel to our work site if we have to do that as well. Usually just a couple hours away, or we stay right in the town that we're staying at the mission center. We usually do our work week Monday through Thursday in the mornings till about 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 1 o'clock, depending on, what the job is for that day. We don't really know what our specific project is right away until we get there. And then we always have time for devotionals and worship in the evenings, not just with our own congregation, but with other congregations that are meeting us in Costa Rica and the local Costa Ricans as well, which is so, so special and amazing. And then on Friday, we have a day off activity, which I can talk about a little bit later. And then Saturday is your travel day back to Tampa. So here's some of the work that we did in 2017 in Pavones, which is the main town where the Mission Center is. We did a lot of work on helping get their Sunday school building kind of ready to go for Sunday school classes by sanding floors. They're going to put new flooring in. We actually were building a pastor's office in another little meeting room for their church as well. Things like building walls, painting, mixing cement. It sounds like it's a lot of work and it's really hard, but it is amazing the process that they have going on in Costa Rica. And like I said, anybody can do this work. You don't have to have any background whatsoever. Here are some pictures from the work that we did in 2018 in a town called Sierpe. They were having us build a second story onto their church, or a second story classrooms onto their church, because they have a lot of flooding in the area and they wanted to be able to have Sunday school rooms that aren't constantly flooding. One of the main reasons why I love Costa Rica so much, and I feel like we keep going back and everybody loves it so much as well, is it is not just about building construction buildings and building churches. It is truly about building connections and building relationships with not only God, most importantly, but with other members of your church, members of your other extended church family, members of Costa Rican church families. And it's a life-changing experience. It truly is. At the foremost of all of this, it's not just building the buildings, right? Like, we have lots of time for devotions and worship and communion and just truly being together as a church to bring everybody closer. When we go, we've stayed in the past at the Costa Rica Mission Center. This is just a picture of what the lodging looks like. It's not like we're backpacking or camping in the middle of nowhere. You know, you have beds, you have running water that is safe to drink, you have showers, toilets, all that kind of stuff. These are some more pictures from the Mission Center where we stay. The Mission Center itself was built on an old coffee plantation, so it is just gorgeous, gorgeous views everywhere you go. A lot of our meals there are cooked by the locals, and it is just amazing food, and everybody works so hard to help take care of you, and we truly help take care of them as well, and it really is great. Here are some pictures from our day off activities. On the Friday, we do things like go to the beach, ATV, zip lining, just shopping, sitting around, hanging out, having really, really fun time together, which is really fun to kind of end the week with this excitement and to have a great way to just connect with everybody on a deeper level. So the dates of our trip this year are going to be June 11th, 2022 to June 18th, 2022. We are scheduled with a church from Florence, South Carolina. All of the details of exact times, flight information, specific travel plans are not yet done. We're waiting to find out how many people actually want to go and sign up before we make all of those plans. So the approximate cost of the trip, this year we're having, and we did this the last year as well, but it will be $1,000 per person, which may seem like a lot when you hear that number right up front, but that price includes everything for your entire trip. You don't have to worry about anything once you get there. It pays for all of the construction materials that we'll be using at the churches. It pays for all of your meals and the people that are cooking our meals the entire week, our housing, all of our transportation. It pays for all of the local labor that is there to help with the Costa Rica Mission Project, and also our round-trip airfare. So for $1,000, it's a ton of stuff that money is getting split up and going towards. There are some couple dates to be aware of. The first date is going to be December 5th, and that's when we'll do sign up and just pass out paperwork and see how many people are interested. And then in January, we'll have your initial $500 due, and the other $500 will be due in April. We also do a lot of fundraising for this trip as well, so the full $1,000 usually gets supplemented with $200 or $300 depending on what our fundraiser is and how many people are there as well. If you have any questions whatsoever about Costa Rica, please, please, please email me, CaitlinReynolds85@gmail.com, or feel free to call or text anytime. My number is 330-703-52. I would love to talk more about it. like I said, this Costa Rica mission trip is just, it really is not about just constructing. It really, really builds your life with Jesus, and it has just been amazing, amazing trip for everybody that's involved. I'm going to leave you with some videos that will be able to just share way more than I could ever talk about. So enjoy, get excited.
Well, here we are again.
We're back.
Yeah, who are you?
I'm Denise.
And I'm Joe, and we're here to talk to you about our next big project, again, some of which has already started and some of which is still to come. This project concerns all of us because we live in Florida. In Florida, as you all know, we have to have a working boiler. It is imperative that we have a heating system. I'm kidding. It is not. However, we do need a boiler for about 3 months out of the year. And if you come to our traditional service, last year you might have noticed it was a bit chilly.
Nippy.
Yeah, a little bit. We were even considering offering blankets at the door, but we didn't do that. So why was it so cold last year?
Because we didn't have a working boiler.
Yeah.
We haven't had a working boiler for over a year now.
Yeah, this is a pre-COVID thing. If you can remember way back to the days before COVID, we still didn't have a working boiler then. So a little back information, I'm sure that you're going to see some footage of our boiler room. And you're going to see how creepy that place is. Because I'm telling you, I don't want to go in there at night. Ever. Ever. I am so scared of that boiler room. It reminds me of that scene from Home Alone where the kid goes into the basement and that thing is like a monster. It's scary in there. So you're going to see some footage of it. You're going to see how old that boiler is. It's no spring chicken. Do we know how old? It's original to the building.
Original.
So we're talking like 65. 65, I think, is what our books we were looking at. 65. So think of all the appliances in your home that you have that are still there from 1965, and that's the boiler we've had. Now, given boilers are designed, especially industrial ones, they're designed to last a long time.
Right.
And they don't make things like they used to. I feel like I can say that. I've experienced it in my life. And the other thing is we don't run the boiler often, so it probably doesn't have that many miles on it.
No.
I'm sure that helped conserve it. Right. So once we started, our former custodian and all-around handyman, Gil, started off trying to get our boiler repaired before he retired and is living in the life of luxury in Georgia. But he tried to get it started, and we just kept getting so many different companies giving us so much information, and we couldn't really figure it all out. I tried taking it over. I got even more confused. So finally I said, "Hi, Denise, welcome to Trustees. Fix our boiler." And Denise, what have you learned?
I have learned a lot. So much I really don't want to know any more about boilers. However, what our main problem was in the beginning was a gas line.
Right.
And it took, I don't know, we must have had at least 8 to 10 visits from different gas people. We finally had to replace a gas line. They ran a new one. Then we just went through a few rejections and stuff, and of course conflicting information as to what the problem is.
Yeah.
So after we got the gas line fixed, we tried to turn up the boiler, and the boiler went on, but then it would shut off. So as of right now, we are going to be repairing the boiler, and for a tune of $7,200. And we know that's not going to be the final.
Right.
But we will be guaranteed for at least a year and such, and it will, they say this was the Mercedes of the boilers, so it's supposed to be lasting a long time. The guy came out and he was working on fixing the boiler, and he said he was surprised at what good condition the main unit was, other than the brain. So he is working on the brain, and we should have a boiler up and running before the cold season.
Good, because in Florida, that's December 31st through January 2nd. So it's a good thing we're going to have it up. Anyway, I do want to say, based on, she was talking about all the gas problems we had and with the gas lines and everything, I made sure multiple times, and I'm sure you did too, with every company that came out, I kept asking, are we in danger at having services? And they all said no. It is not that type of gas problem. There was nothing like that. So that's a good thing. So just to let you know that we are no longer gassy, and that has all been fixed, okay? So now let's move on to the real things that impact us as Floridians, especially those of us who are here year-round, the air conditioners. Now, I did a count just in my head, and here at just our property in the education building, we had 12 air conditioner units just here. Now, a lot of these, actually 4 of them, are wall units. All 4 wall units are in, well, there's one in Jeannie's office, the bookkeeper's office. There's one in my office. There's one in Emily's office. And there's one in the choir room. All 4 of them are older than I am. And they work at various state. Like for me, mine works, but I can't hear anything if it's turned on. And it only works on high. If I try to turn it down, if I get too cold, I have to turn it off, because it won't go low. Also, I have to use pliers to turn it on and off. So that's a lot of fun. Jeannie's only blows in one direction, and it can't change. And Pastor Emily's only blows cold or not at all. So when we're in staff meetings, we always fight over who gets the cold chair closest to the air. We also have we have 2 units in our fellowship hall, our modern worship center, which we've been having issues with in the past, and they're coming up on needing some TLC eventually. We have 2 units that control the children's wing upstairs, and then we have 2 more units, one that controls the upstairs and downstairs of the school, and then we have one that is in our foundry class room that they use, room 108. I'm probably forgetting some, but we have 12 AC units just over here, and none of them are in tip-top shape. Most of them work. None of them are in tip-top shape.
Correct.
On the other side of the building, we have 4 ACs over in the sanctuary. We've got 2 giant ones that are, again, original to the building, like the boiler, so 1965, and they're enormous. And when you go into that boiler, when you see in the boiler room, most of that boiler room is actually the AC.
Yes, a good portion of it.
I mean, it's huge. It's massive. And so when we had been talking originally about the boiler, one of the things that drove up the cost of the boiler replacement was the fact that, we were talking about the AC. One of the things that drove up the cost of replacing the sanctuary AC is that we would actually have to disassemble and remove the boiler in order to get the air conditioner out of the boiler room if we were going to replace it. So we got a quote, conservative quote, on what the ACs over there would cost.
As it stands, today's prices, and
Yeah.
we're hoping we don't have to do this real soon, but each of the ACs, of the 2 main ACs, will be $32,000 a piece.
Yeah.
So that's $64,000.
$64,000.
As you can tell, I'm very good at spending money. I just need to get some money.
Right, we just got to get it. That's right, that's right. And then, now, as of today, which is October 14th. As of October 14th, we have 2 other air conditioners in the sanctuary. They're in the narthex, the lobby area. These 2 units control, each of them controls half of the narthex. One controls the half where the men's room would be. The other one controls the half where the women's room is. So neither one of those air conditioners are working right now at all. One of them is just a mild repair that can be done.
Of $600.
$600. I mean,
Mild.
that's an easy one. As a matter of fact, why don't you just call in right now with your pledge of $600, and we'll have that air conditioner fixed. Easy peasy. The other one, however, that controls the men's room side of the narthex is a unit from 1984, so it's older than I am. You notice I'm saying that a lot, right? And I'm no spring chicken. But
I wish I could say that.
hey, a lot of this stuff, you're only like 3 years older than me. So anyway, the unit's from 1984, and it does need to be replaced. It is no longer repairable. It does need to be replaced. We are still waiting on a quote for that. So you see that our air conditioner and our heating is just, it's not, it's challenging. It's challenging. Now, as we've said before with some of our projects, if it were just the ACs alone, we would be able to handle it. But when you think about the roofs, when you think about what we're going to be talking about next, which is the doors, there are just so many things that have to be replaced, and a lot of them are coming due at once, so that even these things like the air conditioners, we don't need to replace the sanctuary airs yet.
Today.
But I'm guessing in the next 5 to 10 years we will. So with the money that we're using for the improvements that have to be made today, we have to replenish that money from our capital improvements, hence this telethon.
Hello, and thank you so much for watching our telethon. My name is Carrie. I am on staff here at Skycrest, and we are so excited to share this evening of fun with you all. This next portion of our telethon is going to be a quick 15-minute yoga practice with me. I have been practicing yoga consistently for around 10 years, and I am currently finishing up the necessary courses to become a certified yoga instructor. Sometime before the end of the year, I'll be offering free yoga classes here at Skycrest for congregation members and community members, anybody of any level. So just know that any generous donation you make tonight will go towards the maintaining and improving of this incredible facility that we're so blessed to have. And that'll allow us to continue offering things like this in the future. Yoga, when it began thousands thousands and thousands of years ago. It was not tied to any sort of religion or anything like that. It was a means of creating union between the body, the mind, and the spirit. This union for me has been completely transformative in my life, in my self-care and things like that, but also my faith. So I'm so excited to share a little bit of that with you tonight, and then in the Skycrest yoga classes that will begin to be offering. So without further ado, we'll get started. I'll turn on my royalty-free yoga music here. And if you'd like to join me, you're more than welcome to pull out your yoga mat or just find a comfortable seat on the floor, wherever you are is fine. We'll start in a cozy cross-legged position. You can have either your foot in front of you or bring your foot up to half lotus, whichever is most comfortable for you. We'll rock back and forth, connecting both of our sits bones to the mat, to the floor, grounding through the back body. Bring the palms of the hand comfortably resting to the knees. We'll begin our practice by finding a centering breath. Yoga is all centered around breath. If you're not connecting movements to the breath, you're just kind of like moving around. So yoga really focuses on a centering breath, and we'll find that together. So we'll take an inhale and exhale. Inhale and exhale. You can bring your right hand to your belly, your left hand to your chest. As you inhale your right hand, you should feel it lifting outwards first before your left hand rises. So it's not like a up here big breath, but more of an outward motion. We call this our belly breath. So let's try that together. Inhale and exhale. Inhale and exhale. You can bring the hands back to the knees. We'll take a couple breaths here at your own pace, centering yourself on the mat and finding peace at the beginning of our practice. From here, on our next inhale, we'll bring the arms up. As we inhale together, hands meet above the head. Exhale, hands float down to your chest in prayer position. Bring our hands down to come up as we inhale again. Hands meeting above the head. When hands meet, clasp the fingers, but leave your index fingers up like a little steeple. And as we exhale, take a gentle, gentle bend to the left side. Inhale as we come up through center, and exhale to the right. Just a gentle bend to get the spine warmed up, keeping both sits bones on the ground. And to center. From here, we'll float the hands down to the chest on an exhale. As you inhale, we'll take a gentle, gentle twist, facing the chest over the left leg. Just a gentle twist. You don't need to like crank the spine into here, just getting everybody warmed up. And we'll exhale through center, inhale on the right side. Opening up the top of the spine and coming back through center. Again, we'll bring the hands down to come up as we inhale. Exhale, clasp your hands again, leaving the index fingers out. And as we exhale, slowly, 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 controlling through the shoulders, bringing the hands to the floor. Your gaze follows your hands gently to the floor. As your fingers reach the floor, spread the hands, bring the shoulders up, back, and down for good posture. From here, we'll place the hands just comfortably on the knees. We'll bring the left ear to the left shoulder, ever so slightly. Inhale, head through center, and exhale, right ear to right shoulder. If you sit at a desk all day or stare at a computer, this will feel really nice on the sides of the neck and the shoulders. Inhale through center, exhale to the left. This time you've got an option. You can bring your left hand to the top of the head, not pushing the head down, just adding a little extra weight to deepen that stretch. You want to go a little deeper, you can stretch the right arm out here. Inhale, drop the arms, head back through center. Exhale, right ear to right shoulder. Again, option to add a little bit of pressure with that right hand. Another option to extending the left arm, you can put it wherever is comfortable for you. Exhale, drop the hands. As we inhale, bring the head back through center. And now we'll start rotating the neck. So we'll bring the chin to the chest and rotate the head to the left. Go as slowly as you can, enjoying each step. And we'll meet with our chin to center. Once we meet here, we can go to the other side, slow rotation to the right, taking a little extra slowness anywhere you might need it, enjoying the neck opening up. Bring the chin back to the chest. So we inhale, bring the head to neutral. We'll inhale together, arms up. Exhale to the heart. From here, we'll come into our tabletop pose, so hands and knees. You can get there in whatever way is most comfortable for you, being gentle with yourself. When we're in tabletop, what we want to focus on is having the hips aligned over the knees and the shoulders aligned over the wrists to keep everything nice and protected. And we're going to enter into our cat-cow sequence. This is a great way to stretch the spine and open it up. So as we inhale, drop the belly button to the mat, lift the tailbone up to the sky, open the chest, let your head come back looking up to the sky. Exhale, let all of that go, bring the belly button toward the spine, and really, really exaggerate this arch in your back. This is cat pose. Grounding through the hands and the knees and the feet. Inhale, we'll move back to cow. Again, exaggerating this movement, belly button to the mat, chest nice and open. Exhale to cat. We'll do this sequence one more time. Inhale to cow. You got an option here. If it feels nice, you can look at your tail on either side, kind of adding a little stretch here. Exhale, cat. Again, doing any twists, doing anything that feels good to you. We'll exhale again to neutral. And from here, we're gonna hop up into our plank. Don't worry, we won't be there long. But when we're in our plank, what we wanna focus on is pushing out through the heels and also out through the head. So we've got a lot of energy pushing out both ways. If you need to come down to the knees, that's more than fine. You still get that straight line. It's just now from the knees to the head. So it's the same amount of energy in each pose. And from here, we'll lean forward on the toes of the knees wherever you are and slowly lower down, chaturanga. All the way, bring your belly to the mat. Untuck the toes here so your shoelaces are on the mat. And from here, we'll come into our back bends. For the first one, we'll bring the forearms to the ground in front of you, elbows in under the shoulders, and we'll lift up. This is a gentle back bend called the Sphinx pose. We'll inhale here, and as we exhale, we'll come down, bringing the hands directly under the shoulder, preparing for Cobra. And we'll inhale, push through the hands as high up as you can. This is Cobra pose. A pretty intense back bend, so take it easy here. You can bend the head back if that feels good. From here, what we'll do is we'll tuck both toes and come up to our downward facing dog. Now, in this first downward dog, I encourage you to take as much of a bend in the knees as you want. So we're focusing on opening up the spine, lengthening the spine with bent knees. Eventually the goal is to have straight legs and heels on the ground, but we're not really worried about that right now. Just opening up the spine is what we're doing. From here, we're gonna ground in through the right foot and lift the left heel towards the ceiling, keeping both hips pointed towards the ground, three-legged dog. We've got an option here to continue lifting and opening up the hip, maybe even bringing the foot back to the glute, and then coming back down to three-legged dog. Next, we'll bring the knee to the chest, left knee to the chest, and in between the hands, finding a runner's lunge. Opening up the chest as much as you can here. Next, we'll rotate the back heel about 45 degrees. Placing the heel down, grounding through that heel, lifting up, strong legs, warrior one. If you've got knee issues, you can take a tiny bend in that back knee just to protect it a little on warrior one. What we'll do here, to test your balance, if you're interested, you can lift up that heel and rotate it so it's pointing back to the end of the room. Now you're in a high lunge. You can take a back bend here, and exhale, rainbow, the hands down. So wherever you were in that lunge now, we're gonna meet back in runner's lunge, ground through that right hand, lift the left hand up to the sky. Looking up to the thumb for this gentle twist. We'll bring the left hand down. Gently, we'll take the back leg, bring it up to the front, and release into a forward fold. Just like we did in down dog, you can bend your knees as much as you want to. There's no judgment, it's just you on your mat. Do whatever feels good for your body. Releasing to the fold, you can kind of rock back and forth. You can grab opposite elbows. Using your natural body weight to pull you deeper into the stretch. Wherever you are, meet in the stillness in the center, and from here we'll come up to our half lift. So bringing the shin or the hands to the shins and back flat. This is called a monkey pose. I don't know why, but it is. Exhale into the fold. As you inhale, we're going to reverse swan dive. The arms all the way up. Hands meet and to the heart. We'll take a second here in mountain pose, Tadasana. This is one of my favorite poses because it's just kind of standing, but you're grounding through both heels, palms are open, chest is tall. You can think about like where the energy in your body is moving, right? It's going up through the front and grounding through the back. So we've got a continuous motion of energy, even though you're literally just standing here. So we'll take a couple breaths in mountain. Reminding yourself that you're strong and your body can do amazing things. Next, we'll inhale, arms up. Exhale, swan dive back into that forward fold. Inhale, halfway lift to monkey pose. Exhale to the fold, planting both hands. You can take as many steps as you want to. You can jump back, and we're gonna meet in plank. Again, we're not gonna be here very long. Either up on the toes or down on the knees, whichever your plank is. We're gonna lower down slowly, chaturanga. Take a back bend again, lift up, inhale to cobra. Exhale down. Inhale up to cobra. Tucking both feet here, up, back into downward facing dog. We're gonna do the same thing on the right that we did on the left. So square your hips to the ground and lift up that right leg. And another option here, you can continue opening the hips. Maybe bring the foot to the glute and back to downward dog. Bringing the right knee to the chest and up into your runner's lunge, again on the right side. We're gonna drop the heel 45 degrees-ish. Ground through the knees, nice and strong up. Warrior one. In warrior one, your hips are facing the front of your mat. Again, you can have a tiny bend in that back knee to protect it if you've got knee issues. If you want to test your balance, lift up on the heel, bring the heel so it's pushing directly back. You'll find yourself in a crescent lunge. You can take an optional back bend. Wherever you are, we're going to rainbow the arms down back to our runner's lunge. Here, grounding through the right hand, left hand, lifting the right hand to the sky for a twist. Looking up to the thumb, and exhale, hand down. We're gonna hop back up to the front again, releasing to the fold. Halfway up for monkey, and release to the fold again. Instead of coming up, you can cross the right leg over the left and slowly bring yourself down to a comfortable seat as we end our time together. Take a couple big inhales and exhales. Inhale, exhale. You did a great job. If you loved this, make sure to look out for announcements for Skycrest Yoga, and we'll continue learning and moving together. Thanks for watching.
Hello, everyone. I am going to read a scripture from Exodus, but first I would like to set the scene a little bit. God has led the Israelites out of Egypt. It hasn't been an easy trip. They've been kind of having to dodge some unfriendly people. God was leading them around. He was literally leading them as a pillar of fire at night and a pillar of smoke or cloud during the day. But they've come to the point now where they are trapped between the Egyptian army and the Red Sea. And so let's read what happens. As Pharaoh drew near, the Israelites looked back, and there were the Egyptians advancing on them. In great fear, the Israelites cried out to the Lord. They said to Moses, "Was it because there were no graves in Egypt that you have taken us away to die in the wilderness? What have you done to us, bringing us out of Egypt? Is this not the very thing we told you in Egypt? Let us alone and let us serve the Egyptians. For it would have been better for us to serve the Egyptians than to die in the wilderness." But Moses said to the people, "Do not be afraid. Stand firm and see the deliverance that the Lord will accomplish for you today. For the Egyptians who you see today, you shall never see again. The Lord will fight for you, and you have only to keep still." So there's a couple of remarkable things for me in this passage. The first is that despite God quite literally and visibly and physically being with the Israelites, when push came to shove, they lost faith. That's, in a weird way, very comforting for me. The times of doubt in my life, I think about this a lot. And I said, okay, well, if God was able to deal with their doubt when he was, quite literally physically with them, then surely he can deal with mine. The second thing, though, is the fact that God keeps faith with his people despite their doubt, right? We all know how this story ends, right? God is going to part the Red Sea, and the Israelites are going to cross it, and the Egyptians are not. And so, right when you feel like your back is against the Red Sea, look for God to part it. It's really, really an amazing and a really beautiful thing. And then I also wanted to read ahead here in chapter 15 as to how they responded to that deliverance. And in particular, I'd like to read chapter 15, verse 20. In my NRSV Bible, that's titled The Song of Miriam. And it's just a few verses, but it's really beautiful. Then the prophet Miriam, Aaron's sister, took a tambourine in her hand, and all the women went out after her with tambourines and with dancing. And Miriam sang to them, "Sing to the Lord, for he has triumphed gloriously. Horse and rider he has thrown into the sea." And I really like this passage. The Bible doesn't say this, but I like to think of this as happening at night, right? Underneath that amazing, beautiful, star-filled desert night sky that God showed to Abraham to try to impress on him how numerous his descendants would be. And that to me is just an absolutely beautiful image of thankfulness to God for what he has done for them and for us. Diana Butler Bass has written an absolutely beautiful poem of thanksgiving that I would like to close with here. And so let's pray together. God, there are days when we do not feel grateful, when we are anxious or angry, when we feel alone, when we do not understand what is happening in the world or with our neighbors, when the news is bleak, confusing. God, we struggle to feel grateful. But now we choose gratitude. We choose to accept life as a gift from you and as a gift from the unfolding work of all creation. We choose to be grateful for the earth from which our food comes, for the water that gives life, and for the air we all breathe. We choose to thank our ancestors, those who came before us, grateful for their stories and struggles. We receive their wisdom as a continuing gift for today. We choose to see our families and friends with new eyes, appreciating and accepting them for who they are. We are thankful for our homes, whether humble or grand. We will be grateful for our neighbors no matter how they voted, no matter what our differences, or how much we feel hurt or misunderstood by them. We choose to see the whole planet as our shared commons, the stage of the future of humankind and creation. God, we do not give thanks. We choose it. We will make this choice of thanks and with courageous hearts, knowing that it is humbling to say thank you. We choose to see your sacred generosity, aware that we live in an infinite circle of gratitude, that we are all guests at the hospitable table around which gifts are passed and received. We will not let anything opposed to love take over this table. And instead, we choose grace, free and unmerited love, the giftedness of life everywhere. In this choosing and in the making, we will pass gratitude on to the world. Thus, with you and with all those gathered at this table, we pledge to make thanks. We ask you to strengthen us in this resolve, here, now, and into the future, around our family table, around the table of our nation, around the table of the earth. We choose thanks. Amen. Thank you all very much, and take care.
All right, everyone. We are here back live with you, and what great inspiration we have heard today. Really quick, an announcement. We earned in the last hour $3,000. This means that we had a matching gift of up to $5,000, so we had a match of $3,000 to the $3,000 we earned. We are now at $15,860. Folks. And I'm looking through the list here. These are like $30 gifts. These are $40 gifts. Not all of them are, $1 million, right? Every amount helps us in the missions that we do here at the church. So if you haven't already, call in. We have people standing by on the phones. Our challenge for this hour is for every time you share the Facebook post, we will get $5. That's right. Somebody has challenged for each share in the next hour, we will get $5. So if y'all can share this 200 times, we get $1,000. So share it on Facebook. There's a post that we've posted on our Facebook page that says how to watch and what the challenge is. Go ahead and do that for us. Up next, we have Miss Carrie with another Kids Say the Funniest Things.
What kind of stuff do you see in this classroom? Yeah, come sit on the carpet with me.
Rainbow.
A rainbow. You have a rainbow on your shirt.
Yeah. Then I have a heart. Then I have a cloud.
Yeah. Your Jackson, sit over by Mr. Joe.
Then I have numbers on my.
Hi, Jackson.
My heart.
Numbers.
And what's your name?
Johnny.
Johnny, we heard about you.
Yeah,
We were
Aubrey
talking to
was
one of
talking
your
about you.
friends. Do you know somebody named Aubrey?
Yeah.
Yeah, is she nice? Yeah.
And Jackson.
Aubrey's friends with Jackson.
Oh, cool. Is she a good friend?
Oh, I'm going to study physics. Tiny little physics.
And what are these called, Jackson? What are those?
Elephant.
Elephants. Good job. Okay, so what story is this right here? Who?
Red.
Yeah, that's red. But we've got elephants, we've got fish, we've got lions on a boat. Why are all these animals on a boat?
Oh.
Right there.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah.
Johnny, come sit right here. So come sit right here on this elephant. This elephant is reserved.
Do you know why they're on a boat, Jackson?
Yep.
Why?
Because the fishies, because there's two fishies in the model.
Right.
Lion.
Tiger.
I think it's a tiger.
Yeah, I think it's a tiger. Okay, so your name is Johnny. Johnny, how old are you?
The hair.
You don't, but how old are you? Are you 10?
I'm lion.
Yeah. Nice job.
Jackson, how old are you?
3.
3. Cool.
A
And who's your best friend?
Sim.
Sam? Yeah, we were just talking to Sam.
Who looks that big owl?
Wow, that's a big owl.
Johnny,
Yeah.
come over here and sit on the elephant.
What's that one?
Come
So-
sit on the elephant, Johnny. We're gonna talk about Chapel. Do you remember Chapel from yesterday?
Yep.
Do you guys remember what animal we saw?
A rhino.
A rhino. What did he tell us about?
The Bible.
Yeah, the
Bible. Good
He
job.
told us about the Bible. We sang a song. We said, "Which book is the very best?" Remember that song?
Yeah.
How's it go?
A butterfly.
Okay. Yeah.
A monkey.
You're a lot of fun. You are a lot of fun.
It's a
What?
monkey. That didn't happen.
That didn't happen.
You're right.
I
It didn't.
like the Bible.
Yeah,
like
the
the
vacuum?
Look.
Do you vacuum at home? Yeah?
I have a vacuum.
Will you come and vacuum
Mommy
at my
has
home?
a vacuum.
Yep.
Mom,
It's a what? It's a light, not rainbow.
You are full of energy.
You have a rainbow on your shoes.
Yeah.
Do you like rainbows?
It's red, orange, yellow. That's in the sky. Red
Yeah.
skies are made.
Do you like rainbows?
Yeah.
Why?
Why?
Because why?
Because.
Because why?
Bye-bye. Bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Johnny's going that way.
Jackson, you have a Band-Aid on your knee.
Yep.
What happened?
Down this Rex.
A,
Oh.
a Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Yep.
Where is he?
It is outside. Where's the Spider-Man go?
Where I don't know. What?
Where did Spider-Man go?
I think it has a
Is that a-
spider. It's a Spider-Man.
Is that a Spider-Man Band-Aid?
Oh,
Oh, okay.
it has spiders on it.
Yeah.
The mommy bottle and the baby bottle.
And that's not scary?
Nope.
No? You're really brave. What's that?
It's a tree and it leaves.
Yeah? Did you make that?
No.
No? Where'd it come from?
That's with my hands.
Yeah, okay.
I think somebody in Miss Talina's class made that, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Miss Lena's do that.
Who's your teacher? Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
But
Who's your teacher?
there's the owl.
Yeah, there's an owl.
Jackson, did you just say your teacher is a dinosaur?
There's a flower.
Yeah?
But dinosaur not Jesus.
No.
Not usually.
And we are back. And this very tall person standing next to me is our guest art shower for the next few minutes. This is Liam over here. Say hi, Liam.
Hi.
Yeah. So we've got a piece of art here, and John, we might need to get, or Sam, can we get Liam a microphone? Because I'm sure Liam's going to have some very inspirational input on this piece of art that we are about to auction off. So if you're just tuning in and you haven't, you can just, lean it up right there. If you haven't seen one of our art auctions yet, here's how this works. We're going to talk a little bit about this beautiful masterpiece, and then you're going to use the Facebook, YouTube, or website comments to bid on the artwork here. And the winner, the person who bids the most, the winner gets to either take the piece of art home with them or tell us where we have to, get to hang it for an entire year. So start in the comments on whatever way you're watching right now. Let us know how much you would pay for this beautiful painting, and then we will hang it somewhere around the church for a year, your choice on where, or you can come and get it. So Liam, tell us a little bit about this masterwork you've brought.
Okay, so there's houses and there's a water, and yeah.
Houses and water?
Yeah, pretty much.
Where would you hang it if you bought this?
Oh, my mom's office.
You're okay. And you think she'd like it?
No.
Okay. Whoops. That's why you would hang it there. Great. Okay, so I see it's got like a church. There's like a church here. There's a house. What time period, what art period do you think this is from?
Probably like 1,000 years ago.
They had sailboats 1,000 years ago?
Yeah.
Okay. And chimneys?
Mm-hmm.
You know, 1,000 years ago was like, what year is this? 2021? It's like 1021.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, so how much would you pay for this?
Like $15.
15. Okay, that's good. So let's go ahead and start the bidding at $15. Let's see here. I'm watching my screen, waiting on our diligent phone volunteers to let us know when we get our first bid of $15. What does this piece say to you?
That so there's a church by the beach. And you should go to church.
By the beach.
Yeah, and then go to the beach right after you go to church.
Perfect, because we're right down the street from the beach. And does this mean anything? Like, do you feel any like emotions when you look at this?
Yeah, I like feel the beach.
You feel the beach, great.
Yeah.
Don't you want to feel the beach at home? So if somebody bought this and wanted to hang it in their house, where do you see this going in somebody's house?
I mean, probably like next to their couch or something, so that like when they look at it, they can remember the beach and the church.
Yeah, I think, do you want to go to the beach? Is that what you're trying to hint at? Okay, so let's see here. Do we have any people that have bid on it yet? No? Y'all, this is can you believe that nobody?
It's a masterpiece.
No, yeah, it's a masterpiece. What is going on? Remember that all of your, even when you buy a beautiful piece of art like this, your money that you are giving isn't just about the artwork. It's about the mission of the church here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think, like, that's a pretty big painting, right? It's about the size of you.
Pretty much.
Almost. Well, let's see. Who do you think the artist was?
Like Picasso? I don't know.
Picasso? I mean, it could be.
It's just, that's the only artist I know.
From Nana? This just in, we have a $30 bid to have this painting hanging in Liam's bedroom for the next year from his Nana. So, folks, I never thought I would say this during the telethon, but nobody else bid. Nobody. Actually, it's, oh wait, how much longer do we have on this art auction? 5 more minutes. Okay, so I think we can cut the bidding off of this piece. John, why don't you bring us our next piece? And we're going to stop it right there at $30. And Liam, congratulations.
Yay.
You have a piece of art. And since your Nana visits you sometimes, right? She's going to know if you have it hanging in your room or not.
That's great.
Yeah. Well, you liked it so much. All right, let's swap it out here for this one. Now, if Kim Z is still watching, this is actually the other part of the painting she bought earlier, so maybe she'll want to bid on this one again. Liam, tell us a little bit about this.
Okay, so it's like an old house in like an old field with a bunch of old chairs, and there's flowers.
Let's see what else is. And it looks like it's on the beach too.
Another beach one. Yeah.
Yeah, another. You see a theme?
Yeah.
Actually, all three of these paintings used to hang in the very dark hallway by the offices.
Creepy.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, well, it's kind of. I mean, don't call it creepy. We all work there. It's not that creepy. Gee. Now at nighttime when all the lights are off, then sure, it's creepy. So yeah, I think this piece. I love the distressed wood frame. Doesn't that add just?
Yeah.
It makes you feel like driftwood at the beach, right?
Yeah, it reminds me of the beach.
Yeah. Yes. Next time we have Liam, can we get a non-beach painting? That way we can see what he thinks about that. Anyway, I think this would be great if somebody has like a nautical themed bathroom or kitchen. So what are your 10? Oh, we have a bid from John. Look, y'all. We can't be the only ones giving money up here on this stage, okay? I bought one of the paintings for 10. John's about to buy this one for 10. So we have our first bid is John at $10. Do you think that's a fair bid?
No,
No.
yeah, that's too cheap.
It's too cheap. Now John's not cheap, but what? Yeah, you can outbid him.
I don't think I have that much money.
Oh, but it's cheap. Okay. So do we have any other bidders out there? Let's see. Who's bidding? $20 bid. I don't know which one Joe Stillwell just bid on, but it's a $20 bid to hang it where Joe has to see it first thing in the morning. So it's either this one or the other one. Do we know which one the Stillwells just bid on? They didn't tell me, our phone operators. I think that this is going to be a great addition. Oh, hold on. I'm getting some breaking news.
Yeah.
The Queen of England just sent out a tweet to thank Lynn Reed for a private calligraphy lesson.
Wow.
Can you believe that?
That's crazy.
Wow. Oh my gosh. I didn't know that Lynn Reed was giving the Queen of England calligraphy lessons.
That's
But
crazy.
she does have the best handwriting around here. So, and Carrie does as well. So that's really neat. Back to the art auction, however, I do believe we have a $20 bid up right now, although I don't know who it's from. And my stage manager is not returning to the room when I need him.
Ruh-roh.
I cannot work under these conditions.
My gosh.
Oh, that was for the first picture. Okay, so your Nana outbid them. Sorry, you almost got off, but
So
no. Okay, so we have we have a $10 bid on this from John. We do need somebody else to bid because I don't think John really wants it. So, do we have a bid? Nope, that's a Ginger. Okay. Well, I think we're going to go ahead and call it. We've got, John is going to have this painting for $10.
Yeah.
So we will make a note of that. And then Liam gets the artwork for the other one. I can't wait to see that. By the way, how are you liking the new house?
Oh yeah, it's good. I mean, they got a pool, so it's really fun. Yeah.
That's fun. And you gotta stay safe though.
Mm-hmm,
You can't let Jackson go in the pool by himself. Don't you hee. That's a terrible thing to do on live internet. Oh, my Lanta. Okay, well, thank you so much for your help. Let's go ahead and why don't you run that painting back to John, and we will see you a little bit later in the show. Next up, we're going to have a video from a woman who just absolutely inspires me. She does so much around here that people don't even really know that she's doing. She's basically like the Energizer Bunny. So let's turn over now to Pat for a look at our food pantry.
Hello, friends. This is Pat Siegling, a member of your Skycrest missions team, and I'm coming to you from the kitchen in our fellowship hall. Many of you have spent countless hours here preparing meals for special events. Do you remember Maundy Thursday dinners or fashion show lunches and receptions of all kinds? Do you remember mystery dinner theaters and our fundraisers for Costa Rica? And what about those very special monthly dinners that we prepared in the kitchen and shared with our neighbors in the fellowship hall? How about packing lunches for the homeless? Did you stand around this counter with us while we made sandwiches? Maybe you fixed a meal for kids in VBS. There's still Sunday dinners going on for our youth group, and various groups make lunch here. But we're limited for right now. Soon we'll be back into full swing. The Skycrest kitchen, whoever designed and built this kitchen, they did an amazing job. It has stood the test of time here many years. Check out this fantastic stove. Have you ever seen anything like it? We have multiple ovens, huge refrigerators, multiple sinks, even a dishwasher. Everything we need to keep our community alive. It's amazing how just a little care and some routine maintenance can keep this kitchen going for many years. They say the kitchen is the heart of the home, and I believe that this kitchen in our fellowship hall is also the heart of our community. Our beautiful sanctuary across the street brings us together for worship. And then we can come here where we extend our Christian lives of worship by serving and loving each other and our neighbors. We build community here. We strengthen our faith. It's an important part of connecting us with each other and with our world. Now, come with me. There's another special place in the fellowship hall I'd like to show you. Welcome to our food pantry. It's literally a closet in the fellowship hall, but from this location, we serve more than 20 households every week. People often ask me, who are we providing food for? And I'll tell you, it's a good mix. We have a number of senior citizens who need a little help to get along, and of course, we also have struggling families. So it's been amazing to see how the word has spread and the usage has grown over the past months. I don't know who built these sturdy shelves, but I'll tell you, they never imagined the amount of weight they would hold with all these cans of food. These shelves are being put to a great use, and I want to tell you a very heartfelt thank you to all of you who restocked them, because just a week ago they were almost empty. Now, honestly, not all mission activities include food. We do a few other things too. We continue to support clothes to kids. Just about 2 weeks ago, we delivered over 450 pair of underwear for children in need. That's 5 pair of underwear for over 90 children. That's an amazing accomplishment. We also continue to support Hope Villages. You remember them as RCS. Hope Villages includes Grace House, which is an emergency shelter for the homeless, and The Haven, which is a domestic abuse shelter. In addition to at RCS, they also have a food pantry, but I wanted to let you know the food pantry at RCS is monthly. So we don't see our food pantry as a duplication of effort, but rather a supplement to what's going on there. In addition to those, we have the United Methodist Children's Home and Women on the Way. If you're not familiar with Women on the Way, it's an organization at St. Pete College that helps women to complete their education and improve their lives. Coming soon, Silver Santas, which are gifts for seniors in need, and our Christmas Angels, which are gifts for the children. As COVID restrictions ease, we'll get back into the community more and more, because I know that's for many of you, that's where your heart is. Thank you for your direct support of missions and our participation in our projects, but more importantly, thank you for your donation to the telethon. Your donations are needed to keep the fellowship hall, the kitchen, and many other important spaces in good condition so that we can continue to be together to worship and to serve. Thank you.
Well, we are so thankful for our food pantry. I know for one, I am here on Tuesdays in the office when they are here working, and just seeing people light up when we are able to provide them food is just a blessing in and of itself. And Pat and her volunteer group, they work tirelessly to make sure that anyone who walks through that door with a need for food gets the food that they need. So I'm so thankful for that ministry, and so are the people in the community. We got a couple minutes now that I just want to give you some of the headlines of the day. We just found out that Maria Waddle, a 41-year-old from the Netherlands, has just been declared by the Guinness Book of World Records the tallest female bodybuilder at 5 foot 11.92 inches. Now, let me just tell you, folks, there are a few things wrong with this story. First of all, how specific do these Guinness Book of World Records get? The tallest female bodybuilder. Okay, so next up, we're going to have the shortest blonde-haired child. You know, who knows? Like, how these get very specific. But congratulations to her. I got to tell you this, though. Maria said that her friend Olivier Richers suggested she apply for the title because he was verified as the world's tallest bodybuilder man. So apparently, these tall bodybuilders just run around in a little tall bodybuilder club and recommend each other for these world records. I think it's very coincidental that they are besties, and both of them hold the title as the tallest male and female bodybuilders, respectively. That got me thinking, what else out there is the Guinness? They have a Guinness Book of World Records record holder for the largest pair of scissors. And these scissors are like 40 feet. The problem is they're not really scissors. They're a statue of scissors. And in my opinion, that should not count as a Guinness Book of World Records because it is not real. The world's largest potato. It's not a real potato. It's a picture or a statue of a potato. I think it diminishes everything good and true about Guinness Book of World Records when you have the world's largest potato not really a potato. I think that's what we should call it on. Now, here's a cool one, though. Here's a cool record. Antanas Kontrimas of Lithuania set the record when he lifted 63.8 kilograms, which I don't know what that is in pounds. Can somebody find out? 63.8 kilograms. What is that in pounds? I don't know, but we'll find out in just a second. He lifted 63.8 kilograms with his beard. 140 pounds. And the picture I'm looking at right now shows him lifting a woman, apparently 100 and how much? 140-pound woman with his beard. She's holding on to his beard, and now I cannot do that, but that is a record. This family, the Ramos Gomez family, set the world record for being the largest hairy family in 2000, in the year 2000. The largest hairy family is a family of 19. So now, do we also get to know who the largest sunburned family is? Like, is that going to be a record too? Or the largest smooth family? I don't know. How about the largest family with all blue eyes? I mean, come on, folks. Not to diminish their astonishing achievement at being the world's largest hairy family, but where does it? Here. Nope, can't say that one on air. This parrot set the world record for opening the most number of cans in 1 minute. Now, come on, folks. Why hasn't that happened before 2012? All of the parrot owners out there, and nobody thought to see how many cans their parrot could open in a minute? Come on, folks. Geez, that's some of the weirdest Guinness Book of World Records that I have found. Now, let us set a Guinness Book of World Records for the amount of money that Skycrest has raised in 1 hour. Okay? Here, no. We're going to call Guinness Book of World Records and say, hey, we've got a record for you. The amount of money that Skycrest has raised in 1 hour on October 21st, 2021. I guarantee you nobody can beat that. Because first, their name would have to be Skycrest United Methodist Church. They'd have to be doing a fundraiser on October 21st, 2021, and they'd have to raise more money than we have. And at this point in our telethon, we have raised $17,200, and our post on Facebook has only been shared 5 times. Remember, every time you share it, we are going to get an extra $5 donation for the next hour. So for the next half hour now. So share it, and let's go now to our next thing, which is doors. Another one of the projects that we are going to be working on in the coming months is replacing the doors here at the sanctuary. So we have 2 different style doors here. These are fairly old glass doors here. They're very heavy. This side works relatively well. The other side can't actually be unlocked from the outside, which, okay, we use this side more, but it would be nice to have doors that are functional on both sides of the door. Now, we are looking at replacing these and the other doors that we're going to look at with all matching doors. Because of zoning and different policies and laws that have passed since the doors were originally installed, there are going to be certain safety features due to exit signs and emergency exits and things like that that are going to make these doors a little bit more expensive. Also, as we'll see in just a few minutes, not all of our doors are the size of a normal door jamb, which we found out when we were trying to rent various equipment and had to figure out what doors it would and wouldn't fit through. So these are the glass doors. Again, this side works really well. We use it every Sunday morning. This is our main entrance. Let's go take a look at some of the doors that need some love. So we're on the south side of the sanctuary now. The parking lot is right over here, and on the other side of this door is the sound booth. And so if you've been in our sanctuary before, you kind of know which door this is. I'm just going to demonstrate. The door is not unlocked. It is completely locked right now. I'm just going to demonstrate something for you. Now, don't get any ideas, folks. This is just a demonstration. So, don't do that. Don't come over here in the middle of the night and do that. But it is very easy to just get inside. And so we have some extra security measures that we're putting in place when the building is empty. But again, because of fire codes, we can't do our security measures when people are in the building, because it would block the egress in case of an emergency. So when the building is empty, we have a way to lock it from the inside using good old-fashioned bike lock. But when the building is occupied, we have no way to lock it. So that's one of the doors. All right, we are still on the south side of the building. This is the next set of doors here, and right behind this set of doors would be the organ. So again, you might be familiar with that. Again, this door is locked. However, this door is still relatively functional. Now, as you can see over here, we do have some stripping that's happening. A lot of this is because these are wooden doors. And so we have moisture, obviously, because we live in Florida. So the rain has kind of warped the wood a little bit. We also had a termite problem. So if you remember, we had the building tinted. Now, because of COVID, I don't remember if it was 2020 or 2019, but sometime relatively recently, we had the building tinted. But the termite damage, as you can see down here, for example, the termite damage inside the door jamb up at the top is still there. So while there aren't any termites anymore, knock on wood, there is some damage left over from when they were here. So that's this door, again, on the south side of the building, and let's go take a look at some others. So here's another door, again, on the south side of the building. If you went through this door right now, you would be in our backstage area. In this room over here is where we prepare all of the communion elements, baptism elements, and different things like that. It is also where we have our backstage restroom. You know, every time Carrie and I come out to do a video, a plane flies overhead, so it's good to know it's not just Carrie and me. So this is a perfectly functional door. It works really well. It locks, it stays locked, and there's only one problem with it. It is an emergency exit, and the inside does not have a crash bar. It has a door handle. Because of when the building was built and the codes at the time, it is not required unless we start doing building upgrades. So if we replace the door, because of the new requirements, we would have to have a crash bar. The other negative is that this door handle right here is not ADA compliant. Again, when the door was put in, ADA wasn't even a thing yet, so it didn't have to be ADA compliant until we go to replace them. Now all ADA accessible doors have to be a handle to get into them. So that is also an important upgrade that needs to happen to this door. Let's go on. So we are here now at the creepiest door of the church. We are on the east side of the building, and our basketball court's over on this side, so that gives you an idea. Our giant air conditioner is over here. This is the creepiest room in the church. It's our boiler room. I'm not even going to go in there because I'm scared of it. But if this is any indication, the door needs to be fixed. We've tried placing this thing back in there, and it's just not staying. It's a very old door. It was from the 60s, so it's a very old door. And it needs to be replaced. Also, we did just have the lock itself, the doorknob itself replaced, because again, with the old door, you were able to do what we did on that other door and just pull it open and it would open right up. So yeah, these are another set of doors that need to be replaced. All right, we are now on the north side of the building, and this is the side of the building that we don't really use very often because there's no parking lot over here. It's right on the street. So we don't really use this side of the building very often. To demonstrate, which I didn't even realize, this is an ADA compliant door handle right here.
So this door handle must have been changed. It's probably not the original door handle, but that is what an ADA compliant door handle would look like from the outside. Again, this door is fine. It's also never used. This is another one of the backstage doors that comes to the opposite side of where the organ is. So this is another door that needs to be replaced. Also down here is another set of those double doors. And this one has a little bit of a give, but not much. And we're, again, still on the north side of the building. So one of the things that we'd be looking at doing when we replace these doors is not going with a wood with a glass insert again, because again, with the weather, it doesn't really make sense to have outdoor wood like this. Instead, what we'd be looking for is more doors like what we have going into the fellowship hall and the education building now, where it is that glass, but it's not see-through glass. And again, it would have the crash bars on the inside, which these doors also have. And the crash bars that you can push it down and get out in one motion. That's for fire code. Every door that you have that leads to outside must be able to be exited with one motion. So we would keep that like we have now, but just on newer doors that look better. Let's see what else we got. All right, guess what? Here's another set of doors. This is also on the north side of the church. It's exactly the opposite across the sanctuary from the sound booth. This door is in relatively good shape. Again, we never use it, but as you can see, it does have some weather damage and termite damage. It also has a little bit of a give, but there's no way I'm getting into this door. Again, it would just be very nice to have all matching doors all the way across the property. Let's take a look at this final glass door that's up here. Again, all of these doors on this side of the building aren't really used, but it gives us pride in our building and our facilities if we have matching working doors. I always hate telling people, oh no, you can't use that door, it doesn't work. That doesn't give a good image. So here's that final glass door. This is the door that if I put my key in here and turned it, it would not unlock. It would just, the key would just keep turning around and around and around. You can see through the door that there is a crash bar. So if we were inside and there was an emergency, we would be able to get out. We just can't unlock the door. So that's not a good thing. We would need to have that fixed. And then again, the doors that we would be most likely looking to replace them with, I'm not in charge of that, it's above my pay grade, but from what I've understood, they'd be more glass like the ones we have in the fellowship hall, so you couldn't see through them like this. They would also be weather resistant and built for Florida. Built for Florida outdoor weather situations. So that's kind of what's going on with our doors. Altogether, the price was, I believe, about $20,000 to replace all of these doors. That's partly because of the size of the doors that we already have, and partly because we're going to be upgrading them, not simply replacing doors that are already here. We're going to have matching nice doors all the way around the building, whether or not they are broken, just to have them look better. While we're out here, I know we haven't talked about this at all, but we also have these beautiful lamps, and they don't all match. Here's one pretty lamp. There's another pretty lamp.
Hi everybody, I am here to do a baking demonstration with you all. Now, I don't know if you know this or not, but I, during COVID, came up with a new hobby where I like to bake. And so I'm going to show you a couple of things. We good? Okay. My tech guy, or not my tech guy, I'm sorry. The church's tech guy was looking funny. So I'm sorry, you're not funny looking, never mind. Let's just get on with baking, shall we? So I'm going to show you a few different things, and we're going to make some scones. Or as the British say, scones. Now, the British scones are more dry like a biscuit. Right, Ginger? Right. And an American-style scone, of course, like all American food, is sweeter and not dry like a biscuit. So we're going to talk a little bit about making scones today. First thing I want to let you know is that a scone, the basic scone recipe, is going to have 2 cups of flour. So what I like to do with flour, first of all, if you can find a recipe that uses weight instead of cup size, that's even better because you can get more precise. I'm going to use the spoon and level method where you kind of fluff up the flour in the bowl, spoon it into your measuring cup, because if you scoop with the measuring cup, it's going to pack the flour. And when you pack the flour, it's going to make you're going to get more than the recipe requires. Where'd my knife go? Oh, well. You're going to get more than the recipe requires, and so it's going to make it a little bit drier. So you spoon it in and level it out. So there's 1 cup of flour. Another thing that I hear people say a lot is that baking is a science. Or I hear other people say, oh no, baking is an art. Well, I happen to believe baking is both. Because you see, there are chemical reactions that happen between all of these ingredients when you are baking. So it's very important to have the right proportion of everything. So earlier today, when I was preparing this, I took my cup, my 1 cup scoop, and I scooped it into my flour pot. And I did it 3 times, and as you can see, I've already taken out my 2 cups, and there's a whole bunch left over. So that's why you never scoop in, because you're always going to come out with more flour than you need. Also, make sure you're using the right kind of flour. I'm using all-purpose flour here. There is also cake flour, bread flour. All of those flours have a different protein count, so it's very important that you use the right one. The next thing we're going to add is the rest of our dry ingredients. We've got 1/2 cup of sugar, regular granulated sugar. We're going to put that in there. We have got 2½ teaspoons of baking powder. It's very important that we use baking powder and not baking soda. They are not interchangeable. Baking powder is baking soda with an added acid to it, which has a completely different chemical reaction than baking soda, which doesn't have the added acid. The other thing is baking soda, baking powder, both are leavening agents, so they control the rise and spread of your baked goods. So that's very important not to interchange them. Some recipes call for both, and that's fine, but you never want to substitute. And the last thing we have is our teaspoon of salt. So now we have all of our dry ingredients. We're just going to whisk them together with a whisk. Now this is really whiskey business, so you have to be very careful that you do it right and you do it well. Now we are going, Now we're going to set our whisk aside, and we are going to add in butter. The key with a scone and pastry dough really is that you want your butter to be as cold as possible. So this butter was in the freezer. John just brought it out from the freezer not even 5 minutes ago, so it is frozen butter. That's going to be important in a scone recipe or in like a croissant recipe. This is what's going to keep it moist throughout, and this is what's going in a croissant, for example. This is what provides those flaky layers and the holes that you have when you break open that croissant. Essentially, what happens, and you'll notice this when we talk about the temperature to bake these at, you bake a scone at 400 degrees for about 20 minutes. A normal baking temperature for cakes and things is 350 degrees. The reason we do this is because when the butter is in chunks, in frozen chunks like this, and it's added into a 400-degree oven at such a quick rate, the butter melts very quick and lets the inside become and remain tender the whole time while it's baking. And that's what keeps my scones from being dry like a British scone, is that we keep the butter very cold, and then I also use acidic fruits that have lots of juices. So now that I've used my pastry cutter, I have the butter here in like basically pea-sized crumbs. I'll do a little bit more just in case. But now we have, that's done. Okay, so now we are going to add 1/2 cup of heavy whipping cream. We're just going to put that right in there. You pour it into the center. And I love this measuring cup because it's great for liquids, and you can just push it out and all of the liquid comes out. I use it a lot for like sour cream and things, so that's great. The next thing we're going to add is our egg. Now I have a little trick that I want to show you all for determining whether or not an egg is still good. You take the egg and you take a glass of water. Let me move the pineapple so you can see the water. And you put the egg in the water. If it sinks, it's good. If it floats, get rid of, that's a bad egg. That's what my mother used to say about me when I was growing up. No, she didn't really. My mother loves me most days. So we're going to add the egg. Now, this is a card table, so I'm not sure how this is going to work, but we're going to try to crack it. Oh, it worked. All right, so we add our egg, bloop, just like that. And then we are going to add some vanilla extract. Now this, can you hand me a teaspoon? I think I gave it away. This is my homemade vanilla extract. So you can actually see there are vanilla beans, maybe you can see, Can you see that down? Okay, there are actually vanilla beans in there. I don't know if you can see them on the screen or not. No? Okay, but there's vanilla beans in there. I started curing this extract on September 6th. Really quick, John, what does that smell like? Good. Here's the thing. When you're making your own vanilla extract, how much time do I have, by the way? 9 minutes? Oh, well, I can talk for 9 minutes. When you're making your own vanilla extract, there are 2 ingredients that you need. An alcohol with 40% or more alcohol by volume, and vanilla beans, and that's it. If you go and look at a store-bought, first of all, when you go to the store, there are 2 types of vanilla. There's vanilla extract, and then there's artificial vanilla flavoring. If you look at a bottle of store-bought, like McCormick's brand or something, vanilla extract, you're going to see on the ingredients, it's going to say vanilla bean extractives in water and alcohol. Okay, mine are not vanilla bean extractives, and there is no water. It's just pure vanilla beans, sliced down the middle, broken open, and you drop them into alcohol. The most traditional form of alcohol is vodka. Vodka is odorless and flavorless, so bakers prefer a vodka-based vanilla because it's not going to significantly change the flavor and texture of their baked good. I make other vanilla extracts as well with bourbon or rum that I use in different icings or glazes, so it's not affecting the taste of the baked good, it's just amplifying the glaze on top of the baked good. So we're going to go ahead and add that much. I'm not used to doing this on my knees, so I also really like vanilla. So I'm just going to eyeball it, but it should be 2 teaspoons-ish. So we're just going to look at that. Then the next thing that we are going to do now, before we add the fruit, is fold. And this is important. With any kind of delicate dough, you are going to want to fold it together instead of whisking it together. This allows it to stay just a little drier than if it were completely combined. So we want to fold it in. Again, I'm not used to doing this at this level, but that's okay. I'm too tall for the green screen. What's my backdrop? I don't even know. A kitchen? Is it like a modern kitchen or like a country? Oh, it's the Skycrest. Oh, I'm cooking in the Skycrest kitchen with broken ovens. Yay. Okay, so we're mixing this together now. Can you see that? It smells really good, and we haven't even added anything to it, mostly because it smells like vanilla. So I'm just going to get this almost completely combined. Now, my darling husband, God bless him, was tasked with cutting up the pineapple. And unfortunately, he cut the pineapple in like these giant chunks, right? This is so much bigger than a pineapple for a scone would be. Oh, good pineapple. And he left a lot of the eyes on the pineapple. These are called little eyes right here. He left a lot of the eyes on. So we're probably not going to eat these scones, but we're going to make them anyway. I also forgot my kitchen scale, so I'm just going to eyeball it. You're going to, usually, if you have your scale handy, I like to put 150 grams of fruit in if it is a juicy fruit like a pineapple. Juicy fruit. If it is a drier fruit like an apple, I'll go up to 170, 200 grams maybe, depending on the fruit. That's just because with the juicier fruits like this, if you put too much of that fruit in, too much of the juice is going to get extracted, and then the spread is going to be enormous because you have so much liquid in your scone batter. So I have mixed this as good as I can mix giant chunks of pineapple into a scone. Let's move on now to the next step. Now this is going to be very fun and messy. So let's see here, folks. This is my favorite part, and this is also the time where you get to, I got 5 minutes? Oh, wow. This is also the time where you get to make up for any mistakes if you added too little flour. You always want to let the dough or the batter, whatever you're working with, tell you how much flour it needs. We know that when we put something in the oven to bake, we don't want it to go into the oven hard and firm, because the harder it is when it goes in, the harder it's going to be coming out, and that produces a very dry texture. However, we also don't want it going in too wet, Because if it goes in too wet, then that spread, when it's baking, it's just gonna go all the way to the edge. And that actually took me a long time to master. I do a mango pineapple scone that Ginger likes a lot. And with this scone, because of the juiciness of both fruits, the mango and the pineapple, I was having a lot of trouble at the beginning with it spreading so that it wasn't even in the shape of a scone anymore. Now, thanks to our friend Ray in Hawaii, I learned a neat trick with the scones, and John's not listening, so that's okay. So I'm going to show you how now I do the scone. So I have my all-purpose flour. I'm just going to rub it on this table. Again, we're not going to eat these scones. So I'm rubbing the all-purpose flour down. This is my favorite part of baking because you actually get to get your hands dirty. And those of you that know me will be like, what? You don't like to get your hands dirty? And it's like, yeah, but I can actually eat this. I mean, not like raw flour, but, you know, like this is not the same kind of getting your hands dirty as, you know, going outside and doing manual labor. I cannot do that. I was not blessed with that gift. So what I'm doing now is just getting it a little rolled in that flour on the work stand, and now you see it sticking to my hands. So part of that is good, and part of it is not good. The good part about it is you want it, especially a scone, you want it to stick just a little bit. That's how you know it's not too dry. All right, John, can you bring me that baking sheet and a knife, per chance? So I have now flattened this out into a circle. And what I'm going to do, since I don't have my little, I usually use a pizza cutter. I'm going to cut this like you would cut a pizza. And now that's how you're getting your scony triangle shape. Let me get some flour on my knife. Okay. So we're going to take this, and now my hands are very sticky, but that's okay. I'm going to get some flour on my hands. I'm going to lift up a triangle-shaped scone, plop it down on my baking sheet with wax paper, pop up the next one, and because this is a more wet scone, I'm going to space them at least 2 inches apart, depending on the size of your baking sheet. That's a little mini scone. And then here's a little Mickey scone. So I'm just going to space them like this, and you just keep doing that. These are giant pineapple chunks, Andy. Oy vey. So we're just going to spread these out. I'm doing it a little faster than I would at home. So it's a little messier than it would be at home. Also, when you're at home, I strongly suggest using wood or a butcher block, because if you try to use stainless steel, or if you try to use like a marble countertop, the flour doesn't really stick as well. So I have a wood butcher block at home that I really love baking on because the temperature doesn't change that drastically while I'm using it. So I really like it, and the flour sticks to it. So basically, we've got our scones right here. Now, if you want to get fancy, there are 2 more things that I do to my scones that I'm not going to do today. That is, I take a brush, like a grill brush or something, and I brush just a little bit of heavy whipping cream on the top of them before I put them in the oven, and I sprinkle them with coarse sanding sugar. That's different than granulated sugar. Don't sprinkle granulated sugar on the top. You're not going to notice a difference. But if you sprinkle that coarse sanding sugar, you're going to notice a nice crunch between that and the heavy whipping cream. You put it in the oven at 400 degrees for 20 minutes, and then after that, you will have a very delicious and not dry scone.
Every once in a while, I get a message from God, and it's usually when I need it the most. The other day, when I was feeling sad and discouraged about the recent loss of my husband, he sent me an inspiration and encouragement through a small bird. I went to the grocery store very early in the morning, shortly before 7 a.m., and when I started to enter through the automatic door, I noticed something fluttering on the ground by the glass. At first, I thought it was a large moth, but I realized as I bent over and looked closer that it was a goldfinch, a very small brownish bird with a bright yellow breast. It appeared to be hurt and unable to stand or fly, so I scooped it up carefully in my hands to keep it from being injured further by the door or other people as they entered. But what to do with it? I held it gently and wondered if I could possibly care for it or whether it had some critical injury that would keep it from ever flying again. I stood there holding it for several moments before making the decision to place it in a small niche near the building, away from the door, hoping that it would recover and fly away while I was inside shopping. I came out of the store about 10 minutes later, hoping against hope that I would not find the bird. He would be gone, and I could go home and feel relieved that I had done my good deed for the day. I glanced down as I exited the door, but the small brown bird was still there, quietly waiting, just as if he knew I'd be back. I picked it up again, thinking I would find a tree or a bush in the parking lot and just place him gently there and hope for the best. I held him in my hands and said aloud, "What am I going to do, Lord? I don't know what to do." As I walked, I felt him flutter in my hands, and as I opened them to see him better, he suddenly stretched his wings and flew off into the morning sunlight. It was probably not a miracle that God rescued this small bird, with a little help from me, but I feel as though it was his way of assuring me that his eye is on the sparrow and the goldfinch, and I know he's watching me. And as surely as he is watching me, he is watching you, and you are in his hands, just waiting to fly. Why should I feel discouraged? Why should the shadows come? Why should my heart be lonely and long for heaven and home? When Jesus is my portion and my constant friend is he, his eye is on the sparrow, and I know he watches me. Let not your heart be troubled. His tender word I hear, and resting on his goodness I lose my doubts and fears. Though by the path he leadeth me, but one step I may see. His eye is on the sparrow, and I know he watches me. Whenever I am tempted, whenever clouds arise, when songs give way to singing, when hope within me dies, I draw the closer to him. From cares he sets me free. His eye is on the sparrow, and I know he watches me. I sing because I'm happy. I sing because I'm free. For his eye is on the sparrow, and I know he watches me. The theme of the song is inspired by the words of Jesus in the Gospel of Matthew in the Bible. Matthew 6:26 says, "Look at the birds of the air. They do not sow or reap or store away in barns, and yet your heavenly Father feeds them. Are you not much more valuable than they?" And in Matthew 10:29 through 31, "Are not 2 sparrows sold for a penny? Yet not one of them will fall to the ground outside your Father's care. And even the very hairs of your head are all numbered. So don't be afraid, you are worth more than many sparrows." Throughout life we may feel discouraged and down, but always remember that he is by our side and watches over us through it all. Just like the lyrics of "His eye is on the sparrow," remember that he is with us in all that we do. I'd like to close with a short prayer that's attributed to St. Francis de Sales. Do not look forward to what may happen tomorrow. The same everlasting Father will take care of you tomorrow and every day. Either he will shield you from suffering or he will give you unfailing strength to bear it. Be at peace, put aside all anxious thoughts and imaginations, and say continually, "The Lord is my strength and my shield. My heart has trusted in him, and I am helped. He is not only with me, but in me, and I in him." Thank you.
All right, welcome back, everyone. I have cleaned my hands. I must say, don't tell anybody this, but Lynn is really one of my favorite people here. I love that, she's very quiet and then she says something that just puts you in stitches for the next 20 minutes. She's the funniest person I've ever met. So just a quick update of where we stand right now. We have raised $18,270. Now, we are halfway there in our time. It's almost 6 o'clock, right? It's 6 o'clock right now, so we're halfway there. We are almost halfway to our goal. We just need we're a little bit shy of the halfway mark. So let's get that giving going. We also have 38 shares so far for this hour. We had 38 shares, which brings it up to $190 extra just for, I'm getting seasick over here. Just for sharing the event, we've raised $190. Now that was the challenge for the last hour, so $190. For this next goal for this hour, the 6 o'clock to 7 o'clock hour. This is a big one, folks. This is a big one. If we can get 30 people to give any amount, 30 people to give any amount, we have somebody that will give us $1,500. All we need is 30 people to call in with any gift. If you've already given today and you feel like, oh, I can give another $5, that's easy. Call in and give us $5. All we need is 30 people to call in, and we will get an extra $1,500. You see the number scrolling down on the end of your screen. You know where to go. You can also come by, and if you bring your donation right to us, you'll get a coffee mug like this one. It could also be used for things that aren't coffee because it's a mug. It works for a lot. You could put hot chocolate in this. It works great for hot chocolate. I don't even drink coffee, and I want one of these because it says skycrest.net. It says skycrest.net with our logo. So make sure that we just need 30 people in the next hour, and we get the extra $1,500. Now, we're at 18,270 now. We started with 0, so we are on a great track. But again, we have a lot that we still need to raise. To recap, let me actually give you a new breaking news that just came in. Apparently, a bear has wandered into a house in Alberta and broke Sean Reddy is the guy's name that owns the house. A bear broke into his house in Alberta and broke his son's gaming computer. That bear knows what all parents know. Your kids need to get off the computer so much. It just knew. It said, you know, this kid spends too much time on the gaming computer. So he broke the gaming computer. Nothing else. He just went in, broke the gaming computer, and left. So kids, watch out. Now, here's something else. Folks, look, I took up a hobby during COVID of baking, which is great. This guy, some of y'all out there be taking up some crazy hobbies. A man completes 1,316 juggling catches. So he caught 1,316 juggling catches, which is impressive in and of itself, while balancing on a board. He's on a ball and a flat board, 1,316 while blindfolded. Folks, you got too much time on your hand out there. That's too much. That's too much. That's too much. All right. Let's get our goal, 30 people to give in the next hour, and we will get an extra $1,500. What time is it now? It is 6 o'clock. We've had our 6 o'clock update, and now let's go to something completely different. I know you're tired of hearing me talk all day, so now I will sing. My wonderful stage manager. He's so great. He catches all the things that I don't. All right, let's see how this goes. Hopefully you'll know the song. If you know the song, feel free to sing along. That way I'm not singing by myself. That was a percussion kit. Be thou my vision, O Lord of my heart, not be all else to me, save that thou art, thou my best thought, by new song. Thou in me dwelling, and I with thee one. Riches I heed not, nor man's empty praise. Thou mine inheritance now and always. Thou and thou only, first in my heart. High King of heaven, my treasure thou art. High King of heaven, my victory won. May I reach heaven's joys, oh bright heaven's sun. Heart of my own heart, whatever befall, still be my vision, O ruler of all. Still be my vision, O Lord of my all. That's one of my favorite songs, is Be Thou My Vision. I'm going to just play one thing really quick for you that I am, it's one of my favorite. Plus, I really like that I got a new iPad that has all of my music on it. So I also got a new foot pedal that changes the page for me, so I won't have to keep tapping it. So I'm really excited about that. But I'm going to play a song that you all know, I hope, if you've been to the traditional service. Hopefully, you'll know this and can sing along. Go now in peace, go now in peace. May the love of God surround you everywhere, everywhere you may go. One more time. Go now in peace, go now in peace. On the echo. May the love of God surround you everywhere, everywhere you may go. Do I still have more time? Because we can do it again. Okay. And now we're off to our next segment, which is a Kids Say the Funniest Thing video. Ciao.
Hey Jackson, can I ask you a question? What is your favorite thing about church?
The dinos.
The dinos? That's your favorite thing about church?
Mm-hmm.
What do they do at church? Jonah, what's your favorite thing about church?
Like dinosaurs.
The dinosaurs are your favorite thing about church? It's a common answer, yeah. What do the dinosaurs do at church?
They may like grow or open their mouth.
They open their mouths at church?
Yeah, like this.
Oh, those dinosaurs are your favorite thing about church. Do you like playing with your friends?
A little bit.
A little bit? What do you like about coming to church? What kind of things do you like here?
Because there's so much fun things at Sky Kids.
Oh, yeah? What kind of fun things?
Like this story, it sounds very interesting. I don't even want to wait.
You don't even want to wait until next week to see what happens in the story?
Yeah.
Yeah? Well, you gotta come back.
Puppy, too.
Puppy's gonna come back, too. What's your puppy's name?
My puppy name is Love Puppy.
Love Puppy. Can you read what that says? I can't really read it.
No.
No, I can't read it from here.
I can only sound it out, but I only do that at kindergarten.
At kindergarten? What do you like about kindergarten?
Well, we're learning words, and I'm learning how to read a little.
Yeah? What kind of things do you read about?
This is Wishy-Washy, the Gingerbread Man.
Oh, wow. Those sound like good stories.
We read about Dan the Flying Man.
Wow.
Brown bear, what do you see?
Yeah.
Yeah, we made those into puppets.
Oh, that sounds very cool. What puppet did you make?
I made all of the animals.
Oh, cool. That's awesome. Thanks for sharing that with me.
And we made books, and we have kindergarten homework.
Ooh, do you like that? Is it hard?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes we forget to do it.
That's okay. Sometimes you forget.
Or we just don't do it because we don't have enough time.
That happens sometimes. Yeah. Anything else you want to share?
And this right here is actually a punctuation.
Wow. Can you tell what punctuation mark that is?
That means stop.
Yeah, a period means stop the sentence. Good job. You're learning a lot in kindergarten. Yeah? Awesome. Thanks for sharing.
You're welcome.
Jonah, what's your favorite Bible story?
Jonah.
Jonah is your favorite Bible story? Why?
Because it's like the fish.
Oh, yeah? Is it because you have the same name?
Yeah.
Yeah. What happened in that story?
He didn't follow God's rules.
And then what happened?
He got swallowed by a shark.
No way.
Yeah, it's just a shark. There's 8 kinds of different kinds of Jonahs, but there's 2 Jonahs.
How did the Jonah who got swallowed by a shark survive?
Because he prayed for God.
Wow, that's an incredible story.
He said sorry to God.
He said sorry to God?
Yeah.
What happened after that?
The shark spit out a Jonah.
Spit out a Jonah?
I mean, threw up.
Threw up? Oh, gross. He threw up Jonah?
Yeah.
But not you, though, right? No, not you.
Not the real Jonah.
Not the real Jonah. A different Jonah.
Amelia!
Yeah. Thanks.
I can't eat your phone.
Don't eat my phone. I need that. Oh, no, my phone. Oh, no, my phone.
Do you see the black stuff? God is bigger than a human. He's bigger than Godzilla or the models on TV. Oh, God is bigger than a human, and he's flying out for the wind.
Good job. That's an awesome song.
Yeah.
What else is God bigger than? Is God bigger than...
Rex?
God's bigger than... Wait, say that again. What is God bigger than?
The Tyrannosaurus Rex.
A Tyrannosaurus Rex. God's bigger than that? That's good. Is God bigger than your house? Yeah? Is God...
God is bigger than the bottle.
The water?
Yeah.
Wow, I guess you're right. Yeah. God's the biggest, right?
And God is bigger than this one.
Than the beach ball? Do you think God's inside there? You see him in there?
If you listen really well, you can hear it.
God, are you in there?
I don't think he's in there.
I don't think so either. Maybe. What happened in the story of Moses and all the plagues? Do you remember?
Yep.
What happened?
Moses dropped his sticks in Egypt, and then the other Egypt guys were, I don't know where their names are.
Yeah, they're just the Egyptians.
Yeah, and they dropped their sticks because their snakes were small, and his yellow sticks was big because so those 2 snakes. And then...
Now, hold on. What happened when Moses dropped his staff on the ground?
He told the tensions.
Yeah.
And...
All right, keep going. Sorry, I interrupted you.
And number 2 was like he did to make the water bloody.
That was kind of yucky, right?
Yeah, like God's blood. And then number 3 was all those things God did, and then he did the flies.
Flies, oh my gosh, yeah.
Yeah, that was very gross.
That was gross.
And he just like,
all done? You don't remember what happened after that?
No.
What did Pharaoh say? Was he like, yeah, you guys can go? Or what did he say?
Yeah, no.
No? What did he say?
I'll not let your people go.
I will not let your people go. Good job.
And Friday, Moses waked up and then he changed his minds and all people were dead because they got very, very old.
Oh, yeah.
That's what happens when they die. And it was like wall things, like words on them. And then Moses picked up 2 ones, and this one was bad and good.
Oh, very good. Aurelia, will you tell me about what happened in the story of Moses and the plagues?
The plagues?
Yeah.
Oh, all of those little things that God did?
Right, yeah. So what happened at the very beginning? Do you remember how God spoke to Moses?
He blew on the bush.
Yeah, you're exactly right. What happened next?
He went back to Egypt.
He did. You're exactly right. I knew you were going to remember this part. So, what happened when Moses threw his staff on the ground?
He turned into a snake.
Yeah? Oh, very good, snake. Very nice. Very nice. What happened after that?
Then the other people on the road, their staffs on the ground, and then they became into snakes.
Oh, there she goes again. Very good, snake. Yeah, Pharaoh's magicians did something similar, right?
Yeah.
What other thing did Pharaoh's magicians do? What other thing did Moses do that they also could do?
They made water into blood.
Oh yeah, super gross. They did. Yeah, good job. That was the first plague. What are some of the other plagues that you remember?
The hail.
Hail, yeah.
And the blacks and the bugs.
There was a lot of darkness and there was lots of bugs. Yeah. What else do you remember?
I remember that they killed them to let them go. And then he changed his mind.
Pharaoh did change his mind. Yeah. I wonder what's going to happen next. What do you think is going to happen next?
I think he's gonna come and he's gonna say, hey, bring back those people.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. That sounds like it's gonna be tough. Are you excited to learn the rest of the story next week?
Yes.
Yeah? Hi everyone, thank you so much for watching our telethon. We are so excited to share with you some fun stuff around our church and just also a little bit about some of the ministries that we do here. If you don't know me, my name is Carrie. I'm the director of Children, Youth, and Family Ministry here. And we are in our youth room, so I wanted to give you a quick tour of our youth room. This is kind of a big space where our kids meet on Sunday night. You can see by the ceiling tiles, they've really made this space their own. We play 9 Square here. Right over here is where I do like my sort of talks or sermons for the kids, always relevant stuff based in scripture that we talk about. And over here you'll see we've got like a little eating area. We've got some really old furniture, so if you have any extra furniture in your house that you feel like donating, let me know, because our furniture is pretty old, but it's good. We really get a lot of love out of this room, and so we do a lot here with teens that are between ages 6th grade and 12th grade. Some of them whose families have been coming here forever, and some of them whose families are not involved in church at all. So we really see it as like a outreach and just a great way for teens to come and be who they are and learn about God and connect with one another too. I've got a lot of great volunteer help, so we're able to have small groups and just do a lot of exciting things. We do kind of fun things with them too. We've been bowling, kayaking, we go to summer camp, just a bunch of fun stuff. So we're really thankful for the resources that we're able to have teens come and just kind of make this space their own. So yeah, that's what part of your telethon donations go to. We're gonna walk this way because I'm gonna continue the tour of our youth space. So something that we've added within the past year are small groups. We kind of divide them up by age so that they can have reflection time with a great leader. It's the same leader all the time. So this is our first small group room. You just got a peek in there. They've really decorated it. It looks awesome. So this is a high school girls small group room. Their leader is Caitlin, and they have some awesome discussions in there. Usually after the little like sermon talk portion of the night, they come back and do some reflection in these rooms. And then this one here, you can see inside, this is the middle school small group. This is a mixed group. They got some boys, some girls. They have a lot of fun in there. So that's basically our spaces that we use for youth on Sunday nights. We have dinner, we have games and fun lessons and stuff like that, just to keep it interesting for teens. Now, for kids from ages 4 to 5th grade, this is our Sky Kids room. You can come in here, we've got toys all over the place, and it's just a ton of fun in here. This is where we come and do our Bible lessons on Sunday at 11. During the traditional service, we've got some kids who come and we do some awesome Bible stories, making things exciting. We do crafts, we play games, and just have a lot of fun with the kids. This is an area of my job that I love because I love hanging out with kids. They always say such funny things, so I always love hearing what they have to say and playing with them. We'll continue through this way. We have recently added a second Sky Kids room. So if you come through here, kind of this secret hallway, we've got for our older Sky Kids, after the Bible lesson, they can come in here. And this is what we're calling it, the like reflection room. So there's different stations all over the room where they can do little activities based on the Bible story. So we've got all the kids of all ages together from ages 4 to 5th grade in the Bible story. And then our older kids can come up here and do different activities and different reflections. We'll go back the way we came and go down to the nursery. So as I mentioned, we've got ages 4 through 5th grade here, and in our nursery we do ages 0 through 3. We'll take you down there just so you can look at it. We've got some nursery staff, but mostly volunteers who hang out with the kiddos, and the nursery is available from 9:30 to 12 on Sunday mornings. We've also got some special events that nursery is available too. But we'll just come down here. This is the stairway that the kids use on Sunday mornings. We're really the only ones who use it most of the time. So we'll sneak down here. The nursery is actually inside of our preschool, inside of the preschool that we have on campus, the Skycrest Child Development Center. So we'll head on in and you can see our nursery space. Right in here, just a spot for kids ages 0 to 3 to play, relax, have fun while their parents are enjoying the ministries of our church. I hope you've enjoyed a little tour of what I do here at Skycrest and all of the spaces here. Again, I want to thank you for your generous donations to our telethon. All of your donations tonight are going to improving and maintaining all of these facilities so that we can continue offering incredible ministries to people of all ages. Thanks for watching.
Well, thanks for that, Carrie. It looks like we have received 6 individuals towards our goal of 30. We need 30 people to call in this hour, and then we get an extra $1,500. So please call, because we've only had 6. We need 24 more. So come on, call us, and we will get working towards that 30.
Francis, you know all about gardens and nature. What in the world is going down there in the USA? What happened to the dandelions, violets, thistle, and stuff I started eons ago? I had a perfect no-maintenance garden plant. Those plants grow in any type of soil, withstand drought, and multiply with abandon. The nectar from the long-lasting blossoms attract butterflies, honeybees, and flocks of songbirds. I expected to see a vast garden of colors by now, but all I see are these green rectangles.
God? It's the tribes that settled there, Lord, the suburbanites. They started calling your flowers weeds and went to great lengths to kill them and replace them with grass.
Grass? But that's so boring. It's not colorful. It doesn't attract butterflies, birds, and bees, only grubs and sodworms. It's temperamental with temperatures. Do these suburbanites really want all of that grass growing there?
Apparently so, Lord. They go to great pains to grow it and keep it green. They begin each spring by fertilizing grass and poisoning any other plant that crops up around it.
The spring rains and warm weather probably make grass grow really fast. They must make the suburbanites happy.
Oh, no, apparently not. As soon as it grows a little, they cut it, sometimes twice a week.
They cut it? Do they then bale it like hay?
Not exactly, Lord. Most of them rake it up and put it into bags.
They bag it? Why? Is it a cash crop? Do they sell it?
No, just the opposite. They throw it away and even pay people to come and collect it.
Wait. Now, let me get this straight. They fertilize grass so it will grow, and when it does grow, they cut it off and pay to throw it away.
Yes, sir.
These suburbanites must be relieved in the summer when we cut back on the rain and turn up the heat. That surely slows the growth and saves them a lot of work.
You're not going to believe this, Lord. When the grass stops growing so fast, they drag out hoses and pay more money to water it so that they can continue to grow it and mow it and pay to get rid of it.
What nonsense. At least they've kept some of the trees. That was a sheer stroke of genius, if I do say so myself. The trees grow leaves in the spring to provide beauty and shade in the summer. In the autumn, they fall to the ground and form a natural blanket to keep moisture in the soil and protect the trees and bushes. Plus, as they rot, the leaves form composite to enhance the soil. It's a natural circle of life.
You'd better sit down, Lord. The suburbanites have drawn a new circle. As soon as the leaves fall, they rake them into great piles and pay to have them hauled away.
No. What do they do to protect the shrub and tree roots in the winter and keep the soil moist and loose?
After throwing away the leaves, they go out and buy something which they call mulch. They haul it home and spread it around in place of the leaves.
And where do they get this mulch?
They cut down trees and grind them up to get the mulch.
Enough. I don't want to think about this anymore. St. Catherine, you're in charge of the arts. What movie have you scheduled for us tonight?
Lord, she scheduled Dumb and Dumber. It's a real stupid movie about, these people who...
Never mind. I think I just heard the whole story from St. Francis.
That's true. Folks, God does everything for a reason, including weeds. And we need to just remember that. So the next time that you are out in your garden, remember that God is the one making it grow, and God gave it to us, and don't do silly things. Our next segment is actually with a good friend of ours. We call him colloquially Sambledore. It's like Dumbledore, but for technology, because he basically makes anything work. So, Sam?
I think you're ready for me.
Yeah. You taking my place?
I'm taking your place.
All right. I get a break.
Well, for a few minutes. Hello, Skycrest. I think most of you know me, but for those who don't, my name is Sam Johnson. I'm the Director of Worship Technology here at Skycrest. I'm tasked to share with you a few technology upgrades that maybe have been performed in the past week, really, but also some actions that will be taken in the next month or two. For those that attended our traditional service, you may have noticed that it has gotten progressively darker and darker and pitch black in the course of several months. And so last week, Joe and I had Joe's help. We were here till 1 a.m. in the morning, replacing over 120 light bulbs in the sanctuary. There's actually 196 light bulbs that need to be replaced, so we're not completely finished, but we made good progress and got over 120 of the light bulbs replaced. That project cost about $1,500 because the light bulbs are inexpensive, but the lift that we had to rent was pretty expensive. We noticed when we replaced those light bulbs that this might be the last time that we will be able to replace the light bulbs. A lot of the sockets are starting to fall apart. The light fixtures are original to the 1965 building. So in the next 10 years or so, we may have to look at replacing that entire light system in the sanctuary. We did get a quote for that a few weeks ago, and that would cost about $40,000. So that's not something for the immediate future, but something to think about in the next 10, maybe even 15 years from now. On the modern side of things, in the fellowship hall, you may notice if you watch the live stream that the lights don't really reach to the back of the stage. And that's because they're very wide-angle floodlights, really. And so upgrading those lights looks to be, we would do that ourselves, but it looks to be about $8,000 as well. So those are two lighting upgrades that would enhance our service. Some people may know, some people may not, but in May of this year, we actually installed an advanced video switcher in a modern space. And this switcher allows us to do some really cool things, like this telethon. Like it allows us to put the slug at the bottom of the screen here that is going across your screen. But we're not using all the features of this switcher currently. So we're looking to maybe add some cameras, add some interesting shots to make the service feel more inclusive to our online audience. And doing other things like adding curtains on the side of the stage to really draw the congregants' attention into the stage. So that's going to cost another, if we do that, that would cost another $10,000 or so. So we have a lot of technology upgrades that we're looking at. Nothing's for sure decided or anything like that yet. But with your generosity, we have a lot of upgrades that we have hopes for the future. Joe, I think that's it for me. I'm going to toss it back to you.
All right. Well, I'm just going to wander around here a little bit. I was checking out there with our producers out at the main desk over there. They were getting some numbers for us. And it's a really exciting day. And Sam, I'm so glad you talked about some of the future things that we have coming up, because none of those future improvements or elevations would be possible if we didn't have the skeleton of what we need in order to worship. So we can't, I put this in the Skyward this month, you can't redo your kitchen cabinets if you have a leaky roof. First, you have to repair the roof, and then you do the cabinets. So keep that in mind. That's what we're trying to do today. In order to get to those exciting things that Sam was just talking about, we have to make sure that our roofs are fine, that our heating and air is fine, that the plumbing is fine. And most importantly, and the reason for this capital improvements drive, is that we have enough in our reserve system to pay for any major emergency that comes up, right? Thankfully, we've been able to absorb the cost of all of the repairs that we've just had. Unfortunately, all of those repairs came at the exact same time or within 6 months. That depleted our emergency reserve. So this telethon, we are hoping to replenish that. Now we need $100,000 basically is what we've had to spend over the past few months on renovations and improvements. We were hoping at least today to get back half of that, which is $50,000. We are currently at $18,581, and we have a challenge. If we can get 30 people to call in before 7 o'clock, we will have an extra $1,500 given to us by an anonymous donor. Now, when you call in, it is very important to remember that when you call in, your name is going to be kept anonymous. So we are not going to be publicizing, your name or anything like that. It's going to stay anonymous. If you would like a receipt, or if you're a regular SkyCrest giver, it'll be on your giving statement, or we can give you a receipt, but we won't be announcing it on air. So feel free to call in. The other thing to remember is that there is no such thing as a small gift in God's hands. Absolutely no such thing. If one boy can give God, 2 loaves and a fish, 1 loaf and 2 fish, whatever. If he could give him just a little bit of bread and a little bit of seafood, and God can feed a whole bunch of people better than Red Lobster could, imagine what he can do with $5. Imagine what he could do with $10. Okay? That's what we're looking for here, folks, is those gifts add up. And when we put them to work for a higher purpose, it makes it all worth it. So let's look here and see what's going on. Just so you know, some of you that are ancient, I mean, you'd have to be really old to remember this, but you might remember that in 1940, Ernest Hemingway's novel, For Whom the Bell Tolls, was published on this day in 1940. So anybody from back then still around? There you have it. The other thing that is really great about this day in history, in 1959, the Guggenheim Museum in New York City was opened, and that was designed by Frank Lloyd Wright. opened in Manhattan on this day in 1959. And the last thing we're going to do is, the last thing I'm going to tell you is that in 1961, on this date, Bob Dylan recorded his first entire album in a single day at a cost of $400. Now that, my friends, is impressive. So again, you can call, you can come on up. If you come in person, we'll give you a coffee mug. At, what was that? Oh, okay. All right, ladies and folks, we're getting some breaking news. I'm going to have to cut right to our reporter on scene. We've got Lynn Reed standing by on scene. Lynn, something strange is happening. Lynn, why don't you just move just a tad bit to your right? Because to your left, your other right. I'm sorry, to your left. Why don't you just, John? Can you help her move over? Yeah. Let's move over just a little bit. Now, this is crazy, Lynn. Oh my goodness, what a great idea we've had. Tell us a little bit about the crowd there and how. Tell us a little bit about what you're feeling.
Well, my reporter called and told me to come over as quick as I could, so I hopped on my bicycle and came pedaling over as fast as I could go. And I got here, and all these people are just waiting for something. I'm not sure what.
Yeah, well, I mean, it seems like a great idea. So hopefully it works. Do you think it will work today?
Well, if everybody puts their effort together, maybe so.
Now,
and then if we finish real quick, we could go to the beach.
You could go to the beach. Yes, that's right. So, but tell us now. Unfortunately, we've had to send you to New Jersey for this story. Which, yeah, they do have beaches in New Jersey, but let's be honest, they're not really beaches. So while you're there, what are you going to do?
Golly, New Jersey.
Yeah,
well,
I'm sorry.
That no wonder I'm so tired, riding my bicycle all that way, and it was uphill from Florida.
Right, because you were driving north.
That's very true. Good thing, though, I wore my bathing suit underneath my clothes, so I'm ready.
Okay, well, that's good. That's good. Now, tell us a little bit about the building you're in. It must be pretty dark up there right now. Are there any plans to improve that?
Well, maybe somebody could get some lights on. Do you think that would help?
I think it would help, but I'm just concerned how quickly that could happen. What do you think?
The sooner the better.
Well,
do we have a ladder?
I'm not there. I don't know what you have. Do you have a ladder?
I haven't seen one. Maybe we could stand on somebody's shoulders.
Now that sounds like a good idea, if I do say so myself. So now I hear that this is all the brainchild of one man who just had this dream and thought that he was going to just change the world. Do you think he's going to change the world with this?
Well, it's possible, I guess. Is he going to blast off somewhere?
If he does it wrong, he might. I certainly hope not, because that would be very sad. I hope he doesn't blast off anywhere. But I do think that that maybe I was hoping you could shed some light on this. So what's he like?
What's he like?
Yeah, the guy that's been spearheading this whole campaign and this whole project. What's he like? What's his demeanor like?
Well, he thinks he knows it all.
Well, okay. That's true. Now, I hear that he also has a home here in Florida, and he kind of splits his time between New Jersey and Florida. Does he like Florida?
Well, I guess he doesn't like it enough if he's still in New Jersey.
Wow, that was a dig. Boy, you got him. So now tell me, Lynn, I know that the hour, it's 6:41 p.m. here, and it's already getting a little dark, and I am concerned about your ability to see up there. Now, given everything that's happened today, and with the revelation that just occurred, well, first of all, did you actually get to see it work?
I sure didn't. I missed it.
Now look here, we sent you all the way up to New Jersey to capture this historic moment, and you missed it?
Does this mean I don't get paid?
I mean, probably not. I mean, we didn't get footage of one of the groundbreaking discoveries of the 20th century that will bring light to the darkness.
Golly, I think we need light for my darkness.
Well, how can we get it?
I have no idea what's going on.
How can we get light? If is my question. How fast can we ramp up production?
Golly, ramp up production, eh?
In order to illuminate the world.
Benjamin Franklin, is that who I'm interviewing here?
Close. He laid the foundation with his whole lightning shtick. But you're going to have to jump forward to the 19th century, I believe. Our time machine isn't quite that strong. But I'm sure that if you think about it really hard, you'll get a light bulb on top of your head that'll really spark some knowledge for you.
I'm thinking, and it hurts.
Believe me, I feel that every day. If it helps you remember, I'm not sure, I don't think you'll remember this firsthand, but if it helps, it was actually on this date in 1879 that this major event happened that just was electrifying.
My light bulb is burned out, I guess.
Well, okay, so who would we call if your light bulb is burned out? Why don't we call the inventor of the light bulb? Which is Mr. Edison.
Oh,
sitting right next to you. Do me a favor.
Edison.
Yeah, do me a favor, Lynn. Just hold out your right hand. So put the mic in your other hand. Hold it out a little bit higher. There you go. And just pinch your fingers together. Boom. There we go. Light turned out. All right. Well, thank you, Lynn, for being up in New Jersey. I've got a story back here at the studio that I'm going to go to really quick. Maybe we'll have another breaking news segment here in just a minute. Who knows? Really quick, I just want to mention that we are currently hanging steady at $19,081, folks. $19,000. Come on, help us get there. We still have that challenge going on. We need 30 callers in the next few minutes here. Well, we need a total of 30. I'm not exactly sure how many. We're up to 11 right now. So we've got 50. No, I'm sorry. We're at 11. We need 30. If we can reach 30 callers of any amount, any dollar amount, call in and pledge $1. If we can reach 30, we're at 12 now. 12. Thank you, 12. Can I get 13? No. So all we need is 30 callers.
Do you have a gratitude journal?
Wait a minute.
They're popular. You might have.
Oh, it's back on me. So if you now I lost my train of thought. I'll have to switch to a truck of thought. We needed 30 callers in the hour. We're at 12, which means we only what? We're at 13. We're getting there, folks. We're almost so we got 20 minutes to get the rest of the callers, which I think is 17. We need 17 callers in 20 minutes, and we get an extra $1,500. You can get us there, folks. Now I know why those people on NPR, when they do this, are like going crazy, because it's tense up here. It is tense. Okay, we are, let's see here. This just in. We're going live to a reporter on the scene of a crazy event. Who do we have on the scene right now? It's Liam, and apparently he's sitting, okay, there's Liam. Liam, what's the weather like?
It's really dark and stormy. I mean, I can't even see the sun out here.
Really?
Really?
Okay. Why can't you see the sun?
Because there's a bunch of clouds and yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So is it hot? Is it cold? Like what's?
Oh, it's snowing. It's really cold. I forgot to bring my jacket.
Well, but you're from Florida, so how did you prepare for this?
I didn't.
Well, okay. Now let me ask, because you're pretty far away from home. How long did it take you to get there?
millions of days. I mean, I don't know. I took a boat. I boated there, and it took a couple years at least. Yeah.
You boated there, and it took a couple years.
Yeah.
Okay. What kind of boat?
A lifeboat, a preserver thing.
Okay. So you took this boat, and you didn't prepare at all.
No.
Okay, but there were other people with you. Surely they gave you some words of encouragement.
Yeah, they got eaten by sharks.
Now, wait a minute. The people that you're with got eaten by sharks in a boat on your way to your destination, which is apparently cloudy and rainy.
Snowy, but yeah.
Snowy
Yeah.
and cloudy.
About half of them got eaten by sharks.
Boy, you're making this hard for me. So, okay. Now, a journey of this magnitude, a journey of this epic proportion, surely you had some safety equipment with you. I mean, you wouldn't just, without safety equipment.
Yeah, I mean, I had to make sure to bring my my jeans.
Okay.
My jeans.
What about a helmet? Did you bring a helmet?
No, I don't think so.
So wait, okay. The problem, improv, folks. This is great. So I guess my next question for you then is, when did you decide that you were going to be part of this mission?
Oh, I mean, I knew since the day I was born. I knew.
So you had always wanted to be this as when you grew up?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's good. I mean, I think that's the dream of lots of children. Not that I'm assuming your age based on your height or anything. I'm just saying that I'm sure a lot of children would love to be on this mission that you're on.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when well, let me ask this. Who was the first person to leave your vessel?
I don't know. I think his name was Bob. I don't know. I didn't talk to him much. He was kind of a quiet guy.
Okay. And so did you have any trouble? I know you said you were on a lifeboat, but surely that lifeboat had lots of buttons and flashing lights and everything. Did they train you on any of those?
Yeah. I had to go through, a couple weeks of training, so I knew what all the buttons did.
Right.
Yeah.
Naturally. You wouldn't just, fly out without knowing where you're going or how to work the thing.
No, yeah, no one would do that.
Or boat out, I guess.
Yeah.
And now, it must have been very hard to get there by boat. Like, I don't think that's ever been done before, and it probably won't ever be done again because we were all under the impression that that was an impossible thing to do. So how on earth did you manage to do that?
I mean, it was a real uphill climb.
Yeah, I imagine very uphill, like straight uphill.
Yeah, we were boating, and then we realized we were going the wrong direction, so we stopped by the Netherlands to get some.
You stopped by the what?
The Netherlands.
To
get some, some extra fuel.
You don't. Okay. You had to get extra fuel. Okay. Yeah. That sounds plausible. Now wait. Now, okay. Hold on. Where are you from?
I'm from Florida.
What part of Florida?
The bottom part.
Okay, well that explains a lot. See, I'm from the top part of Florida, or the middle part actually. So that's probably why your word for boat isn't my word for boat. Mm-hmm. I think we have a little language barrier here. Because there's no way you took a boat on this journey, on this mission, unless it was like in a dream. Maybe you had to sleep for a couple of years on this mission in order to get to your destination?
Yeah. I mean, I was sleeping for almost the whole time. I had to stay up for the first couple of days, and then I might have dozed off like a day or two.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, when you finally actually left, did you feel like that? They always say that you fly back to the back of your seat and your cheeks go back and your hair goes back. Did you feel that?
Definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, it woke me up from my sleep. I was like...
You were already asleep before you even left?
Yeah.
Wow. You weren't excited?
No, not really. I mean, I wasn't really sure where they were sending me. The training didn't really make much sense.
You still aren't very sure where they're sending you. Okay, well, so now that you're there, right, I'm sure you're surrounded by some of the top scientists in the world, really, although I do think this particular mission was all Americans, which could explain the image we're seeing behind you right now. Let me ask you this. You obviously, unfortunately, weren't the first person, but were you the second or were you the third person to go out there?
Well, I mean, people might say I wasn't the first, but I was definitely the first person to go.
Yeah?
Yeah, for sure.
So should we say it's one small step for boy instead of one small step for man?
I think so.
Yeah?
Sounds right.
Okay, and where did the flag come from?
So we kind of just like, while we were at the Netherlands getting fuel for the ship, we decided to stop by and get the flag, you know, as you do.
So you took a flag, from the Netherlands with a bunch of American scientists on a mission. What does the Netherlands flag look like?
It probably has like stars, and it might be blue.
Okay, this is another one of those language barrier things, I think. Because you're right,
probably.
the flag we are seeing does have stars, but Netherlands flag does not have stars. So I wonder what flag that is. You don't recognize that flag? I mean, I know you're from the bottom part of Florida, which isn't exactly a hotbed of I mean, I know you're from Florida, but still, this flag represents Florida and Massachusetts and Michigan and...
Yeah, I mean, I guess those scientists may have accidentally brought us to, like, in a circle back to Florida, and then we got the American flag.
Yeah, that's right. That's right, because you did take off and land in Florida.
Yeah, I mean,
after
I
this
guess.
mission. You know, Cape Kennedy is just right over there.
Right over there.
Yeah. And so let me ask you this. Have you actually met Neil Armstrong?
Oh, yeah, we're best buds.
Yeah?
I mean, since preschool.
Okay, and so you were there when he stepped out?
Yeah, I mean, I was there. He jumped to me.
He jumped to you?
Yeah. Like I said, I was there first.
And what did it feel like?
I mean, they edited me out of the video, so it's kind of sad because he took all the credit, but...
Yeah, and where were you? You have to tell us where you were.
I was probably up on the moon.
Yes! You got to the moon via the Netherlands and South Florida. I don't know. On a boat.
It's crazy.
It's crazy, yes. Well, thank you so much for your reporting, and I hope you have a safe trip back to wherever you're going, because I don't know. Why don't we go to your mom now and see what she's got for us?
Hey everybody, I am here in the music room at Skycrest. I'm going to play a couple pieces for you on the flutes. First one is a sonata by Telemann, and the second one is an arrangement that you may be familiar with of Ave Maria, so hope you enjoy.
What a marvelous performance by our very own Emily, Pastor Emily. Well, look, we are so close to that goal. Our goal for the hour of 6 to 7 o'clock was 30 callers. We are at 26 callers. We have 4 callers left, guys, and we have 1 minute. Please call in with any contribution at all, no matter how big or how small. Call in right now, and we can get those last 4 callers. If we can get those last 4 callers, we will get an additional $1,500. $1,500. All we need are 4 more callers. Come on. You've been sitting there watching all of your SkyCrest friends. A little dollar here and a little dollar there. So that all helps. That all helps. We are getting very close now. I hear the phones ringing in the other room right now. We have some lovely people that are sitting there waiting to answer the phone. We are counting down. Okay, we need 2 more callers now. 2 more callers. That's all we need. We are at $20,694. It is 7 o'clock on the dot right now. As soon as this switches over to 7:01, the challenge is off. We need 2 more callers, and we get one more caller. We need 1 more caller, and we get the extra money. We need 1 more caller in the next 30 seconds. Call in. $5, $50, $500. It is all worth it to get that extra $1,500 that we have a pledge for. Come on. We're almost there. John, how are we doing? We still need just the 1 more? Okay, here we go. Let's see. I'm counting down, y'all. We got to watch this. This is the most stressful thing I've ever done, and I'm loving it. So I've never done a telethon. We got it. We got it. We got our last caller. We got it. 30 callers. Thank you all so much. We have now been given an extra $1,500. I'm going to give them just a second to update the online tracker, and I can give you our new total. But I am very excited. I'm going to, while we're waiting on that total to populate here, I want to just go through a couple of things. First of all, you are welcome to come by and give your gift in person and pick up a coffee mug as well. I also want to, let's see here. Hold on, I'm getting some conflicting information here. So let me just clarify that. Okay, so we are in a very good place right now. We're at 20,964. We're still waiting on that update from the last hour's challenge. Here's our challenge. I'm just getting information in. We're $22,197. We are almost halfway there. We only have 2 hours left. We're almost halfway to our goal. The challenge for the next hour, the 7 to 8 o'clock hour, is for the next person who donates $100. The next person who donates $100, it will be matched dollar for dollar. So if you donate $100, we get $200. So call in right now to make your donation of $100, and we will have it matched by another $100. We are so excited about that. I would like to just remind everyone that you can call 727-446-2218. We've got some wonderful people standing by to answer your phone call. You can also bring your gift up here in person and get a coffee mug as a thank you. Or you can go online to skycrest.net/telethon and give securely over the internet with your card. Any of those ways are a great way to help us continue the mission of our church and so many of the wonderful programs that we have to offer. Some cool things coming up this hour. We have just a gut-wrenching, beautiful performance coming up in just a few minutes, a live music performance that will just bring you to tears and inspire you to be the best you can be. And I really feel like they're going to bring down the hammer on this one. After that, we have another art auction. So make sure you have your phones ready or your keyboards ready to watch that art auction and bid on some gorgeous artwork. We also have coming up, we have some performing arts stuff that you'll get to learn about, and we have a friend of ours, Michael, who's going to be on location doing a news segment for us. Now, a really quick word about these news segments, right? None of it is scripted. You know, I picked out the images that you're seeing. I picked out the events. But after trying to write questions in advance a few times, I threw that out the window because I never know what they're going to say. So when we see the image, Sam, for the rest of the night, Sam's in charge of picking what event each person does. So for the rest of the night, I'm not going to know what image is going to pop up on the screen. The reporter doesn't know. So we are literally making it all up as we go. It's a lot of fun. So I hope you're enjoying it as much as we are. Folks, this is important. This is vitally important. On this date in 1854, y'all might know this, Florence Nightingale, with a staff of 38 nurses, was sent to the Crimean War. This date in 1854. 1854. Ginger, what was it like back then? Uh-oh, she's going to smack me. Okay, well, I think, ladies and gentlemen, I think we can welcome to the stage our guest musician for the evening. I don't quite know how to make this introduction, so I'm not going to. I am going to let this person speak for themselves. So I'm going to prepare my portion while we learn who is joining us today. Come on down.
I am self-described the strongest avenger. I am also known to be quite mighty. But it's just me, Thor. How we doing? I'm here tonight for a very important reason. To see if I can break a table with a hammer. Why are you laughing, sir?
Please don't break a table. I have to sit here for another 2 hours.
Oh. Because only the worthy can hold the hammer. No, I'm here for a very specific reason. And although I call myself the strongest avenger, and I am mighty, and I can do many great things, I can't do anything without the help of my teammates. That would be Iron Man, Captain America, the Hulk. And together, we can accomplish many wonderful things together, like what you're doing today. You can, we can raise enough money to fix everything here, but we all have to work together. Now, I am a simple man. I'm from New Asgard. It's in Norway, and I've learned many wonderful local fishing songs out there. I would love to sing you one of those little quaint Norwegian fishing songs right now. Snow glows white on the mountain tonight, not a footprint to be seen. A kingdom of isolation, and it looks like I'm the king. The wind is howling like this swirling storm inside. Couldn't keep it in, heaven knows I've tried. Don't let them in, don't let them see. Be the good guy you always have to be. Conceal, don't feel, don't let them know. Well, now they know. Let it go, let it go. Can't hold it back anymore. Let it go, let it go. Turn away and slam the door. I don't care what they're going to say. Let the storm rage on. Cold never bothered me anyway. It's funny how some distance makes everything seem small. And the fears that once controlled me can't get to me at all. It's time to see what I can do to test the limits and break through. No right, no wrong, no rules for me. I'm free. Let it go, let it go. I am one with the wind and sky. Let it go, let it go. You'll never see me cry. storm rage on.
I cannot play all that.
So why don't we just skip to the next part?
Yep.
I can't. This is called What's Happened Doing It Live. Hold on.
I am not that kind of a piano player.
And I'm not that good of an improver. Okay, hold on.
Sorry, my fault, folks. Go.
Hold.
Go.
My power flurries through the air into the ground. My soul is spiraling in frozen fractals all around. And one thought crystallizes like an icy blast. I'm never going back. The past is in the past. Let it go, let it go. And I'll rise like the break of dawn. Let it go, let it go. That perfect dude is gone. Here I'll stand, the light of day. Let the storm rage on. Cold never bothered me anyway. Oh, no applause needed. Already know I'm good. But,
No, we got that covered.
But I did take a collection from the Avengers. We have a little donation we're going to be giving here today.
Wonderful. Tell them all we appreciate it.
I will. Iron Man's a cheapskate.
Oh,
So
Iron Man.
I know. Iron Man.
All right, we're getting the cue. Thank you, Thor/Joe.
You're very welcome, sir.
You are so wonderful, and we are so glad to have you and your family here at Skycrest. Your kids were the cutest thing in those Kids Moment videos, so if you didn't get a chance to watch it, make sure you do. It is now time for your favorite part of the hour, and my favorite, the art auction. Liam, what do we got? You don't have a microphone. I will. Okay. Hey, there's John. Y'all saw him. It's like our Vanna White. Yeah. All right. So, Liam, talk to me a little bit about this piece of art.
Okay, so it's a little like farm, and there's a lake, and the farmer is fishing, and then there's a church.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good piece. I'm noticing a lot of themes that keep recurring in this art.
Yeah, like churches and water.
Churches and water, yes. So, folks, let's see. I think that the frame's a little dusty, but we will dust that before it comes to you. Obviously, you can tell how much we love it. It's covered in 4 inches of dust. It's signed by Bridges. I don't know if that's the title of the work because there's a covered bridge. I'm not really sure where it came from, but it looks like it's from 1985. So if you would like some beautiful art from the 80s, that's before I was born, by the way, y'all. I don't know that you know that or not, but that painting is older than me. Finally, something around here. No. Finally, I don't know. Never mind. I'm surrounded by old people all the time. I love them all. I love them all. They know I love them. So, Liam, where would you hang this if you had it?
I would hang it in my brother's room.
You think he'd like it?
Oh, no.
Oh, which brother?
Evan.
You don't think Evan would like that?
No, and he'd be very mad at me.
Oh, that's probably because he's got good taste in art. No, this is a beautiful art piece, you know, and I'm sure that it needs a good home. It really does need a good home. This is one of the nicer ones that I think we have. It's very, it reminds me of like Vermont, you know, like the covered bridge, that kind of thing, or Bridges of Madison County, which is not in Vermont, and that's a novel and a musical and a movie. Did you know that?
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, good. It's like, it's for, never mind. So how much would you buy that for?
Yeah, probably the same as the other one, $15.
$15. So here's what we do, folks. In the comments on Facebook, YouTube, or our website, you put in your bid. You could bid $5. You could bid $500. This piece is definitely worth $500. I'll tell you that right now. It's got sentimental value to me. It's been sitting in my office for like 5 years. So all you have to do is type in the comments what your bid is, and here's what happens. You either get to take the piece of art home with you, or you get to tell us where to hang it for an entire year. The only two places that are off limit are the modern worship space and the traditional worship space. But other than that, anywhere around the church, we will hang this picture for an entire year if you bid on it. So if you're the highest bidder, or you can have it and take it to your own home and enjoy it. Now, I can actually see this being hung like on a mantle, like by, above a fireplace. It would look good, I think.
Yeah.
In a fireplace, it would look, no, the frame might, not the picture itself. And I think this actually came from a Holiday Inn located in Marceline, Missouri. Actually, I think that's where it came from. I don't know why I think that, but that has that kind of Route 66 feel to it. So if you are interested in a covered bridge church, feel free to bid on it. John, what's our next piece of art that we have? It's a very small piece of art. Oh, a special piece of art. This piece of art is near and dear to my heart.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is the signed playbill from Godspell, which we performed at the church.
That's right.
Yeah.
We did the musical Godspell. What year is that? 2018? 19? No. Yes. 19. 2019, there's this holiday that Methodists celebrate that I didn't realize we celebrated called Maundy Thursday. I was raised Baptist. We only celebrate Easter and Christmas. But there is a Maundy Thursday, which is the night that is recognized as the night that the Last Supper occurred and that Jesus was given over to be executed the following day. So Maundy Thursday is a very serious and somber holiday during the Holy Week and Lenten season. We did the production of Godspell. Do you remember why we chose Godspell?
No.
Oh, how old were you in 2019?
I was like 10.
You were old enough to remember. You must not have paid attention.
No.
$20 from Paul. Awesome. We got a $20 starting bid. He doesn't even know the story behind it. Great. Thanks, Paul. We love you. Oh, my gosh. Yeah. So $20 bid on this. We're waiting for more.
Oh, wait. I know. Is it because he dies at the end?
He does die at the end.
Yeah.
That's right. Spoiler alert.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. He does die at the end. But the reason we chose Godspell specifically, what happens at the end of Broadway musicals? After the story is done, what do the actors do?
They bow.
They bow. And you know this because you were the cow in Into the Woods,
yeah.
Great Milky White, and you were the little boy in Ragtime. Mm-hmm. And so you got to take two bows. The interesting thing about Godspell is it is written so that Jesus doesn't actually take a bow at the end. All the other actors get to take a bow, but Jesus doesn't. Why doesn't Jesus get to take a bow?
Because he's Jesus.
Well, that's true.
Yeah.
He's Jesus.
He doesn't bow to us.
That's a very good way to look at it. The theological reason to look at it is that because it happens on Maundy Thursday into Good Friday and he has died, and the show doesn't go through Easter, the storyline doesn't take us to Easter, he doesn't bow because he hasn't risen from the dead yet.
Okay.
So that's the significance there. So we did Godspell. It was a lot of fun. It was the first musical that we ever did that started us on this path to now doing multiple musicals. So we've done Godspell, we've done Ragtime, which you know, and then do you know what our next show is?
No.
You don't know our next show? I'm going to talk to your mama. We're doing Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Cool.
In the spring.
Is that the movie?
It's similar to the movie. Okay. Not exactly. It's a little darker and a little scarier, and but yeah, it's kind of like the movie. All right. Do we have anybody else bidding on either one of these pieces of art? Otherwise, I'm stuck with another painting. So we've got our Godspell playbill, which we have a $20 bid on right now. Paul is our top bidder at $20. Olivia? Who's Olivia? Oh, 15. Well, she's outbid by Paul because Paul's at 20. So we have a little bit of a bidding war, but they're bidding in the wrong direction. So we're going to try to correct that and see if Olivia wants to bid 25 on the playbill. Where did that other piece of art go? Did John take it away?
It's over there on the ground.
Can you go? I'll hold this. Can you go grab it?
Yeah.
Also, my signature is on this, folks. My signature. You think my signature is only worth $20, Paul? 22? Oh, yours too. I thought you were saying they went up to 22. All right, so Paul is the lead bidder on this one, and then we still have our idyllic covered bridge leading to church. We're going to go ahead and cut the bidding off now. So it is 7:18 p.m. We're going to cut the bidding off. and see if any of those last minute, because of the lag, if any of those last minute bids come in for either the Godspell playbill signed by the entire cast and crew of Godspell or the idyllic countryside scene here. If either of these sell, we are waiting on final word. Caitlin, 25 Godspell. Do we hear 30? 30 from Paul. 35 from Caitlin. Going once, going twice. Sold to Caitlin Reynolds.
Yay.
And that's it. So no on this one? No on this one? All right,
on,
that's
guys.
it. I will do this one too, and we will, now you know where I'm putting that one? I'm putting that in your parents' bedroom. I'm not going to do that. No, she's about to be my super boss. I'll get super fired.
I dare you to put it in Evan's room.
Yeah, we can do that. That's fine. That way you each get one.
Yeah.
What? Oh! Olivia, 15 on the bridge art. Paul, 20 on Godspell. And we are good to go. Thank you all so much. So now Olivia gets to pick it out. Sorry, Evan.
Man.
Yep.
It's not
All right,
fair.
we'll take these lovely things away. Hey.
I don't have enough hands.
Come on. You're a pretty handy guy. All right, folks. We are missing our next star. I'm your next star? I'm not your next star. Oh, I am your next star. Sorry. I'm your next star. Sam, what do you have for us on this footage about our performing arts program? A wonderful slideshow. Well, I can watch it over here and narrate it. I'm going to narrate it. I like narrating things. Well, play it again, Sam. So, at Skycrest, we have a growing and very inspiring performing arts program here. And as the director of performing arts, it's my great honor to work with amazing community musicians and church musicians from around our area. The pictures you are seeing right now detail our Christmas cantata, our community chorus and orchestra, and our concert series. This is our choir right here at our annual Back to Choir luncheon. We do take 1 month off in the summertime because of the heat. Now you're seeing a picture of our production of Ragtime from earlier this year. The musical Ragtime dealt with race and gender relations. This is a picture of one of the bands that I directed with a musical. This is kind of where our show is headed. This is from a wonderful trip we took out to Disney to sing in the Candlelight Processional pre-COVID as a church choir with guests from our community. And of course, we also have our Handbell Choir, which meets on Sunday afternoons at 4 o'clock. You're still welcome to join us. This is one of my favorite pictures of all times, mostly because it still has Ann Goebel, Jerry Miller, Gail Reimel, and Joe Dahl in it. They're my favorite people. Here comes some audio. So that audio you just heard were from a couple of our concerts. What we do is every month we bring in another local performing arts group to perform at our church. We charge a ticket, and then the proceeds from those tickets get split between both the group that's performing as well as our performing arts department. In September, we kicked off the Concerts in the Sky series with the Tampa Bay Big Band, which is who you just heard there. They were phenomenal, wonderful musicians of all ages, really. I was very surprised that there were so many younger people that were playing in a swing band. That was amazing. I would play in a swing band if I could. The second group you heard is from our October concert, which was just last week, I believe, and that was the Gay Men's Chorus of Tampa Bay. They did some amazing music, absolutely gorgeous, and I am so thrilled that I'll be able to start singing with them again starting Monday night. So I'm very much looking forward to that for the Christmas season. I really enjoyed my time with the group and can't wait to get back, and they're going to be coming back in December and June. Next month, November, we have the Largo High School Madrigal Singers that are going to be performing here. So the Concerts in the Sky program brings in different community groups every month. This not only brings people into Skycrest, but it gives these young people, these retired people, these community groups another way to perform. And for a lot of us that are in the community music scene, we have a lot of people, not me anymore, I'm now just music and arts, but a lot of people use community ensembles as a way of creative outlet, creative expression. We have a community chorus right now that we just started. It's 30 people, and we have a blast. We're rehearsing Christmas music right now. We have an absolute blast. And Ginger's our accompanist. She's nodding her head yes as well. We have such a fun time together making music. We're working on our Christmas concert, and we hope you come to see that December 12th. It's going to be a lot of fun. But these people come from all walks of life. Some of them are nurses. Some of them are teachers. And this is their way of saying, you know, I don't get paid to do music. I get paid to be a lawyer. I get paid to be a doctor. But I enjoy making music. I want to come and make music. Our community band rehearses on Sunday evenings. We're working right now on a Trans-Siberian Orchestra piece. We're working on some Christmas carols, some songs from Home Alone, and some other things for our Christmas concert. We also have a community theater, as Liam and I were just talking about earlier, where we have done so many productions already, Godspell and Ragtime, and we are also this year going to be doing The Hunchback of Notre Dame. Auditions for that are coming up at the end of November. There's a Facebook event about it. With the shows we've done, it's been very important to me personally that we are open to as many people as possible across the community to come in and do our shows. When we first chose Godspell, that was actually, well, first of all, John, who's our production manager for the day, John and I met because we both sang with the Gay Men's Chorus of Tampa, and I met him through that group and said, you know, we're about to do the show Godspell. Would you like to assistant direct? He was like, great, yeah, let's do it. He and I became best friends through that production of Godspell. At the time, John wasn't even going to a local church. He had just moved down. Oh, by the way, what? Wrong one. Breaking news, John's from Chicago. He had just moved down, and he had just moved down from Chicago, and he didn't really know anybody. He hadn't found a church home yet, so because of doing Godspell together, he now is a part not only of our church, but our board, and we are best friends because of that, and we are so thankful that we did a show like Godspell. This year, we did a show called Ragtime, which deals with race relations, gender equality issues, immigrant issues at the early 1900s. And we drew parallels with what treatment people of color, immigrants, and women received in the early 1900s and how it has or has not improved in the early 2000s. And some of those parallels were rather shocking, and some of the ways we've grown were rather inspiring. So we had a great time with that. Our next show is Hunchback, and that's going to deal with people with disabilities, first of all, and we're going to put an emphasis on using people-first language. So instead of saying, oh, now that I'm on air, I can't think of a way to do it. But instead of saying the ADD person, you would say my friend who has ADD, okay? So it's that kind of people-first language that, you know, makes us really remember to value the person and not the thing that makes them unique, right? I wouldn't call myself the bearded music teacher. I would call myself like a music teacher with a beard. I don't know. Anyway, that's a bad analogy, but I wasn't prepared for it. Anyway, during Hunchback, we're going to be drawing those parallels and really focusing on the current climate, that the implicit bias we all have, not just towards races and genders, but also towards differently abled people. It's going to be a message that is very important and often overlooked, that we want to bring to the center. We also have plans to do Fiddler on the Roof in the future. We want to do Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat. There are so many shows that we want to do that your help and support through the arts is really vital. And again, like every other program, we can't do performing arts if we don't have a roof under which to do performing arts. I did just get word that we had a $100 donation. $1,500. And we had a $1,500 donation come in, and our matching challenge matched up to $100. So now we have $1,600 that just came in. I am so thrilled about all of the community arts groups, but there are two arts performing groups that are near and dear to my heart. The Chancel Choir, which is like a family. It is seriously the best hour of my week during rehearsals and the best time of my week during worship together. The Chancel Choir is an amazing group of people, and we would love for you to be a part of it, and our new handbell choir. So please consider being a part of either one of those because it's just a lot of fun. Uh-oh. I'm getting an alert here. Something is going on. What's going on? Folks, this is big. This is big, guys. We haven't seen anything like this in thousands of years. Michael, is that you?
I am here, reporting live from here.
Yeah, we can see that you're there. What brought this on? Where did this come from?
It all started over here, and then it went over there, and who knows what will happen next.
That's true. We don't know what's going to happen. I mean, we kind of know what's going to happen next, but only because hindsight's 2020 or 2021. So I have a couple of questions for you. If you've talked to anybody there, who built that?
Steve is what I've been hearing, but I could be wrong on that.
Okay.
That dude over there told me.
Okay. Now, does that guy over there you talked to, does he believe any of this is possible?
There's a lot of just shock and awe, a lot of confusion, a lot of general confusion.
Okay, and you said the guy that built this name was Steve?
That's what I heard from a witness on the scene, but it could be anybody.
Okay, have you seen the builder? Or have you seen it in is it completed? First of all, is it even built yet?
You can see for yourself. I mean, it's right there.
Well, but I mean, I'm sure that there are things inside that we can't see right now because we're looking at the outside.
It's a very select club in there. They're not letting all reporters just go, nilly in there. So I mean,
how many people do you
it's select.
How many people have they let in there? Do you think?
I'm gonna go less than 12.
That's probably that matches the reports we're getting. That it's basically just family that's being allowed in at this time.
Like I said, very select club.
Yeah. So what's now we're seeing obviously the edifice that has been constructed, and I'm sure you're seeing that too. We can't see inside, which you've already said, but it appears to be rather big. Do you know how big it is?
I'm going to go at least 100 cubits.
At least 100 cubits?
Yeah.
What's a cubit?
Who knows?
Okay. Okay. It's from what I've been told, we have an archaeologist standing by, and he is saying it is about the length of your arm. Michael, would you hold out your arm for us? Just your forearm part. Yeah. So, okay, just stretch it out a little bit. Yeah. Okay. So that looks to be about a cubit and a half, maybe.
I'll take your word for it.
Huh?
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, but then again, forced perspective and all that, we can't really know.
It gets
so
messy.
What's the general sense that you're getting? What's the weather like?
It smells wet.
It smells wet?
Yeah.
Is it wet?
Maybe.
Maybe. You're there, don't you know if it's...
I'm not good at seeing wet.
Okay. Okay, this is great. So when did you arrive?
Just now. I arrived just on the scene just now.
How did you get there?
Plane.
Okay. So where are you located?
In the Middle East somewhere.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, and so now who did you say built this?
Well, I'm hearing conflicting reports. The stench is quite unbearable, but
Yeah.
so it could be Steve, could be Noah, could be
Noah, oh, okay, yeah,
Bill.
that's matching our reports that we're getting here too. So you are out there with, what do you think you're going to see? How do you think the next few minutes is going to play out?
I'm imagining a lot of suffering.
Oh, well, that took a dark
For
turn.
those not in the family, not a good day.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you, yeah, that's what happens. So, well, thank you so much, Michael, for that report. We hope you get back safely before the flood comes.
I appreciate that. I'll be practicing my swimming in the meantime.
Yes, just in case. Just in case. Yeah, there's no water there yet, but good job.
It's dry land practice is always important.
That's true. That's true. All right. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. We oh, hold on. We have just sent you to another location.
No way.
I didn't know this
That
either.
was incredibly fast.
I didn't know this either. I am as shocked as you are right now.
Mind blown.
Yes, mind blown. So there are quite a lot of people there, I think.
That's good.
Yeah, it's good.
You
Yeah.
can see them all.
You can see
They're
them all.
all right here.
Yeah, you can see them all.
Should I
that's-
talk to them?
Yeah, go ahead. See,
Hey.
there's somebody standing right next to you I think you could interview.
Cool. Do they have a name?
Yeah, John, I think.
Oh, is that not John? Great to see you, man. What's happening? He's
was
kind of a quiet dude.
Yeah, I was trying to get our production manager in the scene with you, but he is stubbornly not. Okay, so back to what you can see there. Now, I have read that what you're seeing is quite amazing.
It really is quite something.
Tell us
As you
about
can
it.
see, there's so much happening from there to over there as well.
I'm noticing you're very descriptive.
I use all the words I can.
Okay.
Only the best words.
Right. That's good, especially at a church broadcast. So now earlier we sent you to a place that you were smelling wet. What are you smelling here? It wasn't you that was smelling wet. You were
No.
smelling,
That was the
wetness.
general surroundings here. I'm smelling a lot of people, so
Oh.
it's not great.
Yeah, that's true. I'm pretty sure hygiene wasn't in their top priority, you think?
Yeah, axe has not been invented. I mean, not the swing, the axe, that axe.
I don't know when any axe was invented, really. I just remember middle
school.
Yeah.
It was
you
invented
too, huh?
in middle school.
Yeah, man. Okay. So now tell me, how many people are there? Like if you had to just guess a number, how many people are there?
I'm gonna go more than 3, but less than 1,000. Or 100,000. It could be any number of people.
We know
I am
it
not
could
good
be.
at counting.
Okay. Well, can you tell me at least tell me how they got to where they are? You're the reporter. You're supposed to have the
I
information.
don't know. You just sent me here. I've been here for 2 minutes.
Yeah. So report.
They have feet, so they probably walked.
Oh, well,
But they
there
might
you go.
not have.
That is the first piece of information I haven't had to pry from you.
Now you're just going to tell me how to do my job.
Right. Well,
I'm insulted personally.
So, okay, so you're there. There's somewhere between 3 and 100,000 people there with you.
Correct.
So it's like a session of Congress. Not really. I was just saying that because they're never there. So you're there, and there's people. You think they walked to get there. What is their mindset right now? What are they thinking?
They're deep in thought. That is for sure. They are really focused on the task.
And what is the task?
You'd have to ask them.
You'd have to ask them.
I haven't had any time to ask them because somebody's been asking all the questions.
Okay, so you can't tell us what you are seeing.
It's hard to see sometimes.
It is hard to see. Can you? Okay, well, from what I understand, because now I have a reporter that's actually doing their job in another location where the people started, and they're saying that these people are being chased, and they're wondering how they're going to get past this obstacle in front of them.
Yeah, I'm hearing discussions on swimming.
Swimming? Do you think they can make it?
No.
So-
They're getting desperate here. They have not been practicing their dry land swimming techniques.
Okay, so how are they going to do it?
There's just a lot of weeping right now. There's
Well-
just panic.
Yeah.
But there's a guy with a stick.
Oh, what is he doing with the stick?
Right now, he's just smacking it on things and hoping something happens. Like I said, desperate times, desperate measures.
Yeah, so what's the plan?
It's just this one dude yelling a lot. I mean, it's
What
hard
is
to
he
see.
yelling?
There's a lot of hubbub.
A lot of what?
Hubbub.
Hubbub.
It's a scientific term.
Okay. So what is, you can't give me any more information except for there's a guy whacking a stick everywhere.
Yeah, well, in front of this red body of water, it's kind of nasty, but you know.
Okay. And so, wait. We're seeing something happening behind you. Michael, what's happening behind you?
They're all there. They look mean and scary.
But it looks like something miraculous is happening.
Oh, that's equally scary. The water is no longer where the water was. Instead, there's big walls of water. It's bad.
Wow, that's amazing. Are you going to cross the Red Sea with them?
I don't think I'm welcome to. I think they view me as an outsider.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I think we can now bring you home. We're not going to send you on any more last-minute assignments.
Thank goodness.
Thank you so much. I hope you become a better reporter.
I'll practice.
Good. All right, and that takes care of it for Michael. And we are now going to go to a special video by a good friend of mine, Kay Dahlstrom.
Good evening. My name is Kay Dahlstrom. And when Pastor Emily asked me if I would be willing to do a segment here on the telethon, I had no idea what I could do. And she says, Kay, what is your favorite hymn and why? Well, I didn't have any trouble answering that question. Immediately I said, How Great Thou Art, because every time I hear it or sing it, my eyes tear up and my heart feels like it's going to burst in my chest. I had it sung by Reverend Fred Ball at my husband's funeral. And if our daughters remember to look for my file on what I want in my funeral, it'll be sung there too. So I figured if I was going to talk on How Great Thou Art, I needed to do some research. And I found something called American Songwriter Behind the Song, Carl Boberg. It is said that if you have heard even just a few hymns, chances are you will have heard How Great Thou Art. It is considered second only to Amazing Grace. However, it did not begin as a hymn. It began as a poem, and a Swedish poem at that. In 1885, an editor and future politician by the name of Carl Boberg was walking home when he looked out on the horizon and saw a huge thundercloud approaching. Well, lightning flashed and thunder boomed and stirred the air so much that it ran him for cover. After the storm had relented, he continued on his walk home. He opened his windows to let the bay air in, and the vision of tranquility must have been so beautiful that it stirred his soul. For the skies had cleared, birds sang, and in the distance, he heard church bells ringing. Reflecting on the difference between the awful storm and the tranquil scene of his town and the bay beyond, he sat down and he penned the poem, O Storia Gud, or Almighty God. After being published in a local Swedish newspaper, an unknown Swede put it to the music of a Swedish folk song, the title of which has been lost in history. In the late 1800s, several versions were published, but it wasn't until the early 1900s, that it finally hopped over the Swedish border and was translated into German and Russian later. A Swedish American by the name of E. Gustav Johnson was the first translation into English, but it was a far cry from the song we know today. It took a quarter of a century, a British missionary, and another English translation in order to become the song we know today. In the early 1900s, Stuart K. Hine, an English missionary in the Ukraine, heard the Russian version, and he and his wife sang it with the locals for many years before he sat down and translated it into English. Translation is more of an art than science, and he had some liberties, and the biggest one was the title. He changed it to How Great Thou Art. It is my hope that the next time you hear this song, you will remember that it was not a hymn at the beginning, or even in English. It was a poem in the Swedish language. And it took a long time, nearly half a century, before it became How Great Thou Art in the English language.
Welcome back. We are so appreciative of Kay for that. That is also one of my favorite hymns. I'm going to give you a quick update. We have a new matching challenge. We have somebody who has generously agreed to match up to $8,000, y'all. $8,000.
Crazy.
If we can get any amount up to $8,000, so they will match up to $8,000. So call in between now and 8:30, and they will match gifts up to $8,000. So if we can raise $8,000, do you know how much we'd get?
Is it $8,000?
$16,000, because we have somebody matching it.
See, I haven't been in math class in years, so thank you for showing me that.
Yes, and neither have I. Speaking of yes, and, while we are waiting for our donors to call in and get that $8,000 matching grant, by the way, we are currently sitting at $24,742. Wow. Isn't that amazing? Like that's
So cool.
that's a small car. You know, that's pretty good. That's like that's a tank of gas right there.
Oh yeah, it is. Especially lately.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, this is amazing. So while we are waiting on some of you, we're going to inspire you with our comedic skills. So we are going to play a game called Yes and. And the goal of this game is that we're going to get a profession and a location from audience suggestions, and then we are going to have to create a scene and explain all of that while only agreeing and adding to our scene. We cannot disagree with each other. We have to agree and keep the scene going, right?
Yes.
Pretty much.
Huh?
Pretty much.
Yeah. Yes, and that's right. Okay, so we need from the crowd, from you all watching, we need a comment that says a profession, any kind of job, and then a location. So we'll get a profession from one person and a location from another. We're waiting as soon as it comes in. An accountant. All right, so our profession is accountant, and we need a location. Okay? Norway. An accountant in Norway. So we are going to play yes and. Would you like to start us off?
Sure.
Okay.
As an accountant in Norway, I messed up and I lost $25,000.
Yes, and I'm the one who took it from you.
Yes. And you have been grounded for a month.
Yes, and you owe me $30,000.
Yes, and I am going to sneak out of my house and steal $30,000 from the bank and then not give it to you.
Yes, and you are a creepy child.
Yes. And the bank will find you.
Yes, and not unless I am the bank.
Yes, and that makes no sense, but it's Norway.
Yes, and anything is possible in Norway.
Yes, and I am the Norwegian bank.
Yes, and I think we need a new profession and location. What do you think?
Yes.
All right, let's get another suggestion. Let's do this time, let's do a location. It can be anything. It can be a city. It can be a country. It can be Walmart. Just any location from the audience out here. Give us a location. Come on, shout it out. A castle. We are in a castle. And let's get, so we're in a castle. Let's get a life milestone. What's a milestone in your life?
Being able to walk?
Being able to walk. Okay,
Genius.
That was your idea. You kick us off.
Okay. You're in a castle in the middle of nowhere, and you finally learned how to walk at the age of 35.
Yes, and at the age of 35, when you learned to walk, you found a secret passageway in the castle.
Yes, and it led to the conservatory.
Yes, and that conservatory led to the super secret bathroom.
Yes, and the super secret bathroom hid a dragon.
Yes. Yes, and it was a very smelly bathroom.
Yes, and the dragon tries to eat you.
Yes, and since you just learned to walk, the dragon took your leg.
Yes, and then you hopped away.
Yes, and then you grew back your new leg and you walked away from that castle.
Yes, and walking away from the castle, you found a magician.
Yes, and you are obviously already magic for growing back your leg, and so you won $1 million.
Yes, and that magician and you keep getting money from the circus that you entered.
Yes.
I think we're calling it a quit on that game. Great job, Liam.
Fair.
We're going to play one more game because we have to fill about, 4 more minutes? So we're going to play yes or no. Okay? Now, sorry. Each one of you gets a yes and each one of you gets a no. Now, I'm going to ask you questions, okay? And you have to just, no explanation, so you can actually mute your mics and put them down. We don't want any explanations at all. You don't get to quantify any of this. They are yes or no questions, and you just have to answer them as quickly as possible, okay? All right, let's start with an easy one. Do you drive? All right. Do you have kids? Hopefully you both said no. Okay, so those are a couple of easy ones. Now you know how it works. All right, here we go. Do you like broccoli? Oh, wow, okay. Do you know how to send a fax? Do you know what a fax is? Okay. Do you ever work past midnight? Okay. Would you betray a friend for $1 million? Would you risk your life to save a stranger? If you were adopted, would you want to meet your biological parents? That one's a little bit more serious. Yeah. You can't look at him and cheat like that. Okay. Oh, no, that's not good for. If an authority figure accused one of your loved ones of doing something terrible, would you believe them outright? Would you believe the authority figure? Okay, good. Good to know you have so much faith. Let's see. If you found out the world was ending in 30 minutes, do you know what you would do? Okay, I feel like we need a microphone for that one, but do you think you'll have any regrets when you're 90? Okay, now we're going to ask some personal questions here. Now I'm going to ask you some personal questions. Would you ever throw me a surprise birthday party? Are you able to tell when I'm upset at something? Okay. Would you ever come to me for advice? Liam, answer the question. Would you ever tell me if I had something in my teeth? Would you go on vacation with me? Ouch. Would you ditch me in a haunted house? Would you share French fries with me? Oh, thanks, Liam. At least one good thing came out. Would you go on a road trip with me? Y'all, okay, good, Caitlin. I have some kick-butt road. Would you tell me if I smelled bad? Okay, well, with that being said, let's go ahead and thank you both for being here, first of all. And we are going to go now to, what are we doing now? A devotional. With whom? With Barb. Barb, I love Barb so much. She's a sweetheart. Let's see what she has to say.
Do you have a gratitude journal? They're popular. You might have received one as a gift. This is mine. I was given this. I use it to journal several different things, but one of them is gratitude entries, things that I'm grateful for. Did you know that expressing gratitude is good for you? It's healthy for us physically, emotionally, mentally, and spiritually. If I were to write my list, for today, what I'm thankful for, it would sound something like this. Family, friends, our community, this church, for hockey season starting this past week, and for our young adult group. So that might be my list for this week. In 1 Thessalonians 5:16 through 18, it says, "Rejoice always, pray continually, give thanks in all circumstances, for this is God's will for you in Christ Jesus." What if my list wasn't from today? What if it was a year plus into a pandemic, right? When I'm tired and I'm stressed. What if it was from when my friend died? Expressing gratitude to God should be motivated. Expressing my gratitude to God should be motivated by God's worthiness, not by how I'm feeling. It's about who He is, all He has done, and all He will do. Gratitude is then our natural response, not how we feel. Sometimes when we hurt or we're disappointed, we blame God and we forget all the ways we're blessed. We forget who He is. So we're going to look at Psalm 138 together. Now, Psalms 138 says, "I will give you thanks with all my heart. I will sing praises to you before the gods. I will bow down toward your holy temple and give thanks to your name for your loving kindness and your truth. For you have magnified your word according to all your name. On the day I called, you answered me. You made me bold with strength in my soul. All the kings of the earth give thanks to you, O Lord, when they have heard the words of your mouth. And they will sing of the ways of the Lord, for great is the glory of the Lord. For though the Lord is exalted, yet He regards the lowly, but the haughty He knows from afar. Though I walk in the midst of trouble, you will revive me. You will stretch forth your hand against the wrath of my enemies, and your right hand will save me. The Lord will accomplish what concerns me. Your loving kindness, O Lord, is everlasting. Do not forsake the works of your hands." In that scripture, David is expressing his gratitude to God. It's a really beautiful reminder of why we can be genuinely grateful. without resentment or bitterness in the midst of a hard time, in the midst of hardships. Gratefulness is powerful. It feeds our faith and it reminds us that we can trust God for our future. So are you worn out? Are you tired? Are you weary from the past? Do you feel stressed or disappointed? I feel that way sometimes too. If doubt and disappointment are standing in the way of you being thankful, try turning to God's Word, try reading that psalm. Let God's Word renew your tired spirit and encourage you to persevere in faith. Let's look at those verses a little bit deeper. Verse 2 shows us that God is good and keeps his promises. Verse 3 tells us that God listens to us and answers our prayers and gives us strength. Verse 6 shows us that he cares for the downtrodden. 7 shows us that he saves. 8 tells us that he attends to our concerns and that he's everlasting. I really lean into that myself, that he is everlasting in those times when I'm just feeling lost. In verse 1, David expressed his thanks before God's. He gave thanks publicly. Sharing your gratitude with others blesses them too. So I'm thankful you're watching and that you're listening, and I pray that you will be blessed.
Thank you so much for that, Barb. Barb is one of our lay leaders here, and she is a great person to go to for advice. She's just so patient and kind and loving, and a true asset to the Skycrest family. Got a couple of updates for us. We have a challenge going on until 8:30 p.m. And the challenge is, if you all can call in and pledge $8,000, up to $8,000 will be matched. So that means if you all pledge in the next, between now and 8:30, if we get a total amount of 5,000 pledged, then we will actually make $10,000, which is amazing, okay? So all we need is they're doing a dollar for dollar match up to $8,000. So any contribution helps us reach that goal. We've already gotten $300 towards it, which means that technically we've just gotten $600 towards our overall goal. We have also We've also crossed the 50% line, and we are at $25,042. We have an hour to go, and this last hour is going to be critical. We really need all of our friends and family and loved ones to share the post on social media. Let everybody know. You don't have to be a member to give towards the missions of our church, because we do so much for the community. Maybe you have a passion for the food pantry. We see so many people that don't even come to our church that bring us food for the food pantry because they believe in what Pat and the missions team are doing in that food pantry. And it's true. It's true. When it comes down to it, we are all one family. No matter what your belief is, no matter where you live, no matter what, we are all God's children and created in his image. And so feel free to support us even if you're not a member here. Again, our goal is a matching contribution of $8,000, up to $8,000 for the next hour. We don't need to raise $8,000 from you. It just matches up to that point. So if we can get $8,000 pledged from you all in the next half hour, we will make $16,000. So please just call in and give your pledge right now. So that is our update. As of 8 o'clock, we're at $25,042. Let me just refresh it. Yep, $25,042, which is amazing so far. Your generosity is just breathtaking for me, and I am so proud of what we've done. A couple of other things to remember is that all gifts are remaining anonymous throughout the evening. So feel free to call in. Your name won't be listed on. I won't be calling out your name, or anything like that. So please keep that in mind. Feel free to call in. And then we are also doing a second challenge along with this one. This isn't really a challenge. This is a personal message to you all from me. If anyone out there feels so moved to donate $365, $365, that's a very exact amount, folks, $365. You call in right now, or you get on Facebook or YouTube or the website right now, you make a pledge of $365, and you will get to ban a hymn for the entire year. $365. And you will get to ban a hymn that we sing in traditional service. You'll get to ban it for the entire year. So, if you really don't like the song, I don't know. What's a weird song that's in our hymnal? Kumbaya. It's in our hymnal. If you really don't like Kumbaya, you can pay $365 and we will ban it for the entire year. On the flip side, if you give us, if you give us like 10 grand, we'll pick any hymn you want and sing it every Sunday for a year. But no, for real, you can, for your pledge of $365 in the next 30 minutes, your pledge of $365, and we will ban a hymn for the entire year. Now, speaking of hymns, we're going to let you hear from the chancel choir. I am so proud of this group of people. They keep me on my toes, and they are such a challenge, but I love them so much because, again, they keep me on my toes. And when I say challenge, I don't mean a musical challenge. I mean they are feisty. They are feisty. So come to rehearsal and you'll get a show, and then come to church and they'll give you a performance. But they are feisty. So let's listen to the chancel choir. Thank you so much to my chancel choir. They are lovely. We're back with a segment that I would like to call Did You Know?
No.
Hold on, my mic's not on. Sorry. Thank you to the chancel choir. We're back with a segment I would like to call Did You Know?
I did not.
You did not. Okay, so we're going to ask Michael here, a series of true and false questions. And he's got a card that says true, and he's got a card that says false. Now, Michael, when you think the answer is true, you hold up the card that says true. When you think the answer is false, you hold up the card that says false. You understand?
Complicated.
It is very. So here we go. Are you ready? I don't know the answers either, so you can't cheat off of my computer screen. True or false? Camels have 3 sets of eyelashes.
False.
Why do you think it's false?
Because they have 2 eyes.
It is true. Camels have 3 sets of eyelashes. There are 5 zeros in 100,000.
True.
Why do you think it's true?
I have a math major.
It is true. There are 5 zeros in 100,000. There are stars and zigzags on the flag of America.
False.
Why?
Because the U.S. of A, baby.
Yeah, you're right. It is false. If you add 2 numbers on the opposite sides of dice together, the answer is always 7.
Going true.
True. It is true. How did you know that?
Math major.
Yeah, okay.
That's all we learned.
That's too easy. The human body is full of friendly bacteria, with organisms on our skin and in our guts, helping keep our bodies humming.
True.
False. The bodies don't hum.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
Let's
no, I'm
see.
kidding. It is true. That's scallops don't have good vision.
I'm going true.
False. Scallops have as many as 100 simple eyes, and they're frequently blue.
That's a lie.
It's on the internet.
I
It's
don't
got to
believe
be
it.
true. It's got to be true. The dinosaur with the longest neck for its body size is Memacontrichus, whatever that is. It's a sauropod dino that lived in what is now China. True
Oh,
or
that's my
false?
favorite dinosaur. That's a true.
True? It is true. You're right. Whatever that dinosaur was, it was great. We're done. It's now Michael. Michael. Do you know what that means?
No.
What does that sound like?
Scare.
Yeah, it's breaking news.
Oh, it's breaking news.
Yes, breaking news. The problem is, I don't know what this news report is because we ran out of news stories.
That is startling.
So, this is very startling. We've got, look.
Holy cow.
That's okay. So we've got a couple of reporters down there. Reporters, why don't you introduce yourself to us?
I'm Sally. I'm here.
And
I'm Priscilla, and I'm also here.
Good. I'm so glad that you're there. I'm here with Michael, who apparently is going to be in this skit too.
Why not?
Why not?
Wow.
Michael, why don't you start us off with some questions for what they're doing?
Can you just look around and see what do you see right now?
Well, a lot of space. It's very echoey in here, isn't it, Sally?
Yes, very,
Yeah,
very.
yeah.
Yes.
You do appear to be in the wilderness. Are there any signs of civilization?
No.
There's a lot of trees.
Lots of trees, lots of birds. They're so annoying.
Yes.
It's weird that trees produce an echoey sensation.
That is
Yeah,
weird.
that's kind of strange. Okay. So lots of trees, though.
Lots of trees.
What kind of trees? Can you tell?
Just forest trees.
Like
That-
the piney type trees, you know?
Thick,
Yeah.
thick, very
Yeah.
heavily.
Do you hear anything else besides just annoying birds? Anything loud? Any bangs or pows?
I'm not sure about a lion, but I
Wait. Something really, really faint. Is it like a tribe?
I don't know. You're the one there.
Well, we're listening, Joe.
Okay. Well.
Good listening. Just keep practicing your listening.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. What do you think it is, Sally?
well, I'm not really sure, and it's rather dark, so it's hard to tell. I don't know, Priscilla.
It's disappeared. Can't hear anything anymore.
Okay. Well, so let me ask you this. I always thought that there were only 3 people on this trip, but now that you two are there, are there any other people that we just don't know about that are with you?
Well, now that you mention it, yeah, there's a quiet guy that's been tagging along somewhere. I don't know where he is right now, but
Yeah. I hope his name isn't Donner.
That would be a bummer.
well, gone him maybe. No.
Priscilla, has your Missourian heritage come into any use here? Any use at all?
My Missourian of being stuck in the wilderness?
Correct.
No. I mean, I smell corn.
That's weird.
Does this has to do with the Bible?
No, it doesn't look very biblical.
It doesn't look very biblical. No, I don't think so.
But you guys are the ones on the ground.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
In the
Yeah.
wilderness. with trees.
It's the darkness that's getting us, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the problem.
You know, Yeah. So let me ask you this. I know that Jefferson sent you out, but why?
Well, we're on an expedtion.
Yeah.
Like, we're up the Missouri River. Is that what you were asking me?
Are you at the Missouri River?
In the wilderness, like Lewis and Clark.
Yeah. Okay. You're with them. How are they? Are they doing well?
Well, we haven't heard from him in a while, like we said, but
I've heard that they were getting along.
Yeah. That's good. That's always.
yeah,
a plus.
they're back there.
Yeah, they are. They're quite literally right behind you. Yes, that's
kind of
that's
blocking
great.
their faces,
Well,
though.
we're
It's
the
a
ones
little
running
rude.
the show, aren't we, Sally? So
Priscilla, you are blocking one of them, and Sally, you're blocking Pocahontas.
well, we're more important though. I mean,
That's a little rude to upstage historical figures like that. Do we have any other news to send you on?
Oh, boy.
Oh, no. This is the one I didn't know about. I knew about the last one. I literally had no clue about this one.
Could describe the conditions. Are you feeling chilly at all?
oh, I get cold all the time, but I'm freezing.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Only imagine.
I'm not so sure. Maybe it's my age.
Yeah, well.
I'm pretty cold. I mean, I got goosebumps. Do you have goosebumps?
No.
No?
No. Far from that.
Yeah, yes, very. So now look, how did you feel the moment that you arrived in all of its grandeur?
Taken aback. I think, I think that's safe to say. A bit awestruck.
What did you wear?
Well, when we first arrived, you mean?
Yeah.
I was wearing a parka.
A parka?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, what about you, Sally? What did you wear?
Well, maybe I didn't dress for the occasion. I really was in shorts.
Oh.
Well, British weather can be quite flippant.
Yes, but I don't think women wearing shorts would have been acceptable.
That's
Well,
fair enough.
Sometimes I'm not appropriate.
You're more up on the culture.
So we've time traveled a bit here.
Yeah, I mean, naturally.
Yeah.
So now, look, that first night, did you dine with anybody interesting?
Can you remember anybody?
No, not particularly. There were a lot of people there, but
At this dinner, did you play any ice-breaking games?
I mean, there were people with like interesting hair,
Oh, what kind of hair?
like thick braids and helmets and things.
Helmets.
That seems out of place.
It does a little seem out of. Was there a reason for the helmets?
You know, I didn't ask. They were kind
I'm
of scary.
pretty sure that there are safety features, but not helmets.
Fair enough. Even though the safety features may be inadequate.
They might be very inadequate. That's what we've heard, at least.
That is what we were
That's
hearing
what
from
we
the
got
ground.
yeah.
Well, perhaps it's just a modern interpretation.
could be. Yes.
Maybe. But I would think with an event that important, that safety would have been top priority.
Tip top.
Tip top.
But
Yeah.
maybe they just thought that negative happenstances wouldn't occur.
Right. What do you think? Have you heard anything from the safety people there? Do they think that they're above the laws of physics?
Well, I mean, I'm hearing like something that sounds like a motor on a boat. Is that
I don't know. You're the one there.
hearing anything, Sally?
Can you still hear the motor? It seems like there may be issues in that department.
Well, there was a big thunk a while back.
Sally, did you hear a thunk?
I didn't hear it, but my hearing is.
Priscilla, do you hear anything else in the water around you?
Well, there's a lot of thrashing and screaming.
Sally, where are you right
Sounds
now?
high stress.
I thought I was on my way to Mount Rushmore, but I really.
The cold can do wild things to people.
Yes, the cold can, yeah. Sally, is there anybody have you met anybody named Jack or Rose while you've been on your trip?
You know, and if you look over there, there's like a T on the side. I wonder what
Like Kennedy? Like a Kennedy?
Well, where do you think we are? Is there...
Jack the Ripper?
Oh, well, okay, let's think about
potentially
this,
a
Sally.
Mr.
We're on
John
a boat.
Astor?
Yeah, we're on a boat. There's people probably drowning.
How large would you describe this boat?
I mean, it's pretty big. It's bigger than anything
How
we've
many
seen at this
smokestacks
point.
does it have?
How many who?
Smokestacks.
Smokestacks. What do you think?
Well, you know, like Queen Mary. Like.
What about her cousin? Anyway, so another question. Now I heard that the unsinkable Molly Brown was up there with you. Have you met her yet?
We talked to her a while ago.
Debbie?
No, Molly Brown.
No, I know,
Oh.
Debbie.
Who's Debbie?
Debbie played Molly Brown.
That's a good observation.
So we're aboard the Titanic?
You are aboard the. Well, you were aboard the Titanic.
Well,
it looks like you're in the water.
Titanic.
Well,
the
we're
Titanic.
all the way on the tip, so, you know.
No, you're literally sitting in the water. We're looking at you right now.
Well, we were on
Yeah,
the tip.
I don't know how you're surviving.
I think the cold does wild things to the human brain.
It does. It does. So you're in the Titanic.
We're in the Titanic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we were. I guess, I don't know. If the Titanic is under us, if we're floating, I guess we're in it.
Yeah, it's
Or
right
we may
behind
be
you. It's
underwater.
right behind. You should probably wave to those people. Just turn around and wave. Stop taunting them. How rude.
That is rude.
How
That is
rude.
disrespectful.
Jeez.
Well, someone's got to tell the story.
No
Joe.
class.
I guess that's true. Somebody does
Someone's
have
got to tell the story.
It's true. Yeah. You know, it's like the who's the knight from Princess Bride? The
Inigo Montoya?
No, the other one. Anyway, we're done. Okay, thank you both so much. We will fly you back to safety ASAP, and rest in peace to all the Titanic-ies. All right, next up, we have Pastor Emily with a devotion. So I'm going to go ahead and leave and turn it over to her.
Well, thank you so much, Joe. I have been out with the phone volunteers and the online volunteers tonight. This has been so fun. It is going great. We have just a little bit over an hour left. It looks like our current total is sitting at $27,792. Last I heard from out in the donation center, we had about $2,800 towards the $8,000 matching gift that's happening this segment. That matching segment's going to be going on till about 8:30. So continue to get those donations in. This is going just absolutely great, and it's been so fun. So proud of our team who's been working on this tonight. Well, maybe you know the hymn that says, "The church is not a building. Church is not a steeple. The church is not a resting place. The church is what? The people," right? The song goes on and says, "I'm the church, you're the church, we are the church together, all who follow Jesus all around the world. Yes, we are the church together." It's a catchy little song. I think the tune's kind of silly. It's not one of my favorites. I'm not going to pay $365 to ban it or anything. But yeah, it's a cute little song. We sing it on Pentecost Sunday. The words are really true, right? The church truly is the people. In the Bible, they use a Greek word that's translated church. The word is ekklesia, and it means people. It means the assembly or the body or the people who are called together. So that very word, even the definition of church, tells us that the church is not a building. The church is us. And I think we learned that lesson in a very real and personal way this past 18 months of the pandemic, right? We learned that when we had church in our living rooms this past year. And we learned that when communion was maybe a hamburger bun and some leftover coffee from our morning. We had church all sorts of places. This year we learned that the church is not the building when, say, our doors were closed, but our outreach grew exponentially as we were reaching people with our services online as far away as Afghanistan and Canada and around the United States. We were connecting with new people in new ways. We learned it this year as even when our doors were closed, our outreach was continuing to feed dozens and then hundreds of people a week with our food pantry ministry. We learned this year that the church was not a building when we could not fly this year to our beloved mission partners at Costa Rica Mission Projects, but we had a virtual gathering with them instead, and we still got to worship together as a church family. We learned all this past year long that the church is not a building. And yet, our buildings are tools in the hands of God so that we can do the work of the church. So the church is not the buildings, but the church does need some buildings, right? We need somewhere to meet for worship that's big enough to hold everyone. And We need classrooms so that children can be taught and babies can be cared for and youth and young adults can have safe spaces to grow in their faith. We need safe and sturdy buildings to hold the food that we provide weekly to our community. We need buildings for groups to connect in and musicians to practice in and staff and leaders to gather in and dream about the future together. So the church is us, but buildings are a necessary tool to do our work. So I was thinking about places in Scripture where the people of God built buildings at times and that those buildings were tools for God's work. Now, of course, the New Testament, a lot of times we love the New Testament, but in the New Testament, it was written so early in the Jesus movement that they didn't have a lot of buildings yet in the New Testament. Those folks typically met in small house churches or they gathered outdoors. The Old Testament, though, has some powerful stories of buildings. First, in the Old Testament, they built a tabernacle, a type of a portable worship space, and then they built a temple in Jerusalem, a house of worship. And then when that temple was destroyed, later on in the story, they rebuilt both their city and their temple. So there's lots of good, inspiring stuff in our scriptures about how, yes, it's all about the people. The church is the people, but buildings are tools for worship, for gathering, for serving. So 1 Chronicles 29 describes King David, the king of Israel, and it's all about building the temple. Now, at this point in the story, King David knows that God has not called him to build the temple. He's not going to be the one to do it, but David's son Solomon will be the one to build the temple. But before King David is gone, he decides to do a bit of fundraising to get them ready for the phase that is to come. So this is from 1 Chronicles 29. So then King David said to the whole assembly, "My son Solomon, the one whom God has chosen, is young and inexperienced. The task is great because this palatial structure is not for humans, but for the Lord God." And so then the leaders of families and the officers of the tribes of Israel, the commanders of hundreds and thousands, and all those who were in charge of the king's work, it says they gave willingly. They gave toward the work on the temple of God. And it lists all these things that they gave, their amounts of money and their precious stones and gold and silver and iron and all these different things they gave. It says the people rejoiced at the willing response of their leaders, for they had given freely and wholeheartedly to the Lord. And it says David rejoiced also greatly. Up next there in the text, so this is at the end of their fundraiser, just as we're heading into the last hour of our fundraiser. At the end of their fundraiser, David prayed this prayer, and I think this is so great. David praised the Lord in the presence of the whole assembly, saying, "Praise be to you, Lord, from our God and Father Israel, from everlasting to everlasting. Yours, Lord, is the greatness and the power, and the glory and the majesty and the splendor, for everything in heaven and earth is yours. Yours is the kingdom. You are exalted as head over all. Wealth and honor come from you. You are the ruler of all things. Now, our God, we give you thanks and praise your glorious name." It says, "Everything comes from you, God, and we have given you only what comes from your hand. Lord our God, all this abundance that we have provided for building you a temple for your holy name comes from your hand. All of it belongs to you. I know, my God, that you test the heart and you are pleased with integrity. All these things I've given with willing and honest intent. And now I've seen with joy how willingly your people who are here have given to you. So praise the Lord your God." And it says all the people praised the Lord. They bowed down before their Lord and God and King. So the first thing that David did as they neared the end of this Old Testament fundraiser, and I think it's a great way as we head into this last hour of ours, is to praise God. We've had a lot of fun tonight. We have laughed. We have had some hilarious skits and crazy antics up here on stage. We've heard beautiful music. We've heard a lot of good information. It's just been a lot of fun. A lot of hard work, but a lot of fun. So now is a time, I think, for us to stop and celebrate and thank God for what has been accomplished. In the final hour of this 6-hour event, that's what I want us to do too. So I think over all the gifts that have come in tonight, and you can think of these two in your minds and hearts. And yes, we are thankful for the biggest gifts that came in. Those are great. Those helped us reach our goal. Those are inspiring. We are also thankful for the smallest gifts. We had kids calling in to pledge $5 to help us meet some of these challenge goals along the way. We had individuals coming in person and putting $1 or $2 or $3 cash in the donation box, and we were counting those gifts and tracking those as they came in. So we give thanks for the biggest gifts. We give thanks for the smallest gifts. We give thanks for the gifts from right here in our church. There are folks from our leadership board, folks from our staff, involved lifetime members who have given tonight, and there are folks who have given that we've never heard of before, that this has reached them and touched their hearts, or maybe they've come to hear about our church. We give thanks for the gifts from our family and from the gifts well beyond our church family. We are just kind of a medium-sized church in the middle of a pandemic. It is amazing to me that we were able to raise so far what is about 10% of our yearly budget in one night. We were able to raise that much to take care of our buildings, to take care of our tools, so that we can continue to be the kind of church that God has called us to be. I think so often, even in church, maybe especially in church, we're working so hard. We're working so hard for God. We're moving on quickly to the next thing that sometimes we forget to stop, to thank you all who make this possible, and to give thanks to God for what has accomplished. So thanks to everyone who's been a part of this tonight, and there's still time. There's an hour left if you want to join in on this. Thank you to the team who worked on this, Joe and Sam and Carrie and Denise and Paul and everyone working behind the scenes tonight, everyone who participated in the segment, our phone operators, our behind-the-scenes helpers, our stage manager, everyone who gave a matching gift, and everyone who's pledged or donated. So the scriptures echo again and again and again this refrain, and we saw it in our text tonight, that says that everything that we have has come from God. The prayer that David prayed said, everything comes from you, but we have given you only what already came from your hand. So when we give humbly. Joe mentioned several times tonight that the donations that came in, that we weren't going to put your name on the screen, we weren't going to call out your name over the microphone. Have you noticed that's different than other fundraisers? When you give to your college alma mater, when you give to the symphony or the zoo or this or that community organization, they normally publicize your name, right? And they normally rank what you gave into levels like platinum and gold and silver, and this is what kind of donor you are. And that's great in its own way. That's their way of thanking you publicly and praising generosity. It's a good thing. But when we give in church, there's a kind of a twist to it. We don't need our name on a plaque because we know that we are ultimately giving to God. And we know that God is looking more at the humility or the pride that is in our hearts than the dollar amount on our check. So when we give, we know that we are simply giving back to God, who's already given us everything we have. Final thing that I notice in this scripture that I love about this story is that these folks were giving on top of their regular tithes and offerings, right? There's commandments elsewhere in the Old Testament for these folks to give a portion of their income and their harvest and their spices and to give offerings of their animals and all sorts of things. These folks were already giving a lot. And then this singular, like one-time, unique, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity came along for this community to build something. An opportunity came along for that community to build something that would be a tool for God's work. And so they got excited about it. They did it. They joyfully, humbly gave more. When I think about the last 9 years of ministry here that I've gotten to be a part of this church, I know that it is the opportunities that I've occasionally been given to go above and beyond, to do something that's maybe not quite really in my job description. Those times are the times that have been the most fun and brought me the most joy. I think of a person struggling with homelessness who stopped in our office, and We realized that someone needed to temporarily adopt her pet guinea pig so that she would be able to go to a shelter and get help. And that guinea pig came home with me for a couple months that summer, and it was a lot of fun. That is a memory I will never, ever forget. Those times when you just get to do something that's a little bit above and beyond, and you do it because you can. It's fun, feels good, it fills you with joy. And I know that the same is true for each and every one of you, Skycrest family. I see you guys do this above and beyond generosity stuff all the time. I see it from Barb and Pat and Lynn and Bob and Denise and Lena and Paul and Sue and so many others that I know are watching tonight. Now, we can't do this kind of above and beyond stuff all the time, right? Eventually we run out of resources to give. That's why it's called above and beyond. We can't do it in every situation. But when we hear of a need, and when we have the ability to help meet that need, above and beyond what is normal or routine for us to give and to do, it just feels really good to do it, right? It brings joy. It makes us feel alive and engaged with the work that's going on around us. And I think it's because that's part of how God designs the whole world to work, that at times our hearts are supposed to be moved to do something big for a purpose greater than ourselves. So we're wrapping this up. Tonight we came together to do something big for a purpose greater than ourselves. Our buildings here at this church are tools to serve the community, and our buildings have needed some help this year. We needed roofs and doors and boilers and air conditioners. We needed things fixed, and there were things that cost a lot. So tonight we have raised some money to fix our buildings so that we can keep on connecting people to God, each other, and the world. So you all have given humbly, you all have given joyfully. I am so proud to be the pastor of this church. Would you pray with me? Oh God, we are so grateful for the progress that has already been made in this telethon tonight. We've got an hour left. God, we pray that you would continue speaking to our hearts. Call each one of us in the ways that you have in mind. Inspire us for how you are calling us to give. God, we thank you for every staff member and volunteer and team member here tonight working on this event. We thank you for everyone who's given. We pray a special blessing over each and every one of them. God, we pray for these buildings, not because the buildings are the church, but because the buildings are the tools in your hands for us to do your work. Help us to continue to serve you as Skycrest Church. We pray in Jesus' name. Amen. All right, well, I'm going to check and see if we've
I believe
got
our
some
next thing is some photos from the church that we're going to roll.
Let's roll.
Let's roll. And I do want to let us know that our update for right now, because of your generosity, we had $4,050 come in the last hour. And so with the matching funds, it becomes $8,100, which means our total as of right now is $35,842. This is absolutely amazing. We are so excited. We still have half an hour left. We're hoping that, we can, over the next few minutes, just inspire and get those last people who are just getting home from work. And hopefully you're seeing these historical photos of our church. So I've learned over the past few days, preparing for this telethon, that Skycrest United Methodist Church started in 1956 in a house that was somewhere along Nimbus, very close to where we are currently. The current building stood where, or the original building in 1957 stood where our fellowship hall stands now, with the front of the building facing out onto Drew Street. They did additions in 1968 to add an education wing and to also add an office area. There's the original photo right there of 1957 when they built the original church facing Drew Street. Then they added on until, unfortunately, a fire broke out of unknown origin, and the fire destroyed all of what was then the fellowship hall and kitchen and the office spaces. Thankfully, in 1965, ground had been broken on the large sanctuary that is now where the large sanctuary is across the street. And because of that building, when the fire happened, we had a backup plan of the church so that the church could continue to meet. The building that had burned was revitalized and rebuilt, much like we are trying to revitalize and rebuild right now. The building we have in the education building consists of the Skycrest Child Development Center, which is a 2-story wing of our building. It includes a giant youth room with 2 new Sky Kids rooms and 2 breakout rooms for small groups. It includes a fellowship hall that is also our modern worship space, a kitchen that has served thousands of homeless dinners, United Methodist Women's dinners, and so many other events that have come through. We have office spaces, we have classrooms, we have a beautiful sanctuary that has been added on to over the years as well. All of these buildings, as Pastor Emily said and as the hymn said, all of these buildings are the church, but so are the people, and so are all of you. We hope you have enjoyed these photos, and we're going to end with some high energy. So we're going to let the photos play for just another minute or two. I'm going to grab our talent and bring them in for just a last few minutes of skits, where we're going to ask you all in the comments to be posting nouns, verbs, pronouns, adjectives, all of the fun stuff, because you all know the game. It is Mad Libs. So go ahead and start posting your suggestions, and we are going to get together and put together some Mad Libs for you. All right, what are your suggestions down there? Just type them up in the comments. All right. So welcome back. I have really enjoyed looking at these old pictures. Also, we used to have the parsonage here, right down the street instead of where it is now. So I'm sure that Pastor Emily has enjoyed not having people knock on her door at 3 in the morning when they need something. So really quick, we are going to ask for some suggestions. We need nouns, we need verbs, we need numbers, we need more verbs and more nouns, and we need places, and we need adjectives. So go ahead and type those in the comments wherever you're watching. I hope there's somebody out there that's going to come in and relay those things to me. Do we have any words yet?
We have run.
Run, that is a verb. All right, what else we got? Squash, that's a noun. All right, what else we got? Okay, come on, folks. Let's type up some comments here. We're going to get ready for this Mad Lib. While we are getting ready for the Mad Lib and waiting on your answers, we are sitting at $35,942, folks. $35,942. That means somebody gave a $100 gift since the last time I said something. What do we got? Oh, hold on just a second. Let me find where that would go. Okay, we'll have to hold on that one. What's the next one? Rooster. Give me more. Smelly. That's an adjective. All right, what else? Pumpkin? Yeah. All right, we have squash and pumpkin? Sure. All right, that's good. What else? I'm going to go get some more. Okay, Liam's going to go get some more. He's a great runner because he has the energy to run. I have the energy to sit. And we each have our place in this telethon, which is great. Okay, so a little bit more that's going on here. Let's see if we've gotten any more contributions. We're still hanging steady at $35,942. We've got 20 minutes left tonight, folks. Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen. Has anybody taken us up on our offer of banning a hymn for your contribution of $365? I don't think so, but it'd be cool if you did, because there are some hymns that I could suggest we never sing for a year. Also, let's see, what do we got, Liam? Okay, dance. Dance, that's a verb. Okay. Silly. Let me find the adjective spot. Okay. Eat. What would that be? That's a verb. Okay. Soda. That's a good noun. Okay. Puke. Is that a verb or a noun? Are they talking about the act of puking or what is? Okay. Well, let's make it a verb ending in ing. Puking. We need more. Places, nouns, plural nouns, verbs, just more. Lots more, folks. Come on. We know these things. A noun is a person, place, thing, or idea. Sam, give me a noun. Airplane. Paul, give me a verb. Jump. Jump. Something I never do. What do you got?
Dinosaur. Titanic. You want me to keep going?
Yep.
Sanctuary. Bishop. Scientologist.
Oh, you're going to get us. Okay, we got bishop. Scientologist. Okay, what else? Swim. That's a verb. Thank you so much for finally giving me a verb.
Dance.
Yeah, you said dance.
Okay. And then pronouns, he, they.
I actually don't need pronouns. I lied. I need more verbs.
Verbs?
Yes. Do you know what a verb is?
Yeah, isn't that like an action?
Yes.
Okay.
What's a verb?
Yeah.
What? Sleep. Sleeping.
What about play?
Play, that is a verb. You're right. John, we got more? Person, places, things. We got swim.
Okay, yeah.
Here we come more. Mocking
Yeah.
or walking?
Mocking, like haha.
Mocking. Oh, that's an interesting one. Okay. What else?
Candle.
Candle. Okay.
Said you need a place.
Yes.
What about Chicago?
Hold on. John's from Chicago. Okay. I need some more, folks. Some more. Wiggle. Do the wiggle. All right. Now I need some nouns.
Nouns. Okay.
Viewers, what nouns do you have?
Goose.
Goose.
Okay.
All right. Let's get some more. We're almost done, folks. We're almost done. Let's do it. Let's get these last things in for our Mad Libs game.
What about fire?
Fire, that's a noun. Grease, like grease fire. All right, let's do, what's an adjective? Purple. And then let's do a noun table, and let's do a plural noun of papers, and another plural noun of cats, and another plural noun of dogs. A number. Give me a number. 525,600. All right, and then finally, plural noun, we'll do minutes. Okay, folks, here we go. We're going to go mad. Look at this rooster. Isn't it neat? Wouldn't you think my collection's complete? Wouldn't you think I'm the squash who has everything? Look at this soda, treasures untold. How many wonders can one airplane hold? Oh, pause. Liam, bring it. On the chair.
Oh, yeah.
On the chair. Hold on. Can we cut to something that's not me? Wait. I can't do this. I can't work under these conditions. So give me 2 seconds, folks. Tune in, because this is, I hope I have a job after this. Okay, bring it. Okay, here we go, folks. All right, part of your world, The Little Mermaid as a Mad Lib. Here we go. Look at this rooster. Isn't it neat? Wouldn't you think my collection's complete? Wouldn't you think I'm the squash The squash who has everything. Look at this soda, treasures untold. How many wonders can one candle hold, airplane hold? Wiggling around here you'd think, sure, she's got everything. I've got geese and minutes aplenty. I've got who's its and what's its galore. You run thingamabobs? I've got 525,600. But who cares? No smelly deal. I dance more. I want to be where the candles are. I want to see them eating, walking around on those, what do you call them? Oh, feet. Puking your fins, you don't get too far. Legs are required for mocking, dancing, strolling along down the, what's that word again? Dinosaur. Up where dogs jump, up where dogs run, up where dogs stay all day in the sun, wandering free. Wish I could be part of that pumpkin. What would I give if I could live out of these cats? What would I pay to spend a day warm on the sand? Betcha on Chicago they understand, bet they don't reprimand their papers. Bright young women, sick of sleeping, ready to stand and ready to know what the fire knows. Ask them silly questions and get some answers. What's Titanic and why does it? What's the word? Play. When's it my turn? Wouldn't I grease to explore that sanctuary above? Out of Purple Bishop, wish Scientologists could be. Swim of that table. I think we got a little desperate there at the end, folks. All right. So hopefully my Ariel impersonation was enough to get us a little bit more. So let's see here. We are at $39,867. $39,867. Folks, we are almost there. We are almost there. Let's keep it coming in. We're about to cut to our next segment, which is, I don't know what our next segment is. What's our next segment, guys? Sam, where are we going? Either way, this is going off. Charades? Oh, we'll just do a charades. We've been recapping a lot. All right, Liam, come on up. I'm going to give Liam the stage, and he's going to do charades, and apparently you're going to try to guess what it is. People watching. He doesn't. He's making it up. What? You're making it up.
Oh, okay.
And we have to guess what you're doing. No, you don't need a mic for charades. Oh, okay. All right, so here we go. Liam, can we zoom out the camera a little bit? Okay. So Liam, we are doing charades. Hold on, I think my yellow charade paper's up here. Okay, do something. Okay. What's Liam doing?
Driving a car. Driving a bus.
Liam, are you driving a car or a bus? No? What are you doing?
A track.
Give us more, Liam.
Mario Kart. Video game.
Okay, so Liam, hold on just a second. We just had breaking news that is kind of fun. Someone has donated $365 to have How Great Thou Art band for a year. So, except for under special circumstances, it looks like that one is going to be off for a year, which we have 700 other hymns in the hymnal to choose from. So, there we have it. You can also donate $365 to, no, that's it, to ban a different one, I guess. So we do have that breaking news segment. So, Liam, let's do a different one. Yeah, do a different one. Let's see if we can get somebody to guess what you're doing now. Bow and arrow. Baseball. Mowing a lawn. Fishing. No, not fishing. It's obviously it's not so easy, Liam. If what do you do? Light? Are you a Jedi? Sure. Okay. Well, I tell you what, folks, we're coming to the end of our night. What if let's go ahead and bring up the. We've got some people here today that we're going to end. Liam, you can go now. We had to fill some time. Thank you so much for being flexible, Liam. You've been a great addition. We're going to turn it over now to Pastor Emily, Denise, and Barb.
All right, well, we just wanted to wrap up again from the leadership of the church by just saying a really heartfelt thank you. This is truly amazing. I am inspired by each and every person who gave, who helped tonight, who participated. We truly did not know where to set the goal for giving. Someone asked me when we embarked on this, did you hire a development company to help you make the plans and know how to fundraise? And I said, no, I just figured we'd ask our church to give and it would come together. So no, we didn't have a professional telling us how much we should raise or what we should expect or what our goals should be. We were kind of flying by the seat of our pants. We set a goal that we thought would be pretty darn close to unreachable, like a big challenge. And we have gotten almost all of the way there. So the money that you have given is really, truly going to put a huge dent in taking care of our facilities, fixing our roofs, fixing our boilers so that we can have heat when Christmas Eve service comes around, fixing our air conditioners and upgrading things so that we can do the work around this place that God has called us to do. So to every single person working here tonight, to everyone who's given, a sincere thanks. I love this church more than almost anything. I will miss being here with you guys, but I am so thrilled to know that these buildings are in good hands and you'll be able to keep doing God's work for many more years to come.
I just want to echo on some of the things Pastor Emily has said, and I just cannot believe the generosity of all of the members and so many people that are not members. The sheer volume of people that have called in and donated online is just overwhelming. Thank you.
Again, I would love to echo what you guys have said. I'm so impressed by the generosity that we've seen this evening, and also just by the talents and efforts from the people within this church community. Joe, you did an amazing job, and everyone else that put forth so much effort, Sam, the tax, everyone. We couldn't do this without all of you. So from me personally and from the board, we would like to say thank you for all of your time today. This took a lot behind the scenes to do. So we thank you, but Denise is right. The generosity has been amazing from our members and from people in and around our community. So thank you.
Yeah. I'll add that it's been great to have some of our youth and our young adults here tonight participating in skits, working behind the scenes, jumping up and getting involved. So I am thrilled to know that this church will continue to be here for the generations to come. It's been inspiring to see our preschoolers on camera, our Sky Kids in some of the videos, and our youth and young adults pitching in here tonight. So it's wonderful to know that we are not a church that's going to fade away with the current generation, but that we are continuing to reach more and more and younger people so we can continue to do God's work here for many years to come. So thanks also to the young adults who are here tonight, to the youth, to the Sky Kids, and even to the preschoolers for doing their part tonight. Joe, anything else? Got a couple minutes left.
I think we need to give a major shout out to, again, the stealer of the show for the day, which is Liam.
Absolutely.
Who had no clue what he was getting into today, and he has been on stage so much, and he just went with the flow the whole day, unlike John, who wouldn't step on stage at all. So we hit 40,000. Wow, we just hit 40,000. That is so exciting. $40,001.
The one was from Liam. He gave $1.
Did he really? Perfect. That's great. So as everybody up on stage already, maybe I should just
come on up,
okay.
Squeeze in.
So as they've all said, this has been a really fun project. I hope Pastor Emily doesn't get mad at me for saying this, but she thought the idea was nuts at first.
Yeah.
But I am really glad that we did it. Sam is one of the most amazing things that has ever happened to this
Amen.
church since the time I've been here. And none of this would have been possible without him at all. The amount of time he spent editing videos, especially our videos probably, it was just for the past few days, he has been working on this nonstop, and it really came together. And he speaks a completely different language than we do, so it's nice to know that we all felt comfortable coming in. Yes, this is going to happen because Sam's in charge of it, and yes, this is going to happen because we have phone volunteers working the phones. And Carrie's been here since 9 o'clock this morning, and Pastor Emily and I have been here since 9 o'clock this morning, and Sam's been here since, we've all been here so much, and to see it all finally come together, I am actually shocked that it's already 9 o'clock. Like, for me, the time has flown by. So thanks to the leadership board for their leadership. And y'all don't know how much this lady right here has done. Yeah. We've had a broken boiler for over a year and a half. And finally, we have no longer hey, can you hand me that first blue card right there?
Yeah.
Denise has turned it into fixed news. I know you can't see this, but we had a segment of breaking news. Now we have a segment of fixed news. So thank you so much for getting that done, because that was a headache.
Can we remind people how to give if they have not given their gift already? If you called in and made a pledge, you can bring that to church any Sunday. You can mail it in. Our address is on our website. You can give it a portion at a time. Just whenever you give, make sure you put in the memo line that it's for capital improvements. If you have any questions, please reach out to any of us at the church office, and we'd be happy to help.
And just a final thing I want to say, I think we've made it clear enough, but I just want to reiterate that the Capital Improvements Fund is not our operating budget. It is completely separate. It is just for major improvements, major events. So keep that in mind. That's what we are looking for specifically. But you all have been so supportive and helpful. My mind is blown. All right.
Absolutely.
40,100. Keep it coming. Just because the telethon ends in a minute doesn't mean you have to stop giving. Come on, we're not going to put a hard line in the
We just
sand.
got another 25 we're hearing from Carrie.
Wow, good.
This
It's
is
all
awesome.
coming in. It's all coming in. Pastor Emily, why don't you close us out?
Yes, let's close with a prayer together. We're continuing to hear that gifts are coming in. Phone lines will be off in just a moment, but online giving can continue. So feel free to keep giving that way or pick it up on Sunday when you're here. All right, let's close in prayer together. God, we are so grateful for tonight. We're just an ordinary group of people. We have come together inspired by you, God, to improve our buildings so that they can be tools in your hands for this church to continue to serve you in the days and weeks and years and decades to come. God, we thank you for the long legacy of this church all the way back to the 1950s. We thank you for its reach far out into the future. We thank you for what has happened tonight. God, all the praise and honor is yours, so we give you all the thanks. In Jesus' name, amen. All right, have a wonderful night. Thanks, everybody. Bye.